temperature's rising again.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And I'm enjoying the view of the rail gun as it flies through the air.
I do have to leave soon, but I am thoroughly enjoying this.
It's part of the process, man. We got to work through shit.
Yeah. See, this is the flat earthers. You see that?
Now, here's another thing that we're not taking into account, right? The sheer fact that this bullet is classified as, was it hyper? What was the term, Jim?
Yeah, hypervelocity.
Okay.
Hypervelocity. Sorry.
Thank you very much. I don't know anything about this shit. So the reality is, for all we know, when something is going that fast, right? Matrix was trying to point out earlier, for all we know, there's like some sort of extra.
There's a brake velocity. Yeah. Brake velocity, though, is Mach 33 or Mach 30. It's around there. It's not Mach 7.5.
Now, was it either you, Berserker, or Jin, who pointed something out that the actual speed is somewhere in...
Yeah, I posted the initial speed of the projectile is 16,000 kilometers per second. And the gravity-escaping velocity is 11.5 kilometers per second. So the initial speed of the projectile is about 3.5 kilometers per second above the gravity-escaping velocity. That's why Googled.
But wouldn't that only really matter if the vector was totally perpendicular to the surface?
Look, I googled if railguns are shot with an angle, and I got the question for orbital velocity. The angle would be 0. I mean that means railguns.
Okay,
everyone, before he speaks again, hold up, silence, just hold your horses. I just put into chat's DeepSeek. I'll read out what I put in. Railgun projectile drop over 200 mile if a 15 kg is shot at Mach 7.2. And we get down to the bottom after a lot of bullshit. Final conclusion. If you shot a 15 kg projectile at Mach 7.2, aiming for a target 200 mile away, number one, it would fail completely. It would not reach the target, according to bald-hard mathematics.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it was 7.5, not 7.2.
Look, I have
not getting that number quite right, are we?
I'll be back.
Oh, sorry.
I can
redo that.
Please send what you have for the chat. I will read it. I have to leave. It's been a pleasure.
No, Icefish, you are the ones who made the claims. Please bring your calculations with.
I will bring more.
Have a listen to this. That was point one. Hey guys, JJ, just listen to this before you go. That was point one. Point two, the immense atmospheric drag would slow it down so rapidly it would likely impact the ground or ocean well before the 100 mile mark.
Right.
Matrix, maybe you missed that. You missed that. Matrix, you missed this. You did miss this. The initial velocity is 46.6 Mach.
Wow. That might make a hell of a difference.
Should I post it in the chat box?
Yeah,
I saw it earlier. Yeah,
sure. Post it. I do have to leave. It has been a pleasure.
Yeah.
But
please do that.
Points considered.
All right. Thanks, JJ. I was just going to point out. So JJ's math. It only took into account 7.5, and that might have been an average. Okay, that was not communicated properly. Okay,
so you want to know the sad part? 20. Have a listen to this. Yeah. When I first typed in my question, let's have a thought about this. Part 1, the idealized case: no atmosphere, no drag. That was the first thing that AI brought up.
Yep.
So Mach 7.2 at sea level.
Matrix, can you see the chat box? Can you see the side chat?
Yeah.
There you have it.
Yeah. So that's what comes out of the railgun. Mach 46.6.
Exactly.
Holy shit.
Yeah, so it's gradually slowing down, probably averaging out around 7.5. So it'll slow down more significantly towards the beginning, percentage-wise.
Now, my contention is this.
But 20 counts. Language is very important. Wait a minute, Jin. Language is very important.
Yeah.
the initial velocity is higher than the gravity escaping velocity.
Yep.
And if you would think like a scientific person, then you would conclude that they have designed a gun which shoots the projectile with a velocity higher than the gravity escaping velocity. Why? To escape gravity, right?
No. I do hear you on that. Okay, my question.
I know it slows down. It slows down into 7 Mach. I know. Yeah. But anyhow.
Can I?
I will not talk over you. I will not talk over you. I will not talk over you. I just want to say, this guy doesn't have the knowledge background. The background knowledge, doesn't have. Don't let him tell you that he knows what he's talking about.
No. The thing is, he's using a very simplistic function for this. Okay, this was known in advance. Okay, now the thing is about this escape velocity thing here. Okay, if you have 3 axes, if that escape velocity, that vector is not perpendicular or negative to the vector of down, right? I'm not so sure how much that's actually having an effect on it. I don't know. At these speeds and shit like that over a horizontal, I don't know. Maybe it's going to create like a coasting or, a floating effect or some shit. We don't know, right? But it's interesting that you point that out. But I think just the sheer speed, just the sheer initial velocity, right,
Thank you,
might be enough. Might be enough to overcome this.
Yeah, because look at the aeroplanes. Look, you got the Concorde.
That's what I meant.
II. Can't you hear me speaking? Come on, man. You got the
Go ahead, Jim.
Concorde.
Go ahead, Jim. Sorry.
Objects that are traveling at that speed. This thing is smaller and traveling much, much faster. Much, much faster, man. Bear that in mind. Yeah.
I changed the numbers to the Mach 40. Where is it? The Mach 46.6, and then it started typing some shit out, and without taking into consideration elevation, and then I stopped it and typed in altitude is sea level, and then it goes through a whole heap of shit, working stuff out, and then it gets right down. Conclusion. Number 3 conclusion. If you attempted to fire a 15 kilogram projectile and Mach 46.6 from sea level, number 1, time 0. The railgun energizes and accelerates the projectile. 2, milliseconds later, the projectile, now travelling at 16 kilometres per second, attempts to enter the dense sea level air. Number 3, instantaneous result. The projectile and the air in front of it are violently compressed and vaporised. The energy release of roughly equal to 1.92 gigajoules releases a massive fireball and a catastrophic shockwave. 4, the 200-mile shot. The projectile never even begins its journey. It is destroyed within metres of the railgun's muzzle. The resulting explosion would likely destroy the railgun, installation, and everything in the immediate vicinity.
Yeah, absolute rubbish.
Fucking retard. What a retard.
Yeah, I told you. Look, I told you 20 cubs. That's what I mean. First of all, you have to take into consideration there is a variation in velocity. Okay, that's why you cannot use a simplified procedure like this. Second, I forgot it. Sorry.
Yeah,
I'm honest.
basically,
I lost my thought.
But what you're saying is that real engineering requires real maths. That's what it's all about.
Exactly. May I give you an option? I got angry because I know how it works. I know there are 2 YouTube bots, but this is about life and death. If people like these come into Pentagon, I will give you an example. Why Russia is having so much ease with Ukraine, because the defense minister, which brought Russia to the win, they have won it, Every military general knows that, and they talk about it. CIA analysts and former analysts, they talk about it on YouTube. You can find it. I can send you the link. Why? Because the defense minister of Russia was a civil engineer. He was never in the military. He became the defense minister. Why? Because you need a civil engineer when you fight a war. You need him in the modern war more than soldiers. He is the only one who can do the calculation. You cannot bring someone from economy and put him. That's why now the defense minister from Russia, Shoigu, Sergei Shoigu, okay, he left his position, and the president of Russia, Putin, invented a new position for him, which did not exist and never existed in the Russian hierarchy. He is some kind of personal counselor or advisor to Putin as a respect, as a show of respect. So please, this is about life. As I told you, you can Google it. I heard this from the former Larry Johnson, a former CIA analyst. He mentioned this. He said, how can we fight Russia and China when we used to assemble within 55 minutes in Ford factories, bomber, we called it Liberator 2, within 55 minutes. And I think within 18 hours, fly ready. Assembled within 55 minutes, entire bomber. And fly ready within 18 hours. And now we need 18 months to make F-35 fly ready. And the Russians and the Chinese are producing like McDonald's, like you produce McDonald's, tanks and airplanes. They are more advanced than the entire United States and the Western military complex industry or military industry complex. So please, let people like these talk about
That's not
railguns.
That's not civil. That's not civil engineering. Making equipment.
Yeah, dude, we know that. He's talking about the skill.
No, this is civil engineering. Minefields, you need civil engineering for minefields. And bridges, the mobile bridges, you need that. For projectiles and ballistic missiles, you need civil engineering.
No.
I know it.
You're way off.
You know it.
Okay,
you need it.
Berserker.
You need
Berserker.
them.
But no, Berserker. What is a civil engineer? What is the job of a civil engineer?
He's talking about the skill set. Listen, go look at the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and how many of them have civil engineering degrees. Okay.
Yeah, for infrastructure. For infrastructure.
You're going to be a pedantic asshole, and I'm going to have you shut up. Okay.
Well, do you understand that there's a clear distinction between the disciplines? Mechanical engineers deal with mechanical systems. They come
So U.S. Army Corps of Engineer people who know how to build roads and bridges in war zones have civil engineering degrees and backgrounds. Okay, yes, that's all he's trying to say. So why are you trying to denigrate what he's saying with some semantic bullshit? Is it because you're here to disrupt? Yeah, my sources say yes.
Yes, the Army Corps of Engineers includes civil engineers because it involves civil infrastructure, right? They're not working on the missile project.
Thanks for repeating what I just said as if I was wrong.
They're not working on the factory line for jets and planes and tanks.
I didn't say that.
He's not talking about the factory workers, you retard.
Why would you make specific reference to civil engineers?
Because the army is full of them, dude. And guess what? They solve these hard problems so that workers can make these assembly lines more efficient.
May I sporadic? May I try to make my point, and then you can take over, because
It's okay. Okay, I'm driving. I don't need my blood pressure up while I'm driving.
Yeah. Okay. Look, I just gave an example. I just gave an example that Russia is doing very fine for them. Okay, they are winning. This is a fact.
They're in a war,
and they are winning, and they have won. And the reason why they have won, because the defense minister of Russia was a civil engineer, and he never went to the army. He was just a civil engineer. The logical way of thinking, and the math, and how look, everything in the modern society would not exist without civil engineering. Okay. So when I mentioned the factories, I just mentioned where the United States was and where we are, because we in Europe are dependent on the United States, that we are not able to go into a war economy. That means you transfer your GM factories, automobile factories, every kind of factory which you have, you transform it into a factory which produces tanks, weapons, and airplanes. Okay, so we don't have that because of people like Ice Fish, and be honest, this is how a civil engineer talks, because of you. Because you don't know what you are talking about. You are wrong. I'm right. Look, civil engineer, for example, I take a project. If you steal, that means if you go and buy cheap gravel and cheap concrete, okay, and then when I find this out, I will call the police, or I will make sure that you go in prison, so that I will not go into prison. Okay, that's why I have to be objective. It's not about feelings. It's not about being disrespectful or not. Because when you go and buy cheaper gravel and cheaper sand and cheaper concrete, and you steal the steel, and you put less steel in the concrete so that you will make some money, then the entire thing will collapse. Okay? And not as planned. My plan would have been perfect, but because you stole, that's why when I see something wrong, I have to be objective. And when I see that someone is talking about something which he doesn't understand, I will have to tell him, shut up, or you're fired, or you're fired. You're fired immediately, fired. Get lost, go away. So please don't talk, okay, about things which you don't understand. You cannot come and make simple calculations. I told them from the beginning. I told them, post the entire procedure of calculation. Don't give me numbers. He said, I will give you numbers. I told him from the beginning, don't give us numbers. Don't give us results. I told him, you can go back and watch the stream. I told him, post the entire procedure of calculations with the equations. Okay, he didn't do that because he cannot do that. That's why I told him, because I knew he cannot do that. Okay, sorry for the rant. I will mute myself. Okay, because I'm getting angry. As I said, it's about life and death, and we are about to be blown up. Okay. Look, go and look at the weapons of the Russians. Go look at the weapons of the Chinese. We have depleted, the United States depleted all the munitions. A year ago, Germany said we have munitions only for 2 weeks. 2 months ago, they said we have munitions only for 2 days. Okay? I have nothing to say. I have nothing to say. I'm speechless. I'm speechless because of people like you. You will bring death to us.
Berserker, I will say this right now with full confidence. You are not a civil engineer. And if you are, right, then can I ask you a question?
Don't care, and I will not dox myself.
Yeah, you're not a civil engineer. I can say it right now.
And who are you to judge anyways, Cosmos? Kick rocks.
I can send.
He's the guy that proved the globe.
I can send whatever Matrix needs, okay, and he will tell you if I'm lying or not lying.
You're
or
up,
too sporadic.
Cosmos, you're here to cause trouble. If you're going to prove curvature and prove your globe tard, put it in side chat.
Yeah. How about you attack his argument, not the man?
You want to let him off, T-Dub?
Oh, heck no. No, I can't stand him.
Yeah.
If I may point out to Berserker earlier, one of the reasons why I wanted to see JJ go through the calculation, okay, is because, of course, it was horse shit. Of course, it's simplified. I wanted him to see, we didn't actually get there, but I wanted him to see that why this thing would have been foolhardy. Because when you think about it, that thing is supposed to drop 55,000 or 55 miles, right? One part of the equation that we didn't touch on yet is where that thing would have dropped below, right? Let's say it was shot at 5 feet observer height, or 50 feet. When would that thing have dropped 50 feet and then continue down to 55 miles? If that would have been within a distance, right? That was before the curve rate of the Earth would have dropped 50 feet, then it would have shown that this thing is insufficient, right? It would have gone in the water before it had a chance to curve around the Earth, for example.
And it doesn't matter what angle you shot it up at.
Well, we could have gone through that calculation, right, to try and fine tune it according to all the parameters that were presented to us, and show him that this is insufficient. We didn't get there, and we spent a long time kind of shuffling around the thing because the guy was a real pain in the ass.
Yeah, 20 cup as a civil engineer, because you were involved in the talk. Okay, maybe you would be the right person, not Matrix, because it was your case which you were making. Even though we started, someone else started it. Okay, yeah. I will tell you. I can send my credentials or however you call it, and you can see. Okay, first of all, I studied civil engineer. Okay, but I didn't practice for a long time. Okay, I will not lie, because if you call me out, I will have to tell you I didn't practice for a long time. I forgot a lot of things, but I know what works and what doesn't work, and I know who can calculate and not. Yeah. Okay. What I want to point, not only you cannot, I cannot also know how the variational velocity. I mean, I will have to go back and maybe recall everything to be able to. That's what I'm trying to say. This is not easy. This is not children's job. This is not economy. This is something else. You will have to hit the target. Can you imagine? You are shooting at a target at a distance of 100 miles and with a initial velocity of 46 Mach.
Mm-hmm.
How
crazy.
How did you call it in English when something is precise? How precise should your calculations be so that you can hit the target?
I understand that. Yeah, this was all just to try and ballpark it or estimate it. And obviously,
as you said, horse shit. You knew it was horse shit. Sorry for interrupting you. Yeah, go ahead.
Of course it was. I wanted him to see the folly in his attempt.
Yeah, but you have to be accurate. This is the word you were looking for. They're accurate.
Yeah, I wanted him to see how inaccurate his attempt was. Instead of coming in here and bloviating, he knows, right? Because he hadn't even done the work yet. You guys saw, right? I asked him for these numbers, and he worked through it with us. Right? Yeah. So he was full of shit from the onset because he didn't actually do the work in advance, come in here and present it as if he knew something. Right? And even if he did come in with this 55-mile drop or whatever, I would have asked that question that I said I wanted to get to, but we didn't have a chance to. I would have asked it there. I said, okay, well, where does the point cross the x-axis. Hang on, dude. Where does the projectile cross the x-axis, or y minus 50 or however high it was, right? And would that have been far enough, to follow the curve or not?
Yeah,
it would have been. Dude,
sorry, 20 cups.
55 miles.
Sorry, 20 cups. I told you I'm honest. I missed that. Can you repeat that? Can you say that again? The last sentence.
All I was trying to say is, if the guy had come in with this 55-mile drop, I would have tried to ask him at what point across the entire trajectory of time, right, or even of space over x, would that thing or that projectile cross the x-axis, i.e., fall into the water, and would that distance have been far enough for it to start hugging the curve or something like that? The way that it was going, I was going to ask him all these questions, but we didn't get there. I knew this was insufficient, but I just wanted him to see for himself that he has to do the work beforehand, coming in, before coming in here and talking shit, right? So forgive me, everybody who just had to sit through that and shit like that, but it was important for him because he's been in here a lot. You know what I mean?
And if you listen to him, he just recycles the same shit over and over again. No, and then just spews more shit.
I know.
Guys,
did I do that?
Guys,
How do I go? His impersonation.
Guys, I also have to please accept my apologies that I got angry, but this is really not this is not something for children. He's not allowed to come and then gain the confidence that he can deal with things like these. As I said, I know there are 2 YouTube bots, but because of people like these, we can even lose wars. And if you lose a war, you can lose everything. Not only your freedom, not only your land, not only your freedom of speech. You lose everything. This is not a game. This is not a computer game where you get the message game over and then you restart the game. There is no such thing in the real life. You cannot restart the game.
Yeah. Another thing we highlighted was that the Chat GPT just lies. When you start to challenge these weapons are challenging the curvature of the Earth, just lies.
Like Matrix. Matrix, what did ChatGPT say? The projectile will explode and the railgun will explode. Yeah. Because you fucked ChatGPT because you said from sea level. It is not shot from sea level. It's being shot from a warship. That's at least 30 feet high, I think.
That's close enough.
Yeah.
Now, this railgun, when you watch one of the videos that I posted, you'll see one where they're firing it through armor plating, right? Armor plating. As it's going through, it's dropping in height because, it's obviously losing velocity as it's going through this armor plating. About 8 of them in a row, power spread out at a distance, power, and you see it dropping as it's going through each one because it's losing power, and it still carries on afterwards. Honestly,
Jin, that was the video which I posted. You can see through multiple plates. It's not slowing down and it's not curving. So how would the air curve the path? It's going through plates of I don't know, metal, steel.
They're very thick armor plating, what they use on tanks and that. And that's thick plates it's going through. Okay.
Yeah.
It is dropping in altitude because it's slowing down. You see, so you see it starts up high and it starts dropping down. By the time it's gone through the 8th one, it's still got some energy left, still flying off. You think, bloody hell,
I don't remember in the video seeing a drop. I don't remember. Maybe I didn't watch it.
Yeah, because that's what I was looking for. See, I was specifically looking for that because it has to drop because it's going through metal. It's got to drop slightly because it's impacting, right? But it's not that much of a drop, but it still drops and then still carries on afterwards. You think, wow.
Yeah, and one more thing, 20 Cub, are you here? And Matrix and all the guys. I get what you mean, 20 Cub. I'm not trying to be the smart guy. You don't need. That's why I say I was a civil engineer, and I was told specifically I should not take in consideration, and that's why I said more than one times. Maybe Matrix can remember it, or Heretic, or other guys. I said I didn't possess the critical thinking of flat earthers.
Yeah, neither did I.
Who proved me wrong? That's why I say you don't need to be a rocket scientist to find out that the curve is not there when you look at the black swan. So I'm not trying to belittle anyone. I just get angry when someone comes and doesn't have the background knowledge and pretends to have it just to belittle you guys. Do you get what I mean? 20 Cubs.
Hey, Berserker, we do get you.
Yeah.
But the thing is, according to the Globers, you do have to be a rocket scientist to see the curvature.
That's right. And then it doesn't get you to space anyway after all that.
After all, it falls into Bermuda.
Don't worry about it, man.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
The thing is, dude, I think a lot of us are frustrated by these types of guys. All right, some are more seasoned than others. I, in the last few days, had a little bit of a little upset on my side. Got a little out of hand. I don't like doing that.
Yeah, I
so I feel
yeah.
All right, and that's the art of this. There's an art form to it. It's an internal art. How you manage your own emotions in the line of fire, right, so to speak.
Yeah, Sporadic. Right? Sorry for interrupting you, Sporadic. Yeah, sorry for interrupting you. Go ahead, 20 Cubs.
I have often said that if you've got an engineering background, this falls into place for you quite easily. Do you know what I mean? This curvature measuring and
Jin has also engineering background. Yeah, right. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, this is easy stuff to know. This is not difficult at all. So you can tell when the Globers come in, they don't know their game. It's all over for them.
Yeah, Jin. But I will repeat myself. The guys here know the flat Earth before me, so my study didn't protect me from being deceived from the deception. So I agree with 20 Cubs. Yeah, you don't need to be a rocket scientist.
No,
according to NASA, who's that? Matrix. Anyway. I think Matrix said that according to NASA, you will have to be a rocket scientist to see the curve, right?
Yeah, that was pretty funny. Yeah, myself too. I don't have a mechanical engineering background. I do have a software engineering background, so I'm kind of used to thinking like step by step. How are things done? Okay, did we make sure this, that, the other thing? Are your units correct? Convert that, So I was trying to employ that with the guy, but he just couldn't do it. You know what I mean? So hey, what can you do?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. 20 Cubs. I don't know when you mention software, can you write programs? Software programs.
Exactly. That's what I do for a living.
Okay. Would I be able to write computer software when I'm civil engineer or mechanical engineer? I think Jin is mechanical.
Why not?
Would I?
Why not? Yeah. Why not? You just have to learn the language.
Yeah, of course.
You just have to learn the language.
Yeah. But since I have not spent a couple of years, how many years did you spend?
I only spent 3 years in school, but a lot of stuff you can just learn online.
Anyhow, nevertheless, that's what I meant. I'm a civil engineer, and I jump into the voice chat, and I claim that I can write programs without needing to go through these 3 years through which you went. That would not be possible, right?
Not the same level, but to get a basic understanding.
It's about the individual. Yeah. You can exceed that level and go much higher than it if you are capable of autodidactism, self-taught, self-learning.
Yeah, I know.
One wants to go, and what kind of information is available. You've got no information.
I know.
Not willing to learn nothing.
Yeah, I know. But practice.
It takes a lot of practice. I've been in the field for almost 10 years, beyond schooling. You know what I mean? So,
there you go.
That's different, right? But to actually learn the ropes, dude. I mean, if you already have your math and civil engineering background and stuff. It's just a matter of getting a language under your belt and then tweaking everything to fit that language, and then the computer does the work for you.
Yeah, okay, but once again, 20 Cubs, Matrix, all the guys here, sporadic. As I said, I'm not trying to belittle anyone of you. I'm trying to defend. I'm trying to defend you all because I see that these guys are coming and claiming a knowledge background which they don't have, and sometimes you are giving them a pass. I mean, you are not putting them to the test as I did. That's why I don't know if you heard it from the beginning, but 20 Cubs was here. He must have heard it. That's why I told him from the beginning. As soon as he said he will post the numbers, I told him immediately, I don't want the numbers and I don't want the results.
Yeah.
I want the calculation procedure.
The methodology is using.
Yeah, exactly.
I asked the guy also, show me your work. You know?
Yeah, that. You want them to prove that they can show their work. Exactly. I understand what you're saying. Bullseye.
All good, man. We're on the same page here.
It was great. The railgun, man. My favorite weapon.
That was a real railgun. That was a real railgun. Bro, it's very easy. You can just see it from the name. And I told him also, that's why it is not called an artillery cannon.
Now, do you know what the problem with the railgun is?
I told him, you point the gun into my face and you blow my face straight ahead. You point the gun straight ahead. I told him. That's why it's called.
That was pretty funny. I gotta admit, that was funny the way you put that.
Thanks, man. Thanks, bro.
Yeah, at the initial beginning, the railgun cost like $500 million to research and get it built and that. Now, the problem that it has, its inherent problem is that after so many shots, the rails begin to buckle and twist and warp. Okay, and then that's the end of your railgun. You've got to get a new rail system. Okay, that's the problem they're having. So they don't think they're going to be using it. They have to use it over shorter distances. Okay.
Yeah, and just the feedback for 20 guns because 20 Cubs because I heard him mention powder. The rail gun, the projectile of the rail gun has no powder. No, it is shot. It is in between, in the middle of two rails.
Right.
One of the rail has a positive charge, and one of the other rail on the other side has a negative charge.
Yeah. Okay.
That's why it's called magnetic railgun, and that's why it's called railgun because
electromagnetic.
It is in the middle of two rails. You see what I mean?
Okay. Yeah. No, I mentioned that kind of just offhandedly because in the quick research I did, it said something about the round itself weighed so much, and the projectile weighed something less than that. So I was just wondering, like, what would have been this? Like, does something break off at the?
Yes,
at the,
this is what I'm trying to say to you. Yeah, it's attached.
It's got an outer cover.
The round is attached to a piece that fits on the back, and that rides the rail. When it's fired, the whole thing comes out, and then it's in the air. It detaches. And then the projectile keeps going because it's traveling at such a rate. It doesn't take long for it to detach, and it doesn't interfere with the flight. Amazing system.
It actually generates plasma. It comes out that hard with that much energy that when that piece detaches, it basically, as soon as it comes out and hits the atmosphere, it basically skins itself so the centerpiece can keep going, and it generates plasma. Right. It comes out that hard.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's what all I was referring to. Yeah, understood. Very cool.
It is a cool system. And even with the 4 or 5 degrees angle, the thing still goes, when it's fired, it doesn't take long. Within seconds, it's on a horizontal to linear straight path because of the velocity of it. Like I said, I keep saying to people that, Mark 1, Mark 2, Mark 3, they don't want to be put into curved trajectories because enormous forces are generated when you do that. So the ISS traveling at Mark 23 would tear itself apart just from the the curvature, that would be the curved trajectory, would tear it apart. That's Mark 23 you're talking about. You understand?
Yeah, Jin. Jin, this means that this projectile has the 2 times speed of space station, International Space Station, because it's 46.6 Mach. The initial speed.
Yeah. That's a lot of force that the ISS has to be subjected to. That's why it could never be up there. Can't be doing that. Those speeds want to go straight linear, not curvature. You're joking. You're out of your mind. Unless it's a massive, giant curve that can absorb the G-forces. But the way that ISS is configured with the silly little solar panels and those modules that are just bolted together, now that's all going to come apart. No way can it. Mark 23 is a joke number, as far as I'm concerned. 23 times the speed of sound. Who are you kidding?
If you have a look at all of the so-called numbers that you get given us from the space tard stories, they're all these bullshit high numbers that the average person can't comprehend. Those distances, that amount of volume, that amount of energy. That's why they give you these numbers, because most people just go, oh, wow, really? That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
Whilst they're trying not to drag their knuckles when they walk.
Not that that's impossible. Yeah. No, that sounds awesome.
Yeah, how about, guys, Matrix, 20 Cub, Jin, how about G-forces? How about the centrifugal? How about the centrifugal force at the speed of the International Space Station? Alone, the centrifugal force.
And the G force is 960,000 Gs.
Human being cannot take more than 9 Gs.
There you go. So that the equipment would tear itself apart. That's the point I'm making. And that's from a 26,200 mile circumference, roughly. That would be including the height, because it's meant to be, 250 miles from the Earth's surface. That gives it a greater circumference.
Yeah, and how about the friction? How about the friction?
Yeah.
Because they told us the atmosphere doesn't stop at the Kármán line. They told us the atmosphere of the Earth reaches the moon. Which one is it? Does it reach the moon?
Yeah, there you go.
They always change their fantasy story as it fits them. That's the problem.
Look, they moved the goal all over the place, so you can't score a goal. But you do score a goal in there anyway.
Nice one.
Always moving around. You can see the stars one day, but you can't see the stars the next day. There you go. But yeah, it was quite interesting. Definitely an interesting endeavour. I enjoy these, because then the listeners as well get to, although it was a bit torturous because it was going on for a while. But sometimes we have those moments, but they learn something, That curvature is not accounted for anywhere. It's not.
Yeah.
Because it's not there. That's why. And you know what I've said yet? Do you know what I've said? As a punishment for all the globers, we should make a world where we call it Globe World, and everything's curvature. Everything. There's curves. There isn't a straight line anywhere for them. Let them live on that. They have to drive, ride, work, walk, all curvature. Nothing is level. Do you know what I mean? As punishment.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
To give them the curvature experience.
Actually, Jen, if they made a theme park like that where there was no parallel lines, everything had some kind of curvature to it, that would actually mess with your head. It'd be like some kind of psychological, it'd be just a mind job.
That's why I thought of it. That's why I thought of it, to punish the globers.
The mazing game. That would be the best mazing game.
Yeah, because I want to mess with their minds. Yeah, you live on a globe, yeah? Yeah? Okay, come to Globe World with me. Come with me to Globe World, all you Globers. This is what it's really going to be like for you. And not a straight surface anywhere. Wow, I'd love it. Can you imagine that? It's be bumpy, bumpy, bumpy wherever you're driving because there's no straight lines.
And everything's moving.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Everything's rotating. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Nightmare life. Yeah, I'd love to see that happen. See, Icefish is missing the great opportunity to learn from his mistakes and just get on with life as a flat earther. But, don't know what he's playing at. Silly little lifestyle he's got there, coming in here trying to make us look silly. Nah, that's not going to work, man. Not going to work at all,
Yeah, Jin, it's his hubris which is hindering him.
Yeah. This is a man that hasn't never measured the curvature of the earth. He's doing the big maths, complicated maths to do that, and he'll spend 2 hours to do that, but he won't spend any time to make the
That's what angered me, Jin. That's what angered me. Then he forgot himself, and said, "Yeah, I will calculate it with GPT." He said it. So you're not calculating it by yourself according to your background knowledge. You don't have the knowledge for that. So I'm right after all.
Yeah, they just don't want to. They don't seem to want to go out and measure it out where you live, out there. That's where it's meant to be. It's not meant to be on your screen. Do you know what I mean? Or on your model on a piece of paper. Here's my curvature on a piece of paper. Can you now bring it to life, please? Yeah, let's go out now and extrapolate this, and let's see what the curvature looks like now on the earth.
Yeah. There we have Villanderis again from yesterday. The guy with 3D.
He annoyed me because he's just modeling. Yeah. I said, you can't model your way through life now. So it's going to be models for the rest of your life, is it? You're not even going to go and check once. Get out of here. Nobody lives by models alone, I said. And he didn't like that. But that's the truth. I said to him, you can't be living behind models. You can't hide behind your models. One day you've got to go out and measure it out there for real. The real world, where you live. You don't live in a computer, do you?
No.
Right, that's what I mean. And that's what they want to do. He says, model. Where's your model? Your model. Where's your model? Yes. I notice you don't have any models. Where's your model? You know what I mean? Model. Here's my model. 2 tits, bum, nice looking model. There she is. Modeling the latest fashion. There's my model. Thanks. Fucking model everywhere. So quick to ask for the model. So quick. And remember, the model they have is not a representation of the reality we live. So another clear bamboozle. If you're looking for models and you're not looking for the real thing, what are you doing then? Got to have a model. Okay, I don't have a model, then it's a globe then. You're going to concede.
Yeah, I heard something like that a couple of hours ago, maybe 6 hours ago. Someone said, do you have a better model or something like that? Something stupid like that.
Yeah. Arguing and screaming for a model. And Root said, no, we live on the model itself. The Earth is the model. Right. I am the model.
Yeah, I'm sure. Once again, 20 Cubs or the other guys. Once again, the problem is, I know what you are doing. I know your goal is that these guys should spill the beans and show their stupidity. I know. But if they live with self-confidence that they have proved something, that they know what they are talking about, that could have very, very disastrous side effects. People like these, because people like these, they lack honesty. And people without honesty and people without honesty could climb the ladder of success. I was listening. I was listening yesterday. To the Frontline, Unfiltered.
Oh yeah.
And one of the guys, either AV or Indio or Sheepdog, mentioned that someone from the other party, from the Democrats, told him that he should understand that the other side is emotional and doesn't think logically or rationally. And you guys think too logically and rationally. That's why you don't understand how they can succeed. One of them, I think AV or maybe India said, that's why we think that they cannot even manage to stand up from the bed without breaking their their neck, but they managed to do it. So what that means is, I mean, you could be the expert, you could be the right guy for the job. Someone who is a weasel, who is a liar, could come and pass you and get the job and destroy the entire project, and maybe a country.
We're living in those times, that's for sure.
Yeah.
That's why I understand when you get upset with them. Because, they're trying to undermine your field and they're lying about where we live. And then you got to ask yourself, why are you trying to defend something you don't even know the model? And here you are, you're correct. We eat, sleep, drink this stuff and we're wrong. We've gone out and checked as well and we're wrong. You've done nothing at all. There was one woman, she had 3 degrees, right? She'd studied high level of education, 3 degrees, and she knew nothing of the globe at all. I'm just giving her all the facts, all the numbers, straight, clear, demonstrations, images, clean, no cheating, because there's no need to do that. And this woman was just saying, I'm wrong. Just kept saying, I'm wrong. Okay, well, can you offer us some proof then? You haven't offered one proof in an hour. Well, one proof have you offered? I'm wrong. Well, okay, show me where I'm wrong then. How did you confirm the earth? She goes, I'm not going to mess with that. I'm not, obviously she didn't even know she didn't even know the model. Yeah, and then I said to the moderators, I said, can you see that? I've given her the facts. Now she's obfuscating my questions. And then the moderator said, yes, Jin has given you all the numbers, everything. You don't seem to be offering any proof here. So we're going to take it as you've lost this debate today because you haven't proven anything. You're insulting the man. You're interrupting. You're calling him a retard and everything else. But he's provided evidence, proof, in fact. What have you provided?
Jin?
Nothing. Yeah, go on.
I like when they come in and say, your formula is wrong for whatever distance, whatever reason, whether it's drop over distance or whatever they're trying to calculate out. Your formula's wrong. Your formula's wrong. Okay. Please offer us a better one.
Yeah.
Crickets. How many times I've heard that now when someone's come in and just said, your formula is incorrect. You're not using it correctly. Okay. Give us another one.
Yeah. It's funny because that happens a lot. And then when you tell them this is your maths, you don't even know your own maths for your own model. What are you doing here? You know what I mean? This is the maths you would need to your own curvature, because that's the key here. We're trying to prove the curvature, and what we're finding, surprisingly, is water is level everywhere. Okay, the Earth is level. Using your maths, and you know what they're trying to say? Well, you shouldn't be using our maths. Yeah, but you said it was a globe. How are we going to prove it without globe maths? Come on, wake up.
All we're doing is comparing reality with what you guys expect to see on paper. Do they match up? No, they don't. It's not that hard. That's it at its base form. They've provided us with, this is what we should see. And we go out and check that, and we ain't seeing it.
Right.
Done.
I remember things were up when back in 2016, I was hearing about people talking about the Coriolis effect and how the military accounts for it and everything else. And I said, no, they don't. And then they get the documents, they get the citations. You know what I said? That is a fraudulent document. What you just read there was fraudulent. And of course, there has to be fraudulent documents because they have to substantiate the globe. Because no military man does that action. You watched him in a battlefield, they're not doing the maths before they fire a weapon. Get out of here. They would have lost the war.
I think what they're essentially doing... sorry, Chin. Continue.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just throwing a throwaway comment. But what they're essentially doing to us is they're gaslighting us, and they're dragging us into this false reality, where they're telling us something that doesn't exist, and we're getting sucked into it. We're getting sucked into it, and the math
talk.
The math isn't reflective of the reality. And it takes an hour and a half, nearly 2 hours to for everybody to become clear that this isn't an ideal situation. This is without wind resistance. This is just gravity only without the weight of the bullet. This is just effectively gaslighting us.
Exactly. That's what they do when they come in. And then the other guy that was a nihilist, you can't know anything again. And another one of those comes in just to mix it up a bit, don't they? Yeah? Because they know we're doing such a great job of telling the truth, and it's impacting, it's compelling, damning, revealing. They're losing. This is what they have to do. They have to resort to those tactics. That's all they got left.
Yeah. Roots helped me to get a better picture. Are you here, 20 Cubs? Are you here, Matrix? That is what angers me. Bro. They are trying to shatter your confidence. Okay, that you have to be a rocket scientist to understand what they are saying. That is exactly what I'm saying, 20 Cup. You don't need the study which I had. That's why I said I didn't see through the deception, and my study didn't protect me from the deception. And I needed you guys to see the truth. So that is exactly, they are trying to shatter your confidence and convince you that you are not you are not in the position. They even very often say it. Are you a scientist? When do you think that the scientists are wrong and you are right? They even say it, don't they? Don't they?
That's why we ask them, what field of science deals with shapes?
I like that. Exactly. I like that.
Yeah, I just say to them that it's not a requirement to have any documentation to know whether or not the Earth is curving or not. And I reserve that right. I have the right to check everything that I'm being told. And I asked the Globe, don't I have that right? Oh, I do, don't I? Right. Thank you very much, then. Sit down, then. Pay attention. Yeah, you don't have any rights to ask any questions.
Yeah, that's what they are trying to gaslight you into. Or sorry for my poor English. Sorry for my poor.
Nah, you're doing all right, man. You're doing all right. We understand what you're saying. It's just annoying that you say the gaslight.
See the image posted.
Who is talking to me? Who said if I see the images?
20 Cups says have a look in the side chat.
20 Cups. Yeah.
Did I cut out?
Yeah. I call myself 40.
So what's that at the bottom there?
20 cup. This is the same image. The other one was concave. This one is convex. 20 cup. Just for information. I mean, when we studied, we reached a level where we didn't use equations to calculate the area or a lot of things. We reached to a level that we started to calculate, for example, velocity or acceleration or the area of a diagram, which gave us, for example, the weight or the power of impact. So we started to just draw a diagram according to the data which we had, and from the diagrams we just calculated the area. For example, when we had a diagram, if I'm not wrong, if I remember, according to the equation of the speed, the area would mean the acceleration. And it goes always higher, because because speed is the distance divided by time, and acceleration is the distance divided by time square. It always goes higher into derivation, integration, and things that you cannot imagine. 20 cup. We even had reached a level where we had to study something called either virtual numbers or unreal numbers. So if we encountered the problem which proved itself to be unsolvable, what I'm trying to say, that you cannot solve it with normal math and physics.
Yeah, you're talking about.
I don't know if you know it. Maybe you can describe it. We had a system. We learned a system which is called unreal numbers. We create numbers specific for the specific problem, and we solve the problem, and then we throw the numbers away. I forgot this shit.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we talk about complex numbers. Yeah, we were dealing with the imaginary idea, right? Sort of like in a parallel dimension, if you will. This notion of the square root of -1 actually being something, and you operate under that assumption. You work within that set of dimensions, and then you basically scrap away, that imaginary part when you don't need it anymore. You just needed it to traverse that space, and then you come back to quote unquote reality, and you grab that real number and you work with that. Yeah.
Hopefully this shows you that I'm not lying about my study.
Oh no, I hear you, man.
So what's this diagram you posted?
Okay, so check this out, right? So the work that Icefish was trying to work out, right? That entire math equation, right? I kind of just framed it a little bit just so it's more palatable, right, and easier digestible. And take that red line, right? The line in the middle where it's 0. That's the gun. That's the height of the gun, right? And you shoot it off to the right. Okay. That red line is the trajectory of the bullet over time.
Right. Yeah. What's the black line?
So the black line in the middle is basically the starting point, and so the horizontal line is the ground.
Okay.
So what this tells you is that I mean, it's an ideal, right? Of course, but even if you don't go that far, you could map this over a sphere anyway. But even on such a short distance, whatever, his simple model that he was, spinning us all around in circles over was basically this, right? And what this tells us is that after 4 or 5 seconds, that thing should have hit the ground. That went on for 6 minutes. So all this to say that this simple model is not sufficient for what he was trying to talk about, because we have the real world experience whereby things were suspended or traveling in air over whatever distance for 6 whole minutes. And this thing doesn't account for that and for all the necessary variables to describe that. So it was a total waste of time. And this took me 30 seconds to throw together. So the guy's a fucking idiot, or he's an asshole, or both. Is my point.
What was his argument, like, in support of gravity or orbit, or what was he on about?
He was basically trying to argue that because that railgun goes out 200 miles or whatever, it had to have been going out and falling according to, like, the downward vector, but that trajectory in being subject to that downward vector would make it kind of hug the surface of the Earth, in such a way where it would just wrap around, following the curvature so perfectly that it would end up hitting the target 200 miles away.
Oh, okay.
That was his entire argument. You know what I mean? So he was trying to put forth this idea that this equation would actually describe that. Right? But these boats, right, these railguns, they're not too high off the ground, maybe, a couple stories up, however big these buildings are, just put 50 feet, whatever, it doesn't really matter. It wasn't sufficient at all.
Sounds ridiculous.
This is what I was going to try and get. And this is what I was going to try and get him to eventually, but we didn't have time for that. It's all good.
They're going to leave before you can ever draw a conclusion.
Yeah, he did here's my math, and ran through.
I mean, y'all do mute people a lot too, so it kind of stops the conversation.
Oh no, muting's just getting bad.
Were you here for the conversation?
No, I'm just saying.
I don't think he was you? Yeah, I don't think he was. No.
Y'all know me.
We really wouldn't have to mute people so often if folks had more self-control. They knew how to shut up and listen and reply, not just hearing so they can respond, but reply to what they have listened to. We wouldn't have to mute people so often. It's a self-control problem, and it's not on us.
I mean, Squarefoot, you sound confident. I don't know if you want to pick this conversation up.
What conversation?
We were talking about the railgun, and we were talking about how it can shoot up to 100 miles line of sight. What's your explanation for that?
Line of sight. No, it can hit targets from 100, 200 miles away. That's not line of sight.
It is. It doesn't have to be in your vision as a human being.
Okay.
It's still considered line of sight if there's no obstruction between the target and the place you're shooting from. That's considered line of sight. So you're wrong about that already, but what's without getting into the semantical side of things, you are. Yeah. Why don't you Google what line of sight truly means? But anyway, what's your explanation for that?
For what? That we have military capabilities that are extreme? I don't know. We have a lot of money
firing.
That shit, man.
We're firing ballistics, so bullets and shells that don't have propulsion.
You ever heard about the rods from God? Speaking about military, I want to talk about military.
Are you changing the subject?
Weapons and shit. No, I mean, it relates. Have you heard of rods from God?
Are you talking about the things that drop directly down?
Military experiment /
Those are dropped.
From where?
Do you think that we have any issues with high altitude aircraft?
Where are they dropped
we have
from?
No problem with being able to go up.
The top of the dome or from orbit?
No one's claiming a dome.
Space. That's interesting. Yeah. Okay.
You can go up. Nobody's saying you can't.
Hey, Squarefoot, listening to respond.
Big boy could go up? Oh, hell yeah. Okay.
What are you even trying to say?
Look, how do you come for the Earth being flat? You don't believe in space, right? You don't believe we went to the moon. You don't believe Any of that shit?
You're
right?
taking everything way out of context. You're creating a straw man. Nobody says you can't go up. We're saying the official narrative for elite outer space is false. What part of that don't you understand?
Listen, what part of this don't you understand, bro? Just look up the rods from God, man. Tell me why the military, if they're so like, they don't believe in space either. There's astronauts. They don't believe in space. We don't believe in space. Okay, dog.
Annoyed.
You're annoyed. I'm annoying.
Yeah, you are a bit annoying. So let's get back on track. So we're shooting line of sight for up to 100 miles. So what's your explanation for that?
Are you saying the gun's line of sight is 100 miles? Then I would say you're wrong. If you're saying that we have the capabilities to target something 100, 200, 300 miles away, I would say you're right. But that's not the same thing. Also,
so what's your explanation for being out?
And figure out how they get those coordinates. Yeah, it's based on a globe model. Yeah, it's based on the curvature.
No, listen, dude, stop being so immature. Stop being so immature. I'm trying to engage with you here. I know you're trying to listen, Squarefoot. You need to calm down. Stop being a child, right? I'm trying to start a good conversation. You've asked and you've got involved in commenting in the end of the discussion here, so I'm shooting it over to you. Forget the term line of sight, which you clearly misunderstand. How are we hitting targets for 100 miles? Forget the coordinate system of how we identify the target. We're talking about the projectile traveling flat and level pretty much over a straight horizontal reference. How is that possible on a ball?
I love how you say pretty much. Right there, dude. Pretty much flat and level. Makes a big difference.
Yeah. It is pretty much flat and level, yeah.
So it is, but it's not flat and level. It's pretty much. Okay, I see. Gotcha. Well, I don't work in pretty much.
Because this isn't a soundbite conversation. This isn't a soundbite conversation. We've been through this for the last 2 hours. There are certain sensitivities. There's wind resistance. There's general weight, bullet drop. Okay,
Coriolis effect.
But when it comes to so you want to talk about Coriolis, because that was a different subject. I was actually asking about
You brought up the different things that affect the railgun.
This isn't going to work if you're going to keep talking through me. All right, I'm happy to let you have your say, but let me finish my sentence. So, do you want to talk about the curvature over long distance, or do you want to talk about the Coriolis effect?
Whatever you want to talk about, bud.
So I'm talking to you about the curvature at this point.
You're talking to me about a railgun at this point.
Yeah. So the railgun is shooting distances.
Mm-hmm.
You keep talking through me.
You keep talking.
I'm trying to get you on track into a good convo.
Great. Let's go.
I'm not playing a game. I don't want to, get a soundbite. I don't record soundbite clips. All I care about is what's your thoughts. Sure. Okay. But what's your explanation for how we're hitting targets 100 miles in the distance?
What do you mean? You don't understand targeting systems? You don't understand drop over distance?
Do you?
You don't understand. What do you not understand?
All right. Maybe I don't understand how a targeting system is accounting for the projectile's path and orientation of travel. So why don't you start there? How does the coordinate system?
So you don't understand it. That's the fundamental thing I'm getting. Okay, that's fair. So we can start from that point. I do understand it,
but I don't think you do.
Have a So explain it to me. You just said you understand it. Please explain how it's happening.
Yeah. So the targeting system, whether you're using a laser or GPS, is just you basically finding your destination.
Now, be specific.
Finding your destination.
Whether, not pretty much.
No, whether you're using lasers or GPS, it doesn't even matter whether you need.
What does the railgun use?
So the railgun, you can use GPS. You can use GPS.
I mean, you can use. What does it use? What does this railgun use? What do you mean you can? Pretty much, whether or not. I don't know.
What do you mean? What does the railgun? The railgun doesn't have the target. Listen, the targeting system is separate from the projectile travel. So I'm not talking about identifying a target. Don't worry about the targeting system at this point. That's not the conversation.
Worry about that.
I'm trying to get you to realize that the targeting system is separate from the actual flight of the projectile. Do you understand that? And the projectile doesn't have a targeting system. A bullet doesn't have a targeting system. Are you aware of that?
Well,
right. Great.
You're right.
That's
Technically, I guess at a fundamental level, a bullet in and of itself does typically not have a targeting system, but you're not really focused on the bullet, right? You're focused on the gun itself. So the gun itself, just like any other gun, typically does have a targeting system, whether it's iron sight, ACOG, dude, what are you even talking about here? I asked you for specifics.
So I'm trying to get you focused. I am so clear. I'm so clear. We're not talking about identifying a target.
How does the railgun target? And you go, well, it can do it or this or that.
Yeah, we don't need that. Right. So I need to get you focused. After the target's been acquired, okay, this railgun is firing without any obstruction between it and the target. Okay, so when it comes to the actual flight of the projectile now, we're not talking about the targeting system, we're talking about the actual travel of the bullet, the orientation of the bullet. There is no propulsion on a bullet or on a ballistic bomb or whatever that's coming from the railgun. So my point is that the actual travel itself, how is that being? How are you accounting for the curvature to hit a target at 100 miles or 60 miles or whatever? How is the curvature of the Earth being taken into account, and how is the bullet getting around that curvature? Over to you, Square Foot.
Square Foot.
Why have you gone quiet now?
Square Foot.
I don't know when you. I'm not staring at the Discord screen for when you unmute me. So, that's just not how conversation works. By the way, in real life, you can't mute somebody. So, I was muted. I saw that I was muted. So get the fuck out of here. That's why I looked away from the screen. In fact, I went to go do some research on you.
Yeah, sorry, dude. Watch your attitude. Okay, watch your fucking attitude. Go ahead, Matrix.
No, I was just wondering where he was because Roots had said his piece, and even over to you, and that's a pretty solid indication that it's someone else's turn. And he just sat there acting dumb. And it's like, hang on a minute, when it's not your turn to talk, you want to yap away the whole time, and now you get the golden opportunity. The floor is handed to you. Here's the floor. Here's the mic.
Silence.
And you're broken.
So Square Foot, let's try again. Let's try again, Square Foot. We just want to have a good conversation with you. How is the actual bullet itself, once the target's been acquired, getting around the ball, around the curvature? Couldn't be any clearer, that question.
What? What'd you say?
How is the bullet getting around the curvature after the target's been acquired?
Well, which railgun are you talking about specifically?
Just in general.
But there's 7 different railguns that we have access to currently. See, while you guys were yapping about my attitude and shit, I was doing research and reading. So let's just go with specifics and facts. I have it pulled up, and you tell me what you know, quote unquote. Go ahead, do it.
How about
which railgun are you talking about?
How about you post one up in the side chat? We'll discuss that one.
Retarded, bro.
How about instead of being a big man,
a hero in here, Jesus,
Square Foot? How about you stop being a fucking tard? Right. How about, big man, you post up one of the 7 railguns in side chat, and we'll discuss that. Post it up, then we'll discuss it.
Man, yeah, on this piece.
Post one of them. Post one of your railguns. Post one of your railguns, Square Foot. Which one would you like to discuss?
Railguns, multi-turn railguns that reduce rail
Which one?
and brush current by a factor equal to the number of turns.
Pick one. Pick one. Dude, you on drugs?
Are you hammered or something?
I'm not doing your fucking work for you. Go ahead and Google it. I'm Googling it right now. You can do it
Let's
just
face
as well
it.
as I can.
Let's face it. We've been in this game for a while. We know when somebody doesn't have an answer. We know that you're lost in this discussion already. The fact that you were focusing on targeting and coordinate systems shows that you didn't want to discuss the travel.
It's so funny because
the path of travel of the bullet.
You could Google it yourself, but you're just like, I'd rather talk out of my ass, mate.
Yeah, we have Googled it. Yeah, we have Googled it, Squarefoot. We have Googled it. And guess what? The bullet is traveling in a straight line. Because of the velocity of the bullet, the gravity is negligible. So guess what? Line of sight, railguns are hitting targets up to 100 miles over a flat surface. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I love that phrase. Welcome to Flat Earth. Proved you wrong, didn't I, mate? I fucking swear, dude.
So I guess you don't have
hero
any
complex is so crazy.
You don't have anything, do you?
You know there can only be one Neo, though. So one of y'all
this
has
is what happens, Squarefoot.
Above.
This is what happens when you chime into Squarefoot. This is what happens when you chime into conversations that you've not been a part of and you don't have any knowledge of. You sit there obfuscating. Well, which railgun are we talking about? And but do you know how a coordinate targeting system works? Yeah, that's great, but you don't know how to address the question because as a glober, you can't answer this question. Because if you knew the argument, you'd know that the gravity is negligible, the velocity is so fast, the speed is going to be so fast, and that the bullet travels in a straight line. So this is a globe killer, but you have to make fun of this because you can't address it. Go ahead.
It's a globe killer. What a cringe thing to say, dude. Jesus. It's a globe killer.
I feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for you. You've got nothing. You've got nothing.
I was
continue to obfuscate and blabber, but I think I'm done. That's it. You're done. So does anybody else want to discuss?
For mine, the golden opportunity is given again.
Well, maybe he's got something else.
Well, thank you, my lords of Flat Earth. Well, let's get into the specifics of railguns, tell me. So you want to know why?
Lay off the drink.
No, thank you. Yeah, fuck. Go sober up, dude. Fucking scumbag.
Hey, 20, you see all that horrible shit that I sent you?
No. Oh, I'll check now. Thank you. Where's it from?
Yeah. That's from DeepSeek.
Okay.
But what was really interesting was the 7 pages of writing prior to that. You know how when you put it in deep think mode and it's thinking everything out? Just page after page after page, and it took nearly 5 minutes for it to cough it up.
Holy shit.
So, yeah, very impressive. But when you have a look at the answer, to hit a target that's 200 mile away, there's going to be a, 630-something mile drop? In other words, it can't hit the target.
Yeah, it's along the lines of what's his face was putting out.
But it even states clearly in its calculations that it's assuming 0 muzzle velocity when it's calculating its drop. Whereas when you've got moving forward, you're not moving down. The faster you move forward, the less down you've got.
You know, one thing that we might want to put into this, if we're going to investigate any further, is the projectile height. So the height from which it's sent out.
Yeah.
In my last little thingamajig here, I just put 50, right? 50 feet or 50. I think it's in meters. Things
That's what I did earlier. Just
meters.
50 foot. Yeah.
In this?
When I did the... No, not in this. When I did the Earth curve calculator, I just assumed roughly 50 foot. I did it at 100, and I thought, 100 foot, 50 foot. It's off.
That would give you how much drop over distance, right?
Yes, because that's what I wanted to compare.
Right.
I wanted his parabolic arc telling me it's going to hit the ground at, I don't know, just give a distance 100 miles. I'll just pick a random number. And then I was comparing that to the Earth curve calculator. So if his arc was well beyond the Earth curve calculator, I was going to say, sorry, bro, you're shooting high. You might want to aim down a little bit. Or if it didn't even make it at all, it didn't matter what he was going to do. He could shoot the thing up well high. And as we saw, given the
Aren't
numbers...
you a fucking flatter? Oh, shit, wrong channel. Oops.
So, well, see, that's the funny part, right? So in my last calculation there, the little red upside down parabola there, that tells us that after between 3 and 4 seconds, the thing would have hit the ground. Right? So if that thing is traveling at however many meters per second, 6,000 or something?
Feet per second, when it launches, muzzle is 8,000 something.
You're all fucking clouds. The world is round and you're fucking crazy. Lunatic.
Right.
Go away, child.
Calm your tits. So this says after 3 to 4 seconds, so let's say 4, multiply that by what the speed was?
Was it 8,600 feet? Something like that.
Okay. So multiply that by 4. So let's say 36,000 something. 36,000 feet. So what is that? 6 or 7 miles? The thing would have hit the ground after 3 or 4 seconds.
See, when it does its gravity calculation, it doesn't take into consideration the fact that it's moving forward. It just takes in a straight direct drop, as if you've held something, let it go, and it goes, right, 9.8 meters per second squared, downwards.
Yeah.
The time frame you've given me is 3 minutes or 6 minutes. How far would it have gone in 6 minutes? Therefore, this is what the bullet drop would be at that.
Yeah.
But it's not, because there's already energy in the system. Until that energy depletes.
Kind of. Not exactly. I mean, there's a lot more to it. I think there's more aerodynamic.
I'm trying to simplify it without making it too...
Yeah, but like, for example, right, like this calculation, right, it's simple enough that it's pretty much akin to, like, let's say I rolled a ball off the table, right? I pushed the ball, it rolled off the table and flew off and then fell down, right? If I just picked up another ball and let it go from the same height right next to it as the other one was leaving the surface of the table and then falling down, right? They would both hit the ground at the same time, but one would also be going sideways. See what I mean? So that 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration downward is supposed to illustrate or elucidate, that downward is just a constant, right? No matter if you're going sideways, perfectly sideways, or not, right? Paula? No, I think I cut out. Oh, no,
you're there. You're good.
No, you're good.
Right. So that's that. So in simple terms, in simple contexts, that's a fairly rough model, or a fairly accurate model. But in the context like this, with bullets and all that, with all their aerodynamics and shit like that, air resistance, whatnot, not enough.
My issue with it is, we know that thing can hit a target at 200 clicks. But yet the mathematics is saying no freaking way.
Exactly. But that's why this bit's not sufficient.
Me the math is wrong.
Either the math is wrong or it's just not applicable here because it's too simple.
Yes.
Right. If you take if you took a sniper, right, traditional sniper, and you shot it perfectly horizontal, after about from 50 meters up in the air, after about 3 or 4 or 5 seconds, it would probably hit the ground.
You got to remember, and this is where the whole point of this, because of the speeds of the projectile, there is no drop.
Right.
That's the issue. We're calculating for a drop that's not happening because this thing is so that fast that it just basically bypasses it.
Yeah, it's
that
got
point
like some
was made really early.
Yeah, it's got some aerodynamic aspect to it. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that point was made really early on, and that's why I was like getting a bit frustrated going into the math. But I understand why you did 20 cups. You had an agenda to prove that one, he was doing the wrong, pointless calculations that didn't even relate. But even though he can do those calculations, that's still wrong in terms of the way he was doing the math. So I get that. But it enabled him to gaslight or even more. Do you know what I mean? Because he's doing the math thinking we're buying into it when we made it very clear from the beginning that you wouldn't have this gravity would be considered negligible.
He didn't see that. From his mindset. You guys allowed me to go into the maths because I was right.
Well,
yeah, so he got stuck into that. Yeah.
That's fine. Yeah, he's allowed to think that. I mean, how many times have we walked through people's thought processes in here? All the while they're thinking they were right because they're able to talk their book, and then they kind of fumble and then they leave earlier on. They think they're right still. Like, okay, big deal. They're not. They didn't show it. And neither did this guy. I mean, the more I get the frustration, especially because we spent a lot of time with him. For sure. And that happens often, too. But hey, what can you do? At least this one was a good exercise.
I'll tell you what to do, mate. When he goes, no, you go, yeah.
No, you're right though, 20 cups. It was a good conversation and it was great for the live stream,
I'm sure when he comes back, he's probably going to forget. But if he doesn't, we have the material. We can pick it up from there, if he wants. I'm ready for it. I don't know if he is, but it'd be good to see that come to.
The thing is, though, he will be ready for it, and he'll just come back and just do a hard reset, and it'll just be back to where you started at. So the last 2-3 hours, however long you drove him for, he's just that's just going to be just put to the side.
Yeah, right. Well, it might branch off into something new. Now that could be cool because then all this other stuff that we're talking about that is actually important might actually manifest. But I can show him this graph that I put together. And show him that his thing is insufficient to describe what's going on here. I'm using his math. I tweaked it a little bit just to paint a better picture, a better visual. Yeah, but his math, his model, just rearranged for presentation, it's not sufficient. But he was convinced it is. He just saw the big drop number, right?
Yeah. Yes.
He didn't account for where that drop, at what point over time would it maybe or maybe not intersect with the ground.
Right.
But he knows, according to these tests, that they are successful. They are hitting the target. They're not going into the water. But he's overlooking the possibility that his math, the thing might go into the water before it, quote unquote, wraps around the curvature at the quote unquote ideal rate that he thinks it is. Right? He doesn't see it in that math. He just sees the big drop number and thinks that it's taking a long path to make that drop. It doesn't. It takes 5 seconds.
Well, you did bring that up to him at the very, very end. Did he concede on that? Because I couldn't tell whether he was conceding when I think Jin said you made a good attempt and he said thank you. Did he concede at that point?
I don't think so.
No.
He was on the way out. He was on the way out when I tried to bring that up. He had to go. That's okay.
Well, that's where we pick up. That's where we pick up with him. Yeah.
Screen cap. And so I did.
It's good to see you've got the good handle on the math though. 20 cups. I didn't realise you were so sharp with the numbers. Hats off.
Oh, thank you, man. Thank you. Sharpened my blades over the summer. Took a calculus and a linear algebra course. It was great. Great puzzle solving. Now I can apply it. So I'm doing it here.
Holy shit.
Yeah, really good. Because we were really sort of cutting him off at the knees, and he was just getting a bit upset about that. So you stepped in and you were like, okay, let's do it your way. And it's nice, it's nice to have people like you around to be able to just do it and show them exactly where their floor is.
Yep.
Yeah, I try, man. I try.
It was the whole time, just when I first got in, I listened for a couple of minutes, and it was the aiming system allows you to see around the curve. The projectile flies in a straight line. And it's like, are you kidding me? You can see, and you've even said that the projectile is straight, but you're hung up on the aiming system having the ability to see round corners. But yet the projectile's still straight. So it's like, I was just absolutely mind blown that he couldn't put both of them together. It's like as if they're two totally separate things. On day 1, we look at things. And on day 6, we shoot things. We don't tie them together because flat earthers get upset. And it's like, I was just mind blown that he couldn't put both of them together. The targeting system and the projectile. Both in a straight line. That's how it works. And he did not want to take a knee to that. Like, I don't know how much you'd been trying to drum it into him, but I was just mind blown.
Yeah, it took about an hour to prise him away from that targeting system argument. But it seems to be the thinking of a lot of the Globers, because like the last guy, that was the first go-to he went to. But the targeting system. So it's got to be a way in, the way they're thinking.
Yeah, I just thought it was crazy. It's like the targeting system, and he said again, and it's like, okay, we heard you the first 15 times, the targeting system. So freaking what? What about the bullet? The one that needs to go around the curvature by 2,500 feet. Where's this happening? And then when we let the AI do the math, it actually won't even make it that far.
It's funny, we had to use the railgun because apparently before the railgun conversation, no, not apparently, but before the railgun conversation, it was all refraction.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so we moved from observations to lasers, and then we moved from lasers to the railgun. But I'm glad we did, because it kind of it stopped him from just parenting refraction constantly.
Oh, so it was the same guy, just squawking refraction.
Yeah, everything. Literally, he was stereotypical. That's refraction. Everything's refraction.
Wow. Does he even know what refraction is?
No. He was accounting, as normal Matrix, they were accounting turbulence, they were accounting everything to refraction.
Oh. Wow. I'm glad I didn't come in early. I want to start twitching.
Yeah, you'd have shut him down earlier. Yeah.
Oh, man. Look, I've got no problem with newbies coming in. You show them a picture. Oh, that has to be refraction. Because they're complete newbies and they've never looked anything up. And it's like, okay, dude, what's refraction? I don't know. I just sort of said it because it sounded cool. It's like, we know. But when you get these other clowns that come in and they think that refraction is some kind of get out of jail free card, it's like, okay, how about I'll give you, I'll be fair dinkum, I'll give you 10%, only because this physicist says so. No, but if you jump on Bislin's scale and you crank the refraction right up, okay, so when I walk outside, I can just go, here's the meter. I'm going to slide it right down just so I can take a photograph of 2 freaking oil rigs. And when I'm finished, I'm going to put it back up. We live in a simulation. Everything can just be modified to suit. Fucking clowns. Get your head out of the jar.
It's part of the Holy Trinity. Refraction, gravity, and relativity. The Holy Trinity of the globe.
Oh, wow. Crazy.
Anyways, is the party over? Do we have anybody else? I've been enjoying it this morning. Welcome to anyone who joined in the last 5-10 minutes. Welcome to speak up.
Yeah, Fruits. I've been enjoying it too. I mean, this guy evaded the question or the fact that the projectile has no propulsion. At the beginning, he meant that through propulsion, the path will be corrected. And then, no, I didn't say that.
100%. Yeah. He genuinely did think that he was talking about the propulsion argument. And then when he realized, okay, we're dealing with actual bullets here with no propulsion,
yeah,
no coordinate system, no computer, he had to adapt. And that's why it turned into a shit show, because he was all over the place for a good hour. That's why everybody wanted a piece of him.
Yeah, that's right. Everyone wanted a piece from him.
I have a question about the railgun.
Easy prey. Yeah.
Go for it.
This guy, yeah.
Go ahead, mate.
Are you saying that they're using a line of sight targeting system for the railgun at 100 miles?
We're saying the bullet flies flat and level for 100 miles.
Yeah. There seems to be contention. So there seems to be contention with this line of sight thing, and I've googled this and I've got the definition of line of sight.
Roots, may I? Look, we don't know if the Earth was flat. We don't know if you would not be able to see. So when they claim that you cannot see the target at 300 miles distance, that is based on the assumption that the Earth is curved. So for them to make this assumption, why should we give them the pass? They should first prove the curvature, then we can say geometrically it's impossible. Sorry for interrupting you, but you can disagree with me, Roots. I'm just saying, why should we give them the pass?
Have you seen the angle of the railgun that's shooting 100 miles?
Have you proven the curvature?
Because they're not using line of sight targeting, they're using computers these days.
No, they're not. Okay, this is the contention. They're not using line of sight targeting. We're not talking about, this is another person who's focused on the targeting. Once the target has been acquired, then we're talking about the actual trajectory, orientation of the bullet.
Yeah, you have to account for the angle of the railgun. Is it aiming upwards? Or is it aiming completely horizontal?
It's almost horizontal. So the maximum you'll get is 4%. 4 degrees, sorry. 4 degrees.
No, 4 degrees is quite high.
No,
especially for the speed of the railgun. So that's going to be more than enough to get to the target.
No, it's not. We've been through the math. We've been through this already.
You have to argue with the targeting computer systems that are calculating
at that speed. Listen. At that speed, it's called hypervelocity. At that speed, you're not dealing with the normal drop rate.
That's true.
You're not dealing with that at all. You're dealing with something that hits the target within a few seconds. So gravity isn't something to be taken account when you're dealing with hypervelocity.
But gravity is always accounted in the calculations of these trajectories.
Right, but in reality, you're firing and the bullet is traveling in a straight line.
It's not a straight line. Every bullet drops eventually. It might have a lift, but it's not going to be a straight line. That's impossible. There is no straight line in any trajectories ever.
Yeah, there's a slight amount, but it's just the natural physics of ballistics, right? We're talking about a drop rate at 100 miles now of 60 miles was what, 2,400 feet. So at 100 miles, we're dealing with a drop rate of, it's not exponential, it's parabolic. So I'll get you the drop rate, but the drop rate doesn't match anything near the 4% that you're discussing, that you're highlighting. Let me tell you exactly how much drop there should be at 100 miles. So you're dealing with a drop of 6,669 feet at 100 miles. And you don't get that drop rate at that speed. So again, how is the bullet getting around that 6,000 feet of curvature? Because the bullet doesn't have navigation, doesn't have propulsion.
Doesn't need it.
Yeah, so explain, how's the bullet getting around the 6,600 feet of curve?
Okay, so the bullet has its own very specific parabolic arc that it follows. We all agree with this. The Earth has got its alleged own curvature. These two rates don't match.
Where is the railgun that, well, you're probably referring to an actual shot that you can reference, right? Where did they shoot it?
We're asking a general question.
No, you have to point to the actual firing of this gun at this particular location, so that you can see the geography, everything.
Scroll up inside chat. One of them they actually mounted on a ship to go and test it out at sea, as to not hurt anyone. From what I've seen of the videos, the biggest issues with these things are the rails warp due to the energy getting pushed through them. And it takes quite a lot of power, electrical power, to run these things.
How high was the target?
Go and watch a video.
He doesn't know.
So yeah, unless you're actually accounting for this, unless you're actually accounting for the curvature, you can't say gravity, because at this speed and velocity, there isn't enough gravity for the amount of drop you would expect. So when I say line of sight, I mean without obstruction. Now, at 6,000 feet of drop, you've got 6,000 feet of obstruction. So that would make it non-line of sight. So now you're going to have to deal with some sort of propulsion. And that's what's meant by line of sight. Not your physical eyesight, but being able to hit the target without that propulsion or reorientation of the projectile.
Yikes.
It's not possible on a globe. What happened? Did he leave?
No, I'm here. I'm just watching the video. Well, that's a pretty high angle for the railgun, don't you think? That's going to get around the curvature easily. It's also... How high is that? It's like...
We're not denying there's a parabolic arc of the projectile. Okay? Again, we are not denying that there's a parabolic arc to the projectile. The issue is the arc to the projectile doesn't match the same curvature rate of the Earth, alleged. If they did, I'd say, you got me by the balls, they match up, you're going to hit your target. One of them, all but flat. The other one, 8 inches per mile squared. You see? That's the problem.
I don't see the problem.
That this thing drops at the exact same rate at the curve of the Earth is given.
Is it
I'm not saying that. I never said that either, by the way.
Do you think there wouldn't be a parabolic arc on a flat Earth to the projectile? Is that what it is?
No, because no, of course not, because you guys have called gravity down, and down is going to create a parabolic arc anyways. It's always going to drop. There's always a bullet drop.
We guys call gravity down. No, we don't.
Yeah, that's what you said yesterday. It's down. Like, what makes things fall down?
You're the ones that claim gravity down.
That was the claim that I was told by you guys yesterday. That I asked, what is causing?
No, don't straw man me with your fuckwittery.
You claimed that yesterday. I was here.
Yeah. You can literally go
I'm yet to hear,
and check.
Philandrous, I'm yet to hear a flat earther claim downward gravity, you clown shoes.
It's literally on the stream yesterday.
It's literally bullshit.
Yeah, prove me wrong. But you...
Prove me wrong. Prove yourself right. You're making the claim. Fuck off and go and get it.
No, but anyways.
It sounds like to me you're making an excuse to deliberately jump to another subject matter in order to get around this railgun thing.
No, because gravity is obviously part of this whole equation, so you can stop pretending like it's
gravity. What's gravity? You don't even know what gravity is.
I didn't answer. You just answered for me.
In the math, it's just weight. That's all that's being taken into account.
Let me guess. In the formula roots, he's going to put in 9.8 meters per second squared.
Right, it's just weight.
Yeah.
It's an attraction force, which causes a vector.
That's not the math. It's not Einsteinian math. It's just weight.
It's how you do projectile calculations. You iterate on the vector that points downwards towards the Earth over time, and it accumulates a parabolic arc.
But what you're calling gravity, like it's some big mystical thing that they're taking into account, in reality, in the math, it's just the weight. And that is reduced. That's reduced. Yeah, but that's reduced massively due to the velocity. And at this speed, but the rate is a lot slower.
Depends if there's aerodynamic lift. Yes, because there's an atmosphere.
You don't have enough weight or gravity in this scenario to account for 6,600 feet of curvature. So how are we hitting the target? Pretty much line of sight, without any counting for that, without any propulsion or technology on the bullet.
Well, the devil's in the. You said almost line of sight. That's the problem. That's where the point is. Because
it is considered a line of sight instrument. It is considered a line of sight.
No, they don't use line of sight for 100-mile projectiles. People who work in the military can tell you that that's never happening. Not these days.
So the military don't use lasers that go 150 mile? No?
Lasers can be refracted in the atmosphere.
No, lasers can be refracted. How much refraction? Philandrous, you've just said the magic word. Enter, not nice person. Now, you clown shoes keep coming in here and going refraction like it's some kind of get out of jail free card. You do realise that over a 42-mile distance, your refraction is about 37 inches.
It depends on the temperature. That changes the refraction.
It depends on a lot of things. They calculated it out. This is the military, mind you. They calculated it out with a tri-band laser that there was going to be multiple feet, like 30, 40 feet out. They were out by 36 inches, 37 inches. That was it.
So?
Over 42 miles. So, get your refraction and throw it in the bin, because it doesn't mean 5/8 a sweet diddly.
We don't throw shit out.
Wait, you guys talking about laser tests now, or Roots, or are you still on the railgun thing?
No, we're on railguns, and we're purposely on railguns because these guys shout refraction for everything.
Oh, okay, the projectiles.
And he's already shouted it.
The projectiles refract, do they?
No, I didn't say that. That's what you guys said.
Oh, okay. So that's so this is a red herring then. It's like it's not relevant.
Yep.
No, I was talking about the line of sight. So
he's got a problem with the term. You've got a problem with the term line of sight, but you've got a misconception of line of sight. You don't have to have the visibility from your eye to the target for a gun to be considered line of sight. It just has to be without an obstruction. Now, if that gun or weapon is powerful enough to go to 100 miles, like a railgun, it's still considered a line of sight gun. This is what you Globers keep getting confused with.
Just give me 1 second. I'll find the right word. It's not called line of sight.
Yeah, I'd Google it if I was you. And then we can get past that and get to the actual argument, which is, how are we accounting for 6,600 feet of curvature? Because gravity doesn't cut it.
Yeah, right. So the word was very simple. It's called line of projectile. That's what they're actually calculating, obviously, the trajectory. Doesn't matter if you can't see it because they're calculating the line of the projectile, which is curved. Doesn't matter if the earth was flat, it would still be curved.
So no obstruction then, the line of projectile, no obstruction between the line, in that line of projectile, in the line of sight of that projectile. That's what we mean.
Well, no, it's because the target isn't in line of sight, but it's in the line of the projectile because you can curve the projectile to hit it.
But the railgun doesn't curve. That's the problem.
Yeah, how's it getting around 6,000 feet of drop?
Well, you just kind of have to look at the targeting system math, which is also available.
We're not talking about the target system. Hello, McFly? We're talking about the bullets. We don't care about the targeting system. Okay, let's give you the target. You've got it dead to rights. Pull the trigger. Now we're talking about the bullet. Bullet is flat. Hits the target. It's supposed to be dropping 6,000 feet. Not doing that. Why are you so stupid and deaf?
No, Why does that make you so angry?
I'm not angry. I'm disappointed.
You're shouting
with your brain capacity.
Experiencing cognitive dissonance, and it's causing him distress.
Yeah, it's stressing out, dude.
You're the third glober. You're the third glober we've had in the last hour or two who's getting all caught up in the targeting system and not really focusing on the actual trajectory orientation of the bullet.
Do you know why everybody is not focusing on the trajectory of the bullet, but the targeting system?
Because
they haven't got an explanation for it.
No, it's because you guys are misunderstanding what the targeting system is doing.
We don't care about the targeting system. You can claim anything you like. Valandris, listen carefully. You can claim anything you like about the targeting system, but at the end of your targeting, whether you use satellites, whether you ride Mary Poppins' umbrella, I don't care how you target it. At the end of it, once you've acquired your target, somebody has to pull the trigger. Once that trigger gets pulled, or in this case, a button gets depressed, then the bullet flies flat and level. The bullet is what we're discussing, not the targeting system.
Where the barrel is pointed.
We don't care.
But that's what matters.
The reason, Cooper, is because the bullet flies flat and level. It's dead straight.
It doesn't
That's
go
the
straight.
problem.
That is impossible. No bullet flies straight. Try.
The first part of its trajectory is dead straight. It's a parabolic function. It flies straight and then it curves.
Are we? I think most bullets experience some lift, don't they, when they first come out of the barrel?
Yes.
This thing is set at 3 to 4 degrees. That's it.
Yeah, that's pretty high.
Actually, no, it's not pretty high. 30 or 40 degrees would be pretty high.
For Mach 7, yeah, that's pretty high. It's perfectly logical why they're aiming at 4 degrees when it's Mach 7. Do you know how fast
Okay, so it's going up at 4 degrees at Mach 7.2, and it's going to curve down 2,500 feet.
How high do you think the projectile goes?
It's going to curve down 2,500 feet. That's what we need it to do at Mach 7.
Yeah, what do you think?
Don't ask what. It needs to, according to you, bend downwards 2,500 feet.
How high do you think the projectile is in the middle of the arc where it's the highest point?
This is your problem. You're pointing it up saying it's not very high at 4 degrees.
Because I would guess that
you have to get it. You have to get it to wrap around a ball 2,500 feet.
Yes, and if you think about how high the ball is going to go...
Well, if you think about how fast it's going...
Yeah, but it's going upwards.
Maybe if you just talk.
Yeah, but it's going really fast.
Yeah, it's going fast and up, and then it's going to go down.
It's going too fast.
So it's going to fly into space.
It's going too fast to have the curvature you require. You keep missing this bit.
No, because if it goes straight...
you keep missing the fact it is going too fast to have the curvature you require.
If you
require it to arc at a very specific rate. It is going too fast. As I claimed earlier, quite clearly, we agree that all projectiles have a parabolic arc that they follow. The problem is, the one that this projectile follows does not match the same curvature rate as the Earth, with its alleged numbers.
The fifth time.
You need it to.
No, but it does. You don't want to hear why.
We've been through the math. We've
already done the maths, mate. That's the problem. If you was here earlier listening...
I'm just going to say that the height of the projectile at its peak is going to explain why that works. Because it's going to go very high. It's not going to be 10 meters above the ground. It's going to be way higher than that. At 4 degrees.
Give it a number.
Well, I have to calculate it, right?
He calculates this and see what he gets. He's not going to be impressed with the numbers.
Let's do it. Yeah, do it. Like at the end of the day, I hope you're honest enough to admit when you're wrong. So if you do the math, you're going to find out that you're going to find out that there isn't enough arc for your arc claim, or you're going to do the math wrong and you're going to calculate this without any velocity. So go ahead. Let's walk us through what you're doing.
Yeah, first I have to calculate, so you have to give me a few.
I wonder if 20 Cups is still here. He'll probably enjoy this.
Yeah, he's still here. He'd be sitting in the background going, oh, here we bloody go again.
It's Railgun Day.
Railgun Day.
All right, so I have done the calculations, and if you shoot at Mach 7, which is the speed, and at angle 4, and we just guesstimate that the height of the gun is, say, 5 meters, then the maximum height of the trajectory is going to reach 1,500 meters up in the air.
And how far will this bullet go? What's the bullet drop?
According to this, it's going to be about 90 kilometers.
That's a little bit short of the one that I did.
Yeah, but it's a simple projectile. It doesn't have wings and shit like that in this equation.
Oh, so you're not allowing for gravity or anything? No drag, no nothing?
Yeah, if you have lift and stuff, that can assist it at going further, yeah.
Yeah, how's this? I ran it through AI earlier, and it said the bullet drop for a 200-mile target was going to be 637 kilometers.
Well, if the fucking clanker said so, Jesus Christ.
That's a crack up, eh? The answers that it give. The silly part is the AI, it's like you try to tell the AI that no, they are hitting the target square on, and AI just doesn't work that out.
But for example, now I did 4 degrees, right? But if the launch angle is 5 degrees, it goes from 1,500 meters of max height to 2,400 meters of max height. That's kind of illustrating my point of how far it goes. And then it's going to hit at 110 kilometers, right? So just like at 1 degree, it's going to shift it 20 kilometers further. That's how sensitive this is at this speed.
So you've made it to 100 kilometers.
Yeah. So if we do 6 degrees, then we are at almost 3,500 meters of height, and we are hitting...
We're not worried about how high it goes. We're worried about how far it goes. It's got to go 200 miles and hit a target.
I think you just don't understand how this is possible, mathematically speaking.
We're not talking about mathematically speaking. We're talking about reality. This is something you guys seem to not comprehend. You can do your maths all day long, mate. Everything works out on paper. Out in the real world...
Yeah, practically speaking, the bullet's pretty much traveling in a straight line, and you're supposed to be accounting for thousands of feet of drop.
It's 1,500 meters up in the air after just being
on
fired
paper.
Before it dropped.
In reality, it's fired flat. No more than 4 degrees. You need to go... Okay,
that's exactly what I wrote in the equation.
Valandris, keep tilting it up. Valandris, keep tilting it up for us, please. I want to know at what angle you have to shoot at to hit 200 miles.
Well, we can, for example... Well, I actually wanted to check out what the actual speed of the railgun is. Railgun meters per second.
Mach 7.2.
What do you think?
Yeah. So...
So you didn't even have the speed put in there to work this out.
You have to wait. So if you use an AI, if you aim it at 9 degrees, then I'm going to hit 200.
Kilometers or
it's
miles?
Going to end up 7 kilometers up in the air before it drops down.
We're talking miles, not kilometers.
Yeah, but you have to learn the metric system.
Yeah, I was born in the metric system. I converted over for all the US mates.
I'm not going to do it in miles.
200
I'm just
miles.
converting it. Yeah, know what 100 miles is.
So, what was the angle then?
100 miles, it's 160 kilometers, so the equation works out perfectly. It's shorter than what I'm doing right now, and I'm not
So
changing
do it at 321 kilometers, please. Fuck's sake.
You're so absolutely convinced that this is wrong, yeah? Even though the whole thing checks out.
Listen carefully. I don't give a fat flying fuck what your mathematics says. I go by what's happening in reality. Like I said before, everything works out on paper.
Is reality.
Mathematics is not reality.
Oh, no.
Pull your head in.
Oh, no.
But
Valandris, what number did you get?
Rhetoric language.
You can hit 300 kilometers with a 14-degree angle of the gun.
So you're 10 degrees higher than what it was shot at. Well done.
Yeah, but that's also way past their target. They're at 160 kilometers, not 300.
321 kilometers is 200 miles. That's what I asked for.
Stop being so angry. It's exhausting.
I'm not angry. I'm disappointed in stupidity.
Stop trying to gaslight with your faulty math. That math isn't reflective. No, dude, that math isn't.
And you're getting angry.
That math is not reflective. No, dude, no one's angry. No one's angry. But that math isn't reflective of reality. At the very best. At the very best, you get 4% angle, and with that speed and velocity, you don't get that amount of gravity. You don't have enough gravity to even do this calculate. In reality, they're firing at the bullet is traveling in a straight line. So this is the problem you have. The math is not reflective of what's happening with the railgun in reality.
Do you even know
That's why you're gaslighting? You're turning this into a mathematical equation, which is great. You're doing the math, but unfortunately, it doesn't check out with reality.
But when you're saying a straight line, you understand that straight line never bends, right? If you aim upwards,
oh wait! Google said straight line bends.
No, not a straight line, because a straight line is straight. It's literally in the word. It's not a curved line.
If I'm not wrong, Google was so embarrassing. It even described the straight line as a special case of a curve. It would have been not that embarrassing if they would have described the curve. They would have described the curve as a special case of a straight line. But I can Google it again, and I can post a screenshot from it.
If you're saying a straight line is a curve, you're talking about a special mathematical space. That's theoretical. That's something Euler talked about with rotation at infinity.
Excuse me, straight line is not a curve. A straight line is not a curve.
I know.
But Google says it's a curve. Curve, straight line is the same. They are just special cases. Look, this is the problem.
Lines.
This is the problem. Someone is bullshitting someone else. Google is bullshitting me and bullshitting you, okay?
No, you don't understand what
we will have to go in circles. When Google says, and when the Gemini AI from Google says straight line is a special case of a curve, then that's a bullshit. Okay? I will Google it again and show it to you.
It's completely like take a course in algebra or whatever, you'll learn that that's actually not incredibly weird at all. That the line that's straight is a same property.
Excuse me, didn't you understand, or are you heavy? Didn't you understand that I'm telling you that is stupid? That is stupid to say that a straight line is a special case of a curve.
Yeah,
when you say a curve, when you say a curve, then you are describing a line which manifests a drop or a bend. So it is not straight. So you cannot call it a straight line or a special case of straight line. When you say a straight line, then you are expressing the fact that there is no curve in the line.
Exactly.
Excuse me for my anger, but it is.
And of course, that's the thing. Like the railgun's projectile does not go in a straight line because then
there's bullet drop.
The sky.
Yeah, there's bullet drop. We know that. We know that. There's that. We know that. But the point is, we're not having to aim the angle as high as needed in order to account for the curvature and the weight of the bullet. Is it's not
the
sufficient.
Math completely checks out, so you have to argue against the targeting.
No, it doesn't.
Because they used the
high is needed.
I literally ended up on the same angle that they made with the gun to hit the target. What do you think they?
No, you did not.
By?
You claimed 14 degrees. The targeted gun went only to 4.
Because you are
10 degrees
you can have
too high. So you can claim everything you like. Yeah. You can talk through me and claim everything you like. You are 10 degrees too high.
Can't stand this.
You were the guy that said 1 degree is a massive difference. We're talking about 10 degrees. Yeah, well, you're missing 10 degrees because in reality, 4 degrees is where the orientation of the gun.
Yeah, but that's how
4 degrees
work, because when it reaches 45 degrees after that, it's going to get shorter because it's going to fall closer after 45 degrees. This is how parabolic curves work.
Hang on a minute. You told me earlier that going from one to the next one gives you an extra 20 kilometers further. Now you're saying it's shorter.
Going from 3 to 4.
Because this is how this is not weird at all. This is basic how the shallow angle is going to make.
What is weird is the fact that in reality, this thing is lifted to 4 degrees and it's shot. It hit its target at 200 miles.
You're assuming
your math is saying incorrect. If in reality it works and your mathematics say it doesn't work, that tells me that you fucked up with your maths.
No, I didn't fuck it up at all.
Well, you did, because in reality, 4 degrees lift, hit target 200 miles.
No,
don't say no, because that's what's happening. 4 degree lift.
Look into this.
4 degree lift, hit target. Yeah, gone. No earth curve.
Yeah, no earth curve.
Anyways, that was today's attempt. You guys are very stubborn.
Yeah, run away.
Yeah, but you're making shit up. You're debunking yourself.
You haven't.
4 degrees doesn't. 4 degrees doesn't account for the curvature.
What are you even basing anything on?
No. We just treat mathematics as what it is. It's a language. It's not reality.
Wow,
you guys seem to think math is reality.
You haven't discovered anything here. Everybody knows that.
You think you can do an equation and then you say, "Look, yeah, this is reality." No. That's not how the railgun is shot in reality.
What do you think that the guys who are aiming the gun are doing to make sure it hits the target? What do you think they're thinking about?
What they're going to have
sensitivity of the instrument.
How many beers they'll have that night? Who knows?
Air resistance. The weather.
Yeah, exactly. And the angle of the gun. Why do they aim it at the angle that they do? What do you think they're doing then? They're calculating, of course. You can try your own math and try and hit the target.
For the natural bullet drop at the end of the bullet's journey, but at the end of the day, they're not accounting for curvature with 4 degrees, are they? Not at that distance. You don't have enough.
Did you tell anybody who works on targeting systems?
Did you tell him the initial velocity of the projectile? Did you tell him the initial velocity?
You have to assume that you're lying about gravity in the equation.
No, ask him. You would be able to formulate it much better. Ask him what does it. Let him guess.
He knows.
Let him guess.
Yeah, he did say it earlier, I think. Do you know how fast these bullets are coming out of the railgun? Initially?
The initial velocity.
2,500 meters per second.
No.
Well, you can Google it. That's literally what they're shooting at. That's what they say.
Say it again.
2,500 meters per second.
2,500 meters per second?
Yeah.
Much higher.
2.5 kilometers per second.
2.5 kilometers. Wrong. Take a guess. It's higher.
Well, Mach 7 is 2,500.
He's in meters. Yeah, kilometers, 2.4, 7.2 Mach.
You gotta get your numbers straight.
That's called hypervelocity.
Okay.
That's called hypervelocity, and at hypervelocity,
Look at it in the chat
becomes
box.
negligible.
46.6 Mach.
So are you taking that into account with your gravity calculation, with your weight calculation? No, you're not.
It's higher than the escaping velocity. Gravity escaping velocity. Gravity escaping velocity is 11.5 kilometers per second. This one has 16 kilometers per second. You didn't expect that, right?
You know that 16 kilometers per second is 46.
Mach 46.6.
Yeah. You're so off. That's crazy, dude.
It's from Google. It's from Google AI Gemini.
Yeah, AI. Yeah, AI is the
Google. Yeah. When you use it, it's okay. When we use it, it's wrong.
No, I didn't say anything. You guys are just throwing opinions into
we are not freaking flat.
You're just saying blah 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 blah, and it's flat. It's flat. It has to be flat.
Okay, Philandris, go and have a meltdown elsewhere. Someone else wants to join in.
You have had a meltdown for an hour, man. You've been screaming at me for an hour.
Your mother is flat.
Right. Teeny wanted to ask something. Teeny, what question did you
She
have?
sounds like a troll. I don't know if she deserves the time.
How do I sound like a freaking troll? I'm so confused.
Anyways, you're going to ask a question. Teeny, you can ask your question.
Huh?
What's your question?
Your question now.
What's the question?
Your question that you were going to ask us. That other
I said, how is the Earth flat?
It's measured flat.
It's not flat, though.
It is measured flat. There's no measurable curvature. No measured drop over distance.
Nah, because when I traveled to Australia, I literally nearly fell off the Earth. It's not freaking flat.
Australia's pretty flat. I live here, I know.
Nah, I traveled all the way from Ireland to freaking Australia, and I freaking fell off the freaking Earth. It's not freaking flat.
So how'd you climb back up? Yeah, right. Now who's trolling, eh? I love it.
I'm not
Where's Crit? Where's Crit when you need him?
Yeah, I know. I was just thinking that.
Ha 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 ha! So funny.
So so you think because you've flown from Ireland to Australia that's proof of curvature?
Yeah.
How is flying in a plane proof of the shape of the
I didn't fly in a plane. I was walking.
Okay, JC, good form. So you was walking, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And how'd you go in the water?
Yeah, I was swimming as well. Come on now.
Yeah, you don't sound like the type that does swimming.
Wow, is it because I'm black?
I can only hear a voice, so can't really tell what people look like just by their voice.
It's because their boobs are black.
My PFP.
Hold on, wait, drag that back over here so I can look at what I'm talking to. Okay, so there's a little tiny picture there at Teeny, and I can only assume your profile picture is you. Congratulations.
Yeah.
So awesome.
She's a floating chest.
Yeah.
What do you mean floating chest, fam?
Why did you take that photo of just your chest without your eyes?
Well, it's in my banner. You can see.
Anyway, sorry, I don't mean to be distracted by boobs. Go ahead, Matrix.
So yeah, she was telling us how going to Australia from Ireland is proof of curvature. I'm just trying to work that out.
Because I nearly fell off the freaking earth. What are you on about?
You nearly fell off.
Yeah.
You were walking along the edge balancing and you dropped your phone on the wrong side and you went, oh shit, that was close,
I had to
or
grip
what?
onto a tree. I nearly fell off the earth.
But wouldn't
The
that be
earth is
proof
not
of a
flat.
flat Earth?
I know.
I think the Earth is code for something else. I think her world is something else, and she fell off that. Say no more.
Bro, the earth is not flat.
It's actually measured like that.
Are you saying it's not what you experience it to be?
Nah, I'm saying I travelled from Ireland to Australia and I nearly fell off the freaking earth.
You know, you'd
So
have
you're
to
saying
be. You'd have to. If you say it's not flat, you'd have to be necessarily saying it's not what I experience it to be, because you experience it to be flat.
No, I experienced it to be curved.
Where?
When?
Where do you? How?
When I
Do
travelled
you
from
see
Ireland
it?
to
Do you see the
Australia.
curve? Do you see the curve?
Yeah, I saw the curve and it fell off.
No, you don't. Now you're
Yeah,
trolling.
I
You're
did.
just
How
a
you gonna
troll.
tell me
Boring
what I've
troll. Boring.
experienced?
Next. Move on. This one doesn't have anything.
What do you mean?
Are you going to have a go, Tony, or are you just going to be a troll? Seriously.
I'm being so for real right now.
Okay, so where do you, in your life, witness curvature? Where do you see it at?
Okay, so when I travelled from Ireland to Australia.
Don't repeat the same stupid. For reals, come on. Don't be a clown.
I'm being for real. What the hell?
So what are you laughing for?
I'm laughing because you're making fun of me. And it hurts me.
Look,
so I have to laugh.
So, where in reality have you seen the curvature?
When I travelled all the way to freaking Australia.
So what, the curvature was on the TV screen on the back of the seat in front of you?
No, as I was walking down the earth, I literally nearly fell off. Like, it was so curved.
Have we got anyone else? Honestly. This is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Matrix, did you see how fast Roots? Did you see how fast Valendris, or whatever he's called, ran away? As soon as he heard the initial speed is 46 Mach.
It's actually only about 8.8. I don't know where you got your 46 from.
No, the initial speed is 40. I posted it. Bro, I posted it.
Yeah, where did you get that from?
Yeah, I got it from Google. Wait a minute.
Because I punched it in on Wikipedia. Railguns can readily exceed 3 kilometers per second, Mach 8.8. A simple projectile, the range of railguns.
I will show it. I will show it to you.
Yeah, I just straight off Wikipedia. And it even says on there as of 2020. Because they're comparing normal muzzle velocity, which is only about 5.9 for some of the big stuff, and then railguns can readily exceed 8.8. And the one that was demonstrated earlier was a 7.2 muzzle velocity. So, like, don't get me wrong, that's pretty quick.
Yeah, I'll show it. I'll show it to you.
AJ's got his star system out again.
I like that.
I love that shit, eh? It's great.
I thought that's generous. Isn't Mach 46 the escape velocity from the atmosphere? Is that where maybe you've got
just under that?
Got it mixed up.
Yeah, Mach 46 is just under it. Like, that's 16 kilometers a second, and escape velocity is supposed to only be 11 a second.
Yeah, look, Matrix, I will post it. It's from Google. I just didn't want to post the entire thing because the titles are in German, the entire Google thing. Wait a minute. There you have it. Once again.
Oh, yeah.
Once again.
Rate was extremely high, 2 to 3 kilometres a second. Mark 5.9 to 8.8. Yeah. In military applications to over 16 kilometres a second. Mark 47.
Once again.
Yeah, right. No, just read it. Okay. Railgun initial projectile velocities are extremely high, ranging from 2 to 3 kilometres, which is Mach 5.9 to 8.8 in military applications, to over 16 in theoretical concepts for orbital launch. So the 47 is theoretical concepts.
Okay. So what? The Globers operate all the time, not most of the time.
In theory.
Yeah. So why isn't it allowed for us? Right, mate?
No, that's all right. But yeah, still 8.8. That's nothing to sneeze at, mate. That's
Yeah, mate. Look, they play dirty. Most of the time, we are playing clean. I mean, these are their data. These are not our data.
Oh, we still play dirty, mate. Don't worry about that. It's all fair in love and war.
Don't let the truth get in the way of a good lie.
So what?
Look who it is.
Which is the lie, the ball that you can't prove yet.
Cooper, any direct evidence for your ball?
Yeah, 38 kilometers up. You can see.
38 kilometres. I missed the end of that. He's roboting hard, man. Or is it just me?
No, he's refracting.
I think he said he can see the curve from...
Refraction.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
I think he's saying he can see the curve from 38 kilometers up in the air. If he did, he would be mistaken.
I can show you video evidence.
Let's go. Share. Let's do it.
One moment.
Cool. I get to watch a video before going to bed. What a nice way to finish the evening.
Yeah, it's evening with you. Oh, it's almost evening here.
Yeah, it's not evening here. It's like 12:22.
Yeah, I wanted to say 12:22. It's 16:22 here, so it means 4:22 p.m. You know, they still use military time here in Europe.
Now, how's that?
They don't say...
I posted up. Somebody asked me what time it was today, was it? I can't remember now. And I posted up military time. And then afterwards, they responded, was that AM or PM? And I had a little chuckle to myself. I can't remember who it was now, but...
It cannot be from Europe because in Europe we use military.
Yeah, I posted up. It was like, what was it, 14:47 or something like that. And they've gone, is that AM or PM? It's like, obviously you don't know military time.
No, we only use military time. 6 o'clock, it means 6 a.m. And 18 o'clock, it means 6 p.m.
It's in the side chat.
All right. Let's watch this wide-angle bad boy. In the meantime, I've got an observation from 250 miles from the ISS with no curvature. Maybe you have a look at that while we look at yours.
Sorry, why are we dismissing it real quick?
No, I just said in the meantime, I've posted from 250 miles above the Earth a completely flat horizon. You can watch that if you want from the ISS.
I already know his reply. If he's smart enough. Let's see if he's smart enough. He can make a good reply. Come on, Cooper. Come on, Cooper. That's smart enough. Didn't your eyes picked it up?
So what's he claiming? Mage 2? Is it Mage 2 or Mage 1? That doesn't matter. Same difference. He's got to learn how the lenses work. I've seen it before. When you get a wide-angle lens or a fisheye lens, Cooper, things that are really, really close to it are not affected by it as much, by the distortion as much. So it's really, really interesting. You can have the straight wires directly in front of a fisheye lens, and they won't distort as much as something that's, say, 10 meters away or 10 kilometers away. It's really interesting when you start looking into it.
This is clearly a wide-angle lens. What the fuck?
Yeah.
I mean, what the hell?
But the funny part is, because of how close it is to the camera, it only shows a tiny little bit of distortion. So, yeah, a lot of people just go, oh, look, this is proof of blah, blah, blah. But things that are further away on the same plane as the close thing will actually bend more. It's like really odd how it works. But, yeah, the further away things are, the more they bend through a fisheye lens. So, anyways.
Roots, sorry for interrupting you, Matrix. Matrix, I mean, you can take the question as addressed also to you. I mean, Roots or Matrix. Should I say, why shouldn't you use this clip? Because they can debunk it. Because we have two YouTube bots sometimes. Yeah.
What? Hold on. You on about the footage from the Chinese ISS?
Yeah. Should I give feedback? Yeah, because at 12 seconds or 11, I think it begins in 11 or 12, you would see that this is a video taken from a 360 video. This is a 360.
No, we specifically direct you to the camera in the actual craft itself. So where you see how the clouds? There's 2-3 cameras
are moving. The clouds are going apart at timestamp 12.
Hold on, I'm just scouring through this footage that was sent by Cooper. I'm trying to catch the concaveness of the horizon. Oh, where's DJ when you need him?
I know he's good at
convexity. You mean the convexity? Okay, concave.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just give me a minute. I saw it. I just need to catch it in slow motion.
Just so I'm clear on the objection, is that the distortion is more pronounced farther away from the lens.
Yeah,
it's not a fisheye lens. If you watch the video,
yes, it is.
No, you're wrong. But if you watch, okay, just keep saying that over and over without evidence. But
okay, I'll say it again. It's a fisheye lens.
You're wrong.
It's a GoPro with a rectilinear covered lens. It's still a fisheye underneath.
Oh my God, he goes over it. You can look at his channel and he talks about what equipment is on it. There is a GoPro on it, but that's not that frame that I posted.
You posted the whole video, mate.
And then below it, I posted the frames specifically showing.
Well, I was watching the video. Right? That's what I was talking about. I was watching the whole video.
Okay, yeah.
So let me get this straight. You post up a whole video for it, right? And now, after posting up the whole video, you want to renege on that and just have one particular frame.
No. I want you to take the video as a whole, so you would acknowledge that there are multiple cameras on the balloon, right?
So why the necessity to post one frame then?
No, I want you to take the entirety.
If there's multiple cameras, why wouldn't you have posted multiple images up, like the one that's going to come up later on?
Well, I wouldn't post the one from the GoPro because it has a fisheye lens, and it's not a really good representation of what's going on, right?
No shit.
Yeah, obviously. So that explains why I didn't post it. There's the answer to your question.
Oh, got a nice one. 1 hour, 31 and 34 seconds. You see the concave horizon. But it's not great. Let me see if I can get a better one. Plenty of footage here. Yeah, 130, 137. Concaves again. All the way up to 131, 39. I want to really get it for you. Get you a good one. And again at 130, 144. Horizon's concave. This is clearly a wide angle lens.
The one that's looking through the twin bars? Yeah. You see at the top where it's got wide cam. And that's showing. Excellent job.
Look around 130. There's several instances of a concave horizon. 131 even.
I can't hit the pause button quick enough.
I've got it on 0.25 speed, playback speed.
It. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to be careful, though, because they'll have a sook that you didn't line it up between the bars.
I mean, there's more flat horizons in these still shots that I'm pausing it on than anything else, to be honest.
I know.
This is pretty much flat most of the way through all of this.
What was my claim again?
You reckon this is proof of curvature?
At what height?
30-something kilometers.
38 kilometers, right? I gotta go inspect this car, but you guys chew on that for a little bit.
Well, we've already spat it out. I don't know about chewing on it. Oh, shit and run like normal.
I know, yeah. He doesn't want the screenshot tagged. He don't want to be tagged in with the screenshot. I get it.
Oh, that's on its way back down. We don't want to do that.
Yeah, too far. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm up about 31 kilometers.
Trying to get the best screenshot.
Yeah, plenty of flat shots.
Mm-hmm. I mean, just slight concavity, which is what I'm saying. I've been seeing the slight concavity. That's enough. But I want extreme. I want to get the greatest shot.
I've had plenty of like sine wave ones where you get both in it.
Yeah. I've got a good one here. Let's take this one, print screen. This is pretty flat, to be honest.
Sorry, guys, I was for a couple of minutes doing something else. Are we talking still? Are we still talking about the curvature from the National Space Station?
I'm posting screenshots of curvature from his footage right now. Posted one so far. Let's put a few more.
Did he say 38 kilometer from an elevation of 38? Yeah. Yeah, I will have to go very soon. I just want to ask who out of you was here yesterday when Vilandris was here? And someone asked him, I don't know if it was you, Roots, asked him why can we see much further in the region near to the Arctic Circle or the Antarctic Circle, because he's from Norway, Vilandris.
No, it wasn't me.
Do you remember what his answer was? His answer was not because of less refraction. His answer was, I guess, because it's flatter in Antarctica. You remember that?
I don't remember, no. I don't know if I was there.
You can go back and hear to the stream. He said, I guess it's flatter in Antarctica.
Wow.
Really?
Nice.
You can check the stream. I'm sure I heard it.
Is he like Peter's brother or something?
I don't know who Peter is.
Peter the Globe Prover. The one that's had a must have been lobotomized or something, actually, because he is not pushing Globetardia anymore. And he was a pretty solid anti-flat earther. But he actually, if he said he was Peter's brother, I'd just go, yep, I believe you. I'd have no qualms or quarrels about that. It sounds like he just talks exactly the same, has this real air of arrogance about him. Mate, he's a dead ringer for him. Like, crazy stuff, man, really is. I think someone actually posted that up. Is this Peter's brother?
Okay. Is Peter from Norway? Because I think, if I'm not wrong, Vilandris said he's from Norway.
Oh, I didn't know where he was from, but they sound very similar to me, so.
Okay.
Doesn't really worry me where he's from, but yeah, he's got a real air of arrogance about the way he talks. Oh, I've been to university and you're talking bad to me and it's hurt my feelings. Oh. Here's a cuddle. Mate. Now where's your proof?
Yeah, mate. 5 hours ago, I wanted to go somewhere I had to do something, but I couldn't go because it's so fun to listen to these guys.
I know. I've done that a couple of times now. It's like, yeah, I've got to mow the lawn. Yeah, Fresh Globey just dropped in and Heretics chewed him to pieces and fuck yeah, I'm going to sit and listen. Or Sporadic's on a roll. and I've got to go to sleep, and my eyeballs are hanging out.
Oh god.
Oh man, it happens a few times. Or Cyclone schooling somebody. I love Cyclone's just smooth as man. He's there charming his way through them. He doesn't baffle them with facts. He just charms his way through them. I've got him sussed out.
Yeah, most of the senior legacy flat earthers mods, they have this kind of slow rolling, like Jedi, for example. He rolls slowly.
Actually, no, Spruddy, I have not ever been late to work because of this yet. And I'm quite happy to put the yet on there, because one day it's going to happen. I know it. And quite a few times I'm sitting there going, this is going to happen one day. But my advantage is I can start work anywhere from 7 o'clock through to 9 o'clock. I normally start at 8:30, so I leave home 20 past 8. That's why normally about 15 20 past, anywhere in there, that's where I sneak out. But yeah, one day it is going to happen, but I've got that extra half-hour buffer, so I'm pretty well covered. Maybe. Depending on how much of a grilling someone's getting. Right.
Yeah, everybody late to work because of
I am going to go to bed. I'm going to bail out before another Glober does come in here and say something silly, and then I'm going to have to go, you know what? I've got to sit and listen.
Yeah. Call it a night, mate. Get some rest.
Yeah, get some rest.
Cool, guys. Have yourselves a good one, and I'll catch you later. Peace, guys.
Catch you later, mate.
Okay, see you later. Ciao. Ciao. Yeah, I think I have to go to Roots. I wanted to go 5 hours ago.
It's been fun.
I wanted to go 5 hours ago. Yeah, it's been fun.
Go deal with life.
See you later. 20 cubs, gin, sporadic. See you later, guys. All of you. Okay. Bye. Maybe I will. Maybe I will connect to the smartphone underway. I will just keep listening. I can take my headset and log in with the smartphone and keep listening while you talk. Okay, see you later.
Yes, sir. All right, see you later.
See you later.
Oh, I'm back. How come I got muted? That was weird.
Not sure, mate. Unmuted you now.
Thank you.
Yeah, I had a good look through your footage. There's plenty of moments there where there's slight concavity at the ends for the barrel distortion or whatever.
So I guess I don't understand your claim about so the string. You're suggesting that the Earth is affected by this distortion, but not the strings in the foreground. I guess that just kind of cuts against my understanding of optics.
No, I'm saying what we're seeing in most of that footage is a flat horizon, but yeah, you do see curvature in both directions at times.
What about when it gets up to 38 kilometers?
Yeah, all the way through, especially towards the end, I was seeing more and more of that. Especially when the camera was sort of, the horizon was going out of shot at an angle, and you could see at where the barrel distortion is, where it's extremely concave.
So I'm looking at the photos posted. Is Roots, is that you, or? Sorry, I'm kind of driving. It's hard to keep track of people's names.
Yeah, I got a bit bored, to be honest. It's a long video, but I took one.
It is. I understand. It's kind of throwing a 3-hour video at you is kind of hurling elephants. So I understand that you're not going to watch it all right now. So I understand that.
Whereas meanwhile, if you look at what AG posted, which was the video I posted earlier, but if you look at the clip that he's taken, this is from the ISS. So this is at 250 miles.
I don't really know what kind of camera they used on that. That might be some funky lens stuff going on. I do know what was on that weather balloon, and I know I can appreciate the steps they took to with the strings out in front to demonstrate or like to give a reference point for distortion. So I would have an issue with the quality of sources there.
That's from the Chinese space mission to the ISS.
Yeah, but I don't really have
wide angle lens. Yeah, fair enough. I don't know what camera it was, but I know they had a wide angle lens on the outside, and then they had a non-wide angle lens on the inside, looking out to the horizon, and that shot's taken from that camera.
Sure.
And that's at 250 miles. Now there should be a lot more extreme in relation to your height and your videos. There should be a lot more extreme curvature at 250 miles than at 30 kilometers or whatever.
Yeah, maybe, but we don't know what kind of distortion is going on with the lenses because we don't have any reference points.
Yeah, sorry, my kids got back from school.
Oh no. The angry conservatives are going to be not happy about this. He was a never Trumper. Oh my God. That sucks. He should get hanged or guillotined.
What's up?
Welcome.
How's Strixavy? AG even? Everything cool on your side of the pond? Ether. Ah, silent treatment.
Hey, Jen, are you just in here waiting for somebody to talk?
I'm just waiting for anybody to talk. Yeah, why not?
How you doing, bro?
Oh, I'm doing okay, sir. How are you?
Pretty good.
Goody, goody. Yes. They're coming, but I haven't been able to prove that curvature at all. I haven't been able to prove it.
Well, the proof is in the pudding.
Correct. And we don't have a pudding. That's the problem. We have pictures of it, but we don't actually have the pudding.
They got Bill Cosby, but they don't got the pudding.
Yeah, there you go. My friend Bill Crosby. So what have you been up to today?
Just writing lyrics, working on my car a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I lost the key fob for my car, and then I accidentally set the alarm off, so it went into security mode, and I wasn't able to start it for 2 days. I was looking on these different websites at solutions, and I came upon one, and it worked. So,
right,
I got it started again. You know what I sometimes do?
That's a little off-putting.
What?
I said that's a little off-putting.
What? Pudding? Proof is in the pudding?
You should be off-putting.
Shot pudding?
No, you eat too much pudding.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You should be more off-putting.
Yeah. JELLO.
If you don't mind me putting you in your place.
Yeah.
Welcome to Railgun Day.
Mm-hmm. You guys heard that song called Astronauts in the Ocean?
No.
No?
Nope.
No.
Who's it by?
Lone Wolf.
Ah, maybe I have then, maybe.
What's it about?
It's about astronauts in the ocean. It's a mainstream.
Bubbles in
It's
space.
a mainstream song. Yeah, Bubbles in Space. It's a mainstream song, but the whole theme of it is astronauts in the ocean, I guess.
Well, they wouldn't be astronauts if they were in the ocean. They'd be divers.
Right.
Scuba diving. Oh, they got another song called Scuba Divers in Space.
Yeah. Watch. Listen.
What you know about rolling down in the deep? When your brain goes numb, you can call that mental freeze. When these people talk too
Oh yeah, I know
much,
this one.
slow motion, yeah. I feel like an astronaut in the ocean. Ay, what you know about rolling down?
Anyway.
So I don't mean to interrupt, but that might cause a copyright strike.
Okay, sorry. My bad. I was just wondering if you guys had heard it.
Yeah, it's a pretty popular song, isn't it?
Yeah.
What the hell? Why won't Flatter Day unmute? I just click on my end. It says it's unmuted, but then he's still got the icon there. I'm just trying to point out that the copyright stuff can cause strikes and shit.
My bad.
I get what you're just sharing it though. You're cool, man.
Kimbo Beats.
Was that Kimbo?
What up, brother?
What are you doing? I'm thinking about making another Kimbo
busy.
for today. I got the resin right here.
Yeah, he's busy.
Have you guys ever seen the process they go through to create magnets, dude?
The process. I did watch a video on it many years ago. Yeah,
It's a trip, huh? I gotta take a picture of this bowl.
Yeah, very interesting.
Share it with you guys. I'm gonna share this bowl with you guys that I got right here. It's a trip. Okay. This bowl, I eat cereal out of it, but I also use it to smoke with too. Watch. This thing's tight, dude. I love this bowl right here. That shit's hard, huh? You guys like that bowl?
Yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool if you're a pothead.
Yep. I guess I am. It's got a carb on it. You can put water in it too.
Your green has a lot of seeds, buddy.
Yeah, I know. It's just homegrown, bro. We're on a budget right now. But it's smokable.
I hear
you know what I mean? It's smokable. I eat the seeds, so seeds are good for you. Whenever I get that really good weed from the weed store, dude, I smoke it so fast. And when I get edibles, bro, I eat the whole thing like in one sitting, like a bag of edibles, because I'll eat it and then I'll get the munchies and I'll just keep eating them and eating them. They're very good. Have you guys heard the song "Spank 'Em with Van Allen Belt"?
No.
Man, wait. I'm gonna share it right now. I'll share the song. Okay. It's a pretty good song. All right, I put it in the chat. It's by Flat Earth Mafia.
Flat Earth Mafia. I've never heard of these before. They can actually rap.
Yeah, they only made like 1 or 2 songs, but this song's pretty dope though.
They're trying to make Flat Earth cool. That's funny.
It is cool. You don't gotta try. That shit is cool as fuck. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, but I mean cool in the whole, traditional rap video style. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's not too many Flat Earth rappers.
All the dancing and stuff. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's cool. It's cool. You don't hear many Flat Earth rap songs where it's not intellectual rap. You know what I mean? They've got it in more the street style. Which is cool. It's just rarer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. It's always good. You're always sharing the music. I like it.
Yeah, I think music's important. You know what I mean? It's helped me out a lot.
Yep.
Fuck, I have so many notebooks that are filled with music, bro. It's crazy.
You guys don't all talk at once.
Quit talking through me.
All of them.
I think we might be a bit tired. It's been a very busy day.
Yeah, man. Everyone got railed.
Yeah, and we had the majority of people who came in were here for a good couple of hours, so it felt like we actually got, quite far into the discussions today, which is nice.
I almost couldn't believe how obstinate that guy was. I'm like, the coping, the abject denialism, it's pretty evident that he was not going to yield. Anything that you were saying, that everybody was saying, was wrong. Couldn't get past that cognitive bias. Behavioral bias, actually.
Did you have anything to add or comments around the 4 degrees that supposedly taken into account? I mean, is this something you've looked into, railguns, yourself?
No, I've not looked into it and haven't had to, so I don't know the specifics. And I was hearing these details for the first time.
Yeah. Yeah. It had some stamina in it today, railguns. I didn't realize it could go on for so long, that discussion. But it did.
I get some of the fundamental principles, right? I mean, it's got a relatively flat trajectory due to its velocity. And the debate is whether or not the parabolic arc is going over a flat or curving surface. So, I mean, skeptically, a lot of what both sides are claiming requires verifiable inputs. And I somehow doubt that the technology is going to provide that, given its use.
Yeah, it's a bit of a speculation. I mean, how many people do you know who's fired a railgun?
Yeah, exactly.
0.
Right. So then what the best we can do is do an internal critique. So we take the claims as they are presented and we look for the inconsistencies.
What was interesting is we had 2 Globers back to back who were very similar talking about it. And did you notice how both of them appealed to the coordinates, the targeting system? They didn't really want to talk about the path of the bullet. And I know we sidestepped the targeting system, but it's just the GPS conversation where they're taking flat data and then using the ECEF coordinates, transforming it. So even though we were sidestepping it, we could have easily addressed and destroyed that part of the argument as well.
Yeah, precisely. I heard that 5 hours ago. I picked up on that. I was going to bring it up too here. Yeah, I mean, they are fundamentally relying on technology which itself is not verifiable and is also internally inconsistent in its portrayal. That being what GPS is. And we understand kind of philosophically and systematically how GPS works. It's basically doing the same old thing that geodetic surveying does. Measure Earth flat, bend it into a ball with math.
It probably did need addressing, but everybody was so excited to, hear the explanations or the excuses from the Globers. We kind of didn't want to focus on it, but I think we probably should have addressed it just to put it to bed so that the Globers don't keep appealing to the targeting system.
Yeah, and if they want to appeal to the targeting system, assuming that that is a separate claim, then they're going to have to do some homework on their part.
Yeah. I think the reason why we probably didn't address it was because I think these Globers, who were fairly intelligent, the two of them, but they didn't really know what we were getting at. You know what I mean? The context of which we were speaking about it, which is actually the flight or the path of the bullet. They wanted to summarize it into, the targeting system. So I think because they didn't understand the context, we were trying to get them to understand the context of what we were saying. But yeah, if we'd have addressed the coordinate, the targeting system, it probably would have distracted the conversation, to be honest.
Yeah, I had the same thought as I was hearing it. I'm like, yeah, I mean, the way to put a nail in this is to kind of go in that direction, but then it looks like a derailment. Yep. So the coordinate system, right? GPS using WGS84's version of latitude and longitude. What the targeting system would provide, I'm just kind of speaking to the audience here, is a calculated distance between 2 points on the coordinate reference system. Whether or not those 2 points and its calculated distance corresponds to the same as a measured distance between those 2 points that aren't calculated with coordinates is what's in contention. And so the logic goes that if these two coordinates are on a spherical coordinate system, that is latitude and longitude, and in this case they are, then those cover an arc length. And the distance over an arc length does not reconcile with the distance that is measured over a flat surface. So if we measure a flat distance or flat Earth, and we do have flat Earth measurements, then we know that there will be a topological mismatch between the measured distances between points, forming like a triangulation on flat Earth, and similar points done on a spherical coordinate reference system. The two cannot be the same. And so something has to give, right? I mean, is the spherical coordinate reference system wrong? And if so, how is it wrong? Or does the spherical coordinate reference system match what we measure as flat Earth measurements, right? So that has to be reconciled. And often what you'll find is these spherical coordinate reference systems don't just sit alone. It is not only WGS84 that they bake into GPS system. GPS systems also have included with it geoidal compensation. That is gravimetric deflection of the vertical adjustment. So how much of that fudge factor can you add in, which was also not measured but calculated? We know it's calculated because it's calculated off of WGS84.
Is that the same? Are they just? Is this the spherical excess side of things, the actual measurements on the ground, or is this something else you're talking about?
Yeah. No, yeah, that is absolutely what's on the table. The spherical excess discussion. All right, so Globies will claim that they've proven spherical excess using theodolites from point A to B, which match the distance that is required for spherical coordinates to be true. So arc lengths and not flat Earth lengths. So that's kind of where the smart Globie would want to take this. They would say, okay, well, hey, flat earther, I'm going to argue that WGS84 is correct because we've measured, he'll say measured spherical excess, and then present like a, main surveyor's presentation.
Right.
And so we would be able to say,
what did you call that earlier? Sorry, I'm just, this is new to me. What did you call that earlier? In relation.
Oh, I think you keyed in on deflection of the vertical. That is not.
Yeah.
That is not spherical excess. that is something that people claiming spherical excess measurements, like Maine Surveyor, did not factor in to their survey. It's one of our, call it attack points. So it's like, listen, if you're going to do geodetic surveying, then do all of it that the globe side does. Don't just cherry pick what you claim and what you can and can't do. Now, in your worldview, you're going to have to compensate for deflection of the vertical, which means all the astronomical plumb lines that developed into latitude, longitude coordinates are going to be curving and warping. Why didn't you factor that into your spherical excess, quote unquote, measurement?
Right.
That's one point. But I think a stronger point of argument with them is for spherical excess to be considered true by their presentation of a measurement, they're going to have to establish that the point of observation A and its target B, that when their plumb lines are dropped, that they terminate at a common center. So that means that they have to be perfectly level, right? Perfectly level. That's horizontal and plumb to a distance of 3959 miles. And to what degree of accuracy, I don't even think they can characterize that. And I wouldn't even wager to guess. That's on them to demonstrate. And that's a tall claim, right? That you're dropping a plumb line over there. I'm like 100 miles away dropping a plumb line here. For this argument to hold weight, our plumb lines, if they could be extended 3959 miles, are going to meet in the middle.
I've actually seen globers use long distance observations and atmospheric conditions as proof of this spherical excess. It's quite sneaky, what some of them do.
Yeah. Well, it gets even worse, right? Because the second part of this is not only is he claiming that they do meet in the middle, but he's rejecting deflection of the vertical. You see, that plumb line and their version of globe reality is not taking a straight path to the center of Earth. It's following a twisting, warping, bending path, because they claim that the distribution of mass within the Earth is uneven. You've got basically denser parts and less denser parts of the globe deep down under the surface, because the composition changes. All right, that's part of their claim that they leave out. And for their claim to work, they need to include that as part of their rigorous geodetic survey. Right? Because people like this for spherical excess are claiming to be performing geodetic surveying. But even then, they pick and choose the parts that are easiest, that makes the case for them. They're basically backfitting an observation to fit the preconceived data. It's all circular.
So essentially, you're saying that they
before getting into refraction.
So basically, what you're saying is they make an observation and then they pick which formula fits that observation.
Yeah, exactly like my head. I calculated the circumference of my head according to the flat Earth theory, obviously, and that's my head, how it looks naturally, right?
Hong Kong.
And this is the Earth behind me. And so I am as flat as the Earth, technically. So my head is definitely
Is that what you think flat Earth is supposed to look like?
Oh yeah, of course. I that's the Earth and how it looks like. That's my face and how it looks like. And of course, I have no proof to support. I have no evidence to prove that my face looks like that, but I believe in it because everything else that proves the globe is fake, right? So I debunk others, but I cannot prove my own theory, which makes sense, right?
We don't use video in this area. You know that, right?
I never spoke about videos. I spoke about calculus, mathematics, logic,
go ahead and turn your video off.
Experimentation and simulations. I'm honestly just going to tell you something.
Go ahead.
See, when I don't agree with someone and I tell him that my position is better than yours, I gotta provide evidence, right? I'm like, hey, I don't agree that the globe is a globe and I think the Earth is flat. Here is why. First, now after I showed you the issues, now I'm going to prove you why my model, aka the Earth being flat, is true, and I provide my evidence, therefore exposing him, making him wrong, and making my theory stand up as the true.
Can we get back to topic? Sheepdog, can you mute this guy? Just derailing, dude.
So because you guys have literally no goddamn clue on how the Earth and what the Earth looks like, So therefore, you cannot even provide evidence for the flat Earth.
Okay.
How can you then
is curvature measurable?
and keep
Is
yapping?
curvature measurable? Is curvature measurable? Yeah, I'll meet him
Is
in
the
a minute.
curvature? Oh no, is the flat Earth measurable?
Yeah, it's called a lack of curvature.
And what proves it that it's flat, actually?
Right, because if you go out and look for curvature and you can't find it, then it's flat, right?
I'm not discussing the curvature. Other than the curvature, what is there to show you and prove to you that the Earth is flat?
In order for the Earth to be a ball, it has to curve, right?
Correct.
Correct. So if you go out and you look for curvature, you try to measure that curvature, and there's no measurable curvature, then the Earth is flat, right?
Hold on. What do you mean by there is no measurable curvature? Like, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, when we go out there and look for the curvature, it's not out there.
What do you mean it's not there? Like, no, it doesn't exist as a physical entity, as empirical evidence. The evidence doesn't show up.
Boats go over the horizon, right?
Like math stopped working when it comes to the curvature of the Earth? That's what you mean?
Just answer the question. Boats go over the horizon, right?
Say it again?
Boats go over the horizon, right?
Correct, and they go deeper down because of the curvature of the Earth, yeah.
Sunsets because of the horizon, right?
This is the oldest Greek methodology to prove, and I mean, they understood the Earth being as a globe because of that, right? Some 2,600 years ago.
Sunsets and boats had nothing to do with...
No, I'm speaking about the experiments of the boats on the horizon, going further away and you know, less observable over a certain distance, because of course the curvature of the Earth is less than 1 degree on 160 kilometers, I think. Yeah.
No, you're wrong.
I don't know the exact math, dude. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that just proves your ignorance, right? That just proves your ignorance.
I'm not going to deny I'm ignorant about some specific subject, yes, but wow, oh my God, such a superhero you are. Wow.
So you don't even know how big the Earth is, you just believe it's a ball.
And that's why I asked you, do you have evidence of the Earth being flat? I never said that I never said I'm going to prove you wrong. I said, do you have evidence supporting the Earth is flat? So supporting your belief, that's what I asked you, right?
I'll put it to you this way. You think the Earth is 100 times bigger than what it is.
Listen, I'm not interested in listening to you debunking what the globists have to say.
It's 100 times bigger than
listening to you debunking what the globists have to say. Just show me the evidence that the Earth is flat. It's simple, it's clear, it's precise.
Yeah, well, in order to get there to that, you have to understand how big the Earth really is.
Well, how big is the Earth? Let me ask ChatGPT. He's like 12,756 kilometers, or 8,000 miles in diameter, with a circumference of 25,000 miles. That's what he says.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
From a 6-foot observer height, that's what they say. From a 6-foot observer height, how far away is the horizon?
Hold on. Wait, so let me just say to ChatGPT, I'm debating a flat earther. He asks me, how far is the horizon? Well, good question. The distance. Okay, so he says depends on from where you observe it, above sea level, or actually. So yeah, there is.
I gave you a height, right? Did I give you a height?
You gotta be more specific.
I gave you a height, right? What was the height that I gave you?
I don't remember.
This proves that This proves that you people don't listen when we're talking.
I was busy typing. Can you please repeat?
You were busy. You were busy trying to make fun of flat Earth.
Right. No, I'm not making fun. I'm surely here to listen to your arguments, sir.
Sure.
Now, what is the height that you gave me?
How far away is the horizon from a height of 6 feet?
A height of 50 what? Kilometers, miles?
6 feet. 6-foot observer height. How far away is the horizon from a 6-foot observer height?
So according to the mathematical equation, meaning 1.83 m, so your height, right, or the one of your eyes, probably, he says 3 miles away, 4.8 kilometers.
Awesome. How far away is the horizon from a 1-foot observer height?
From 1 foot?
Mm-hmm.
Well, in this case, it's going to be 1.2 miles, 2 kilometers.
Awesome. So if you'll look in our little side chat over here, somebody might beat me to it. Right. I'm going to go ahead and post an image for you, and I want you to tell me where the horizon is in this image.
Right. Show me the image.
Yeah, I'm going through my stuff right now.
I want to see where this leads us to. I'm kind of curious.
Where's the horizon?
Where is the horizon?
Is it behind the oil rigs, in between the oil rigs, or in front of both oil rigs?
Let me watch it for a second. Hold on. Let me just focus on it. Now, I think, so where is the horizon? It's kind of a tricky thing. So it's the Black Swan.
Why is it tricky?
Well, I would say C.
Okay. Why would you say C?
Because first of all, honestly, what is most logical to me is like the true horizon there is where like the sea meets the air in front of the platform. So the green line, right? So C.
Okay, so the horizon is blocking the oil platforms behind it.
The horizon is not blocking no.
So the horizon does not block objects in the distance?
Hold on, let me zoom on it for a second. Well, the bottoms of the platforms are hidden behind the curve, right? And only the upper sections remain visible, right? Which is exactly what we expect when the horizon. So
denying that the platforms are the poles of the platform are embedded into the water down into the ocean floor. I'm not disputing that. What I'm asking for is where the horizon is in this image. So as you can see, it's cleared up. Would you like to look at the definition of horizon before you answer this question again?
Yeah, but I said C though. Do you agree, disagree? If yes, why? If no, why?
Is that the apparent location where the sky and the earth meet? It looks like there's water behind.
But water, I mean, by sky and water. I mean, water and air. Yes, to me, obviously.
It looks like there's water further beyond sea. Don't you agree?
This is the phenomenon of the farther the platform, the more it disappears, right? Just like ships vanishing hull first at sea, right?
Does it not look like the water is further beyond sea?
Well, the horizon blocking well, I'll say yes. That's precisely what happens on the round Earth, right? The curved surface hides the lower sections first, and on the flat Earth, nothing would be hidden at all, right? So this actually proves the globe.
So the oil rig should be hovering in the water. They shouldn't be embedded in the water. Look at the image again. Is the water beyond sea? Can you see further beyond sea and see more water? Because the physical curve of the Earth should not allow you to see any more water behind it, right?
Oh, right. So C is the line. Why is that? Because what is taking the image? It's a camera, right? What you don't distinguish there is that the camera is.
So the oil rigs are floating in the air then.
No, they're not floating. No, they're not floating in the. So obviously, the picture is obviously extremely zoomed in. Why am I saying that? Is when you see the second platform, right? The 9.41 miles. You see that the objects are deformed, and they're deformed because of air, and that means that the zoom is incredibly
big. That has
big.
Nothing to do with the image. We're just looking for the horizon.
Right, no, of course, I'm just putting context here. So because it's an image that is extremely zoomed in of the distortions of the object that you see on the platforms, yeah? Obviously so, right here, the horizon for me is obviously C.
The horizon is obviously C. So
yeah, so meaning everything under sea is water. Everything under sea is water.
You can't see any water beyond sea.
I can see. Everything under sea, right? Like further down of sea is water. Everything above sea is air. But there is of course the concept of 3D perspective, obviously here, right?
So you can't see water above sea.
This is not a 2-dimensional image. This is the 3-dimensional image where you got to understand the perspectives. But the horizon is sea. I stick to my first answer. Absolutely, yes.
So then, how far away is the horizon in this image?
Actually, even ChatGPT agrees with me. Yeah,
you're retarded.
Just, a small anecdote. So, what's your question?
Yeah. So, how far away is the horizon in this image?
How far away is the horizon in this image?
Mm-hmm.
Well, for matter of fact, I would say. So what if we assume that the observable height is like 1 foot? Like the geometric horizon, probably what 2 kilometers away, like 1.2 miles, I would say.
What's that thing that's in between the two oil rigs? What is that? That little black thing out there?
What's the I would assume a boat or a buoy or something.
So how come we can see that beyond the horizon?
I guess it's either, well, the problem here again in perspective, either the object is closer to the camera than the first platform, or is right next to the first platform. But I would assume that it's
right. But the horizon you're claiming is in front of the first platform.
It's between the first platform and the camera.
The horizon you're claiming is beyond the horizon, or the oil rig you're claiming is beyond the horizon. So you shouldn't be able to see the base of the oil rig. So you shouldn't be able to see the boat that's next to the oil rig.
Right. Well, hold on. Well, actually, the upper section, as I said,
tell you right now, from what I'm looking at, it looks like A is the horizon to me, because that's the hard cutoff between the water and the sky.
Well, what can I say? Actually, give me a second. I'm still observing though, because it's a tricky kind of image, right? And this is the first time I see it.
Would you like a video instead?
No. The image is fine. No need for a video.
Because it hurts your evidence even more.
The thing is, for me, the two platforms are hidden because they're far beyond the horizon, right? That's why the lower part of the old platforms are hidden, right? So
it has nothing to do with the fact that like there's land under the water, and that the posts of the platforms are dug into the land, embedded into the land. Has nothing to do with that, right?
I mean, somehow there is also the atmospheric refractions, about 8% extension that comes here in the calculus of the distance, right? Because obviously the refraction are extremely high. So the zoom
how much refraction is happening in this?
About 8%, according to ChatGPT.
8%?
Yes.
Try again.
So you said A, obviously to use the horizon. So the water sky boundary on the sea surface, right? So it never runs through a distant subject, right? So the line, so A, is just like the contrast band in a position of the looming layer of the platform. And this is something that we observe physically when it comes to warm and cold air layers, right? So this is not like the true horizon in the sense that the water line is in front of the rigs. So it's as I said in the beginning, C and not A.
What's the definition of a horizon?
Basically, A is just an observable illusion caused by hot and cold water.
What's the definition of a horizon?
Like, you're gonna say the separation between the air and the land?
Well, I mean, like, what is the definition, right? Is the definition the physical boundary between the earth and the sky?
Well, it's actually the line where
is it a physical location?
No, it's the line where the Earth's surface, so land and sea, appear to meet, right? Appear to meet is all the tricky point, because the appearance, what we observe with our very own eyes, sometimes is tricky. Like in this case, because the image is zoomed in, and there is a surfactor, a physical natural phenomenon between cold and warm water and air layers, right? So obviously, what you observe, what it appears to you, sometimes is tricky, as your brain is a mess sometimes, you know. And in this case, it's totally the case, right?
My own senses, huh?
Dude, there are so many tricking images, right? Your brain sometimes, when it doesn't comprehend something that he observes, he would try to find the fastest way to explain it.
How do you even know you're here on Discord talking to me?
Well, and again, consciousness. It has nothing to do. Here I'm speaking about the frontal cortex that is responsible of making and giving sense to everything you're doing, and you see in your five senses. Now, when it comes to the appearance here, as I said, the definition of a horizon is what appears to us as the clear separation between land and sea, correct? Now, what you observe isn't always true. And as I explained to you, because of a physical phenomenon that is well proven and well defined in physics, especially in this case where it's an extremely zoomed in image, right? Cold and hot water, and so air would form different layers. And so what obviously to you is...
Can you demonstrate this? Yeah.
You want me to demonstrate what?
Can you demonstrate refraction over a curved surface using air?
Hold on. Yes. No problem.
Okay. We'll wait for that.
Give me a sec.
Using only air. I don't want no other crazy medium occurring because we're only looking through the air. We're not looking through water or sugar water or whatever other points of refraction might be occurring.
So you want an experimentation to prove to the contrast band and looming layer.
I want a demonstration that the thing that you're saying is happening.
Right. So the best example that comes in my mind is, of course, the most famous road or desert mirage, a mirage, right, on a hot road.
So is that what we're seeing as a mirage?
It's the same thing in a mirage. So in this case, it's not water; it's just land.
What kind of mirage are we seeing in this?
No, hold on. It's the same thing with a mirage because you cannot clearly distinguish the horizon because of the on a road because of the heat, and so it causes the distortion of the air layers in such a way that it affects the looming, what we call the looming mirage effect. Right? It's the same thing here. Just the only difference is that it's water
causing the looming effect.
Right, so exactly like the line A on the image, the oil rig photo is a looming mirage effect, and not a geometric horizon. So
the oil rig is hovering in the air.
Right, on a hot road, right, light bends upwards from the hot surface, and so it creates the illusion of water, or actually makes distant object looks floating. So in this case, it's literally the same thing. This is one most famous observable thing that everyone agrees on, right?
Okay, but we're not looking over a road, we're looking over water. So can you give me a demonstration?
I mean, what kind of demonstration would prove something that you can only agree on by looking at with your very own eyes?
I want to see a demonstration over a curved surface using only the air, showing like refraction where I can see over a curved surface and see something on the other side just with the air. No, nothing.
Hey, can you repeat that?
I don't understand why this is so hard to understand. So you're looking through the air out over the water, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is there any other type of medium that is occurring in this observation other than air?
I'm sorry. In a mirage desert road looming effect, it's also the air that you're looking, right?
Right, but this is on a road. I'm asking for over water.
There is literally no difference because we're talking about the horizon in both cases, and in both cases, horizons and air, right? So the air. So,
but we know that
the surface is relevant.
I mean, you're helping my point because on a road, refraction deflects upward, not downward. So, would you like to give me a demonstration of refraction curving around a ball where I can see the horizon behind the object?
Well, in this case, if you want the surface being water, in this case, the best experiment you could do is what we call the most famous Eddystone Lighthouse, right? So you've probably seen the picture of you can type Eddystone Lighthouse, and what is it? Basically, you got to first pick a calm lake or sea on a day where the water is cold and the air is a bit warmer, right?
Mm-hmm.
You place a buoy, or a marker to a known vertical height, let's say, I don't know, like 1.2 feet, 2-3 meters tall, right, at a distance of 5 to 10 kilometers. Then you observe it with a telescope or a zoom lens. Then you'll see that the bottom of the object is hidden, so of course by the Earth's curvature. But above the waterline,
thing with the lines on the flag, are you talking about that?
Right, exactly. That's the Eddystone's Lighthouse. But above the waterline, you see the shimmering band. Hold on. Here's what you asked for.
Here's my question.
Above the waterline, you will see the shimmering band or the lifted, distorted reflection, and this actually is the case in all experimentation like that. And so this is the looming effect caused by refraction that we're talking about, as water being the surface here.
Would you like to post it in the chat so I can take a look at what you're talking about?
You want the video?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Here. Hold on. Just a second. Here is the video. Right. You can skip to 5 minutes and go straight to 3 or 5 minutes. Do you see it?
Yeah, I'm looking at it, and it looks very, very opaque.
Of course, because it's way, way, way too far.
How far away?
You have the two locations of Eddystone Lighthouse. You can check them, the bio of the video. You have the Eddystone Lighthouse location. You have the Bull Tail location.
I thought this is your evidence,
and the camera
right?
location.
Like you're supposed to.
That's my evidence. And the man who experimented this, he gives you the locations of all the objects used in this experimentation.
So you never watched this video. You just saw something on it that matched what you were observing, right?
What is the? I mean, what has this to do with the point, though? I don't get it. Can you just address the? Can you address the experimentation?
Believing what he's doing, you don't even know what he's doing.
No, of course, the curvature of the Earth is the reason why Eddystone Lighthouse appears only by half. Obviously,
I'm looking at the credits of the video, and it doesn't say how far away.
You can calculate that your own. You have the coordinates on Google Maps that you can check on your own, right?
So I have to do all this extra research. Why is it opaque? How far away is it?
I mean, watch it. I mean, I can give you the exact distance between Eddystone Lighthouse and my boy's coordinates. I just gotta calculated the distance with Google Maps ruler here. It's really simple. You know what I'm saying?
We also need the observer height. So
what was his elevation
height there? Yeah. So observer's height and distance to the object. That would be great.
Right. So in this case, I would hold on. All right. So Eddystone's to what is the distance between Eddystone's lighthouse and my man in the shore and next to the small city of Hope Cove on the seashore? Obviously, it is. So, let me just use this trajectory calc plus measure. Hold on.
Just to fucking disprove your own shit.
Why you gotta be so rude?
Because you've been nothing but rude, man.
You asked for an experiment. I showed you one, and you haven't addressed it at all. You just asked me what's the distance.
I have to do all the calculations for you because you don't know what the hell this is.
No, I don't. I know you don't need to do anything. You asked me to give you the distance. That's exactly what I'm doing. I didn't tell you to do it yourself, right? So why are you being dishonest now?
You still need to find out that you still don't know that. That means now, in this moment, you are researching that, like all of us. You don't know. We will find out at the end of your, conclusion. But till now, you don't know that. Is that correct?
What correct?
That you don't know the data. That you didn't look into that. That you will look now. That means you don't know like us.
Oh yes, absolutely yes.
But you know that for sure it's curving. But you didn't look into that data. Is that correct?
No, obviously, so it is curving because that's definitely the lighthouse, and he's definitely on Hope Cove.
How it's obviously if you didn't look into that data?
Hold on, I'm gonna measure. Okay,
man, how it's obviously for you if you didn't look into the data?
It's 30 kilometers distance between the Eddystone's lighthouse and my man's exact position on the seashore of the village of Hope Cove in southwest UK.
Yeah, that's 20 miles, okay?
Right. 30 kilometers.
266 feet of drop.
Right. So that's 30 kilometers.
What is observer height?
The observed, well, that's a good question. He haven't provided the observable.
Because remember, the curvature of the Earth is based off the observer height, right?
I would assume 102 miles.
Don't assume it.
Feet.
Don't assume it, dude.
Well, he's definitely above sea level, right?
Yeah,
as you can see there.
At least an inch above sea level, right? At least 1 centimeter above sea level.
Watch the 10 seconds. Start with the 10 second, right? Like the 10th second, you can estimate the height. I would say like 2.5 feet. Am I accurate?
Yeah, it's still called bullshit, bro.
2.5 feet or 2 feet, right?
Yeah.
Above
2.5 feet. That's like, what is that? 2 miles of the geometrical horizon.
I mean, maybe a little bit more because he's on a hill, right? On a curved hill.
Let's give 3 miles. Okay, 3 miles.
3 feet.
Okay.
All right.
No, 3 miles. That's 3 feet.
Okay.
But it's not 3 miles. It's less because with 6 feet, it's 3 miles.
Okay, so the distance between he and the tail house is okay. Let's use kilometers. I'm not used to miles, right? So 30 kilometers between him and the lighthouse, and he's at 2.5 feet above surface, right?
Yeah.
Now, what's the supposed? According to you, what's the math here?
The math is here. With that height, you are less than let's say about 3 to 4 kilometers. With that height, is geometrical horizon.
Really?
Yeah. With that 3 feet, it's 1 meter, around 90 centimeters. Half of that, it's for sure less.
ChatGPT, maybe he got some information.
Okay, ask ChatGPT how much I can see with 3 feet height on the sphere.
If it's 2.5 feet of observer height, that means the distance to the horizon is 1.9 miles. The obstructed
so technically,
height
what is
1.82 miles.
Right.
Yeah,
what is supposed? What is the
183 feet should be obstructed by the Earth curve.
Right. And what is the supposed curvature of the Earth on that distance? Expected here? What, 2 degrees?
The horizon's supposed to be. Doesn't matter. It's the obstructed height of the object.
Right.
You know that the Earth curves at an exponential rate, right?
So here's what ChatGPT says, right? So
more than 60 meters drop should be.
Right, but here what he said. It says so from 30 kilometers away because of the combination of the curvature plus atmospheric refraction that we discussed.
Yeah.
Right, and he says, and it's visible in the video, as you saw, right? So refraction bends light downward. This is the warm air over cool water thing that you explained.
You demonstrated that refraction bends light upwards, and you demonstrated that on a road, remember?
And it can create temperature gradients. These gradients bend light rays slightly downward.
It bends them upward. You demonstrated this. I'm asking for a demonstration of downward bend. You're giving me something that doesn't prove whether it's bending up or down. You're just giving me an observation with a distance. That's all I'm getting. What I'm asking you to do is to manipulate the weather, manipulate the temperature of the environment, and show me that there is that you can bend light or you can observe the horizon behind an object.
Right. So first of all, it's not only about. Let's assume. Okay, for the sake of me finishing this, it's not. Let's assume there is refraction band lights, right? Even to that is added what? The atmosphere, especially strong temperatures inversions here. We don't know the temperatures here. We don't even know the month where he showed the video.
We don't even know if there's any kind of refraction going on, right?
So there are three main settings. Basically, the refraction band light, the atmospheric duction, and the variable visibility depending on the condition, right, at that time. So these factors.
It's not very clear that day, right?
Nino, one simple question for you. In which weather condition or temperature, what you are saying, or gradients, whatever, should to be that I can see the real physical water surface in reality?
What does that mean?
That means if I see the real physical water in reality, I don't need to speak about the lights, gradients, or something. I can say there is a water ocean. It's real. It's there because I'm seeing that because of optics. What's showing that it's there.
Right. So there is no specific temperature, but what it says here, it says that in the English Channel, because this isn't the English Channel, yeah.
So then your evidence is bunk.
The sea is often. Right, on median here, it's often between 10 and 15 degrees in spring, early summer, while the air can be 18 to 25 degrees. So the video was posted in July, so we're talking about the summer, and it looks like the summer to me, right?
Man, I'm still asking you this question. How you will distinguish with something, what you call the light is doing something, some kind of phenomenon, with the real physical surface of water? How you will distinguish these two?
Well, in this case, you need a temperature gradient, and it's different from case to case, right?
Okay,
you don't need a specific temperature.
Great. Are you saying that I need to the gradient to realize that the behind the oil rig is real water?
Well, it's really simple. It's a dichotomy. When cold water is below and warm air
if you
sits
take
above,
the camera,
you get mirage looming.
You said something what is not, it's absurd. You said something about that oil rigs. You said that it's some phenomena is happening. There is no phenomena, man. There is ocean behind.
Let me ask you this. Hold on. Let me ask you this, okay?
All right.
Can you manipulate weather conditions in a smaller environment? Can you create atmospheric conditions and manipulate them where you increase the temperature, increase the pressure, those kinds of things to demonstrate like an independent variable? Can you do that at a local level?
No, we can definitely not control the atmosphere outdoors because it's too big and complex.
So what we can
replicate the same conditions in the lab with water and air layers and different temperatures. Yes.
Okay, that's great. What happens if I have a warm house, right? My house is nice and warm and toasty, but it's cold outside, and I open the door and allow cold air in. Am I manipulating the weather environment inside my home?
Well, I mean, in that case, well, I get the analogy here, honestly. Yeah, of course.
That's something that's demonstrable.
The cold, dense air sinks near the floor, right?
Right.
It actually creates what I just said earlier, the temperature gradient in the roof, right?
It'll induct itself and create a temperature inversion, right? I understand, yes.
Yeah, well, so when you open a warm house to cold air, you create a vertical temperature gradient. So cold air sinks, warm
air will sink in, cold air will get trapped underneath the warm air, right?
And the same physics happens over the sea. So cold water, warm air, stable layers. The only difference is obviously scale, right? Your house is a few meters, the ocean is kilometers, which is why the refraction effects are much stronger outdoors, right? That's the whole point.
No.
Yes, that's why you cannot observe the same of what you observe in nature as in the lab, because the difference is way too big.
You're just begging the question.
I'm not begging the question. You're
saying because I can't duplicate nature is better than me. I'm just going to beg the question.
It's literally the same answer to how does gravity keep all gases inside because of the scale of the Earth.
I can create drastic or micro increases and decreases in temperature however I want.
But it's not.
Versus nature is what it is.
It's not the same. But because that's the whole point. Because it's not the same scale. Because it's not the same scale, you will not observe. You will not observe the same result as with nature to a small lab test.
Why not?
Because scale.
What if I can demonstrate refraction over a flat surface causing bottom-up obstruction?
It's not this if it's not the same scale. So the sea compared to a small tank, for example, it's not the same results. Plus all the other settings in the atmosphere.
I can create a little toy city on my kitchen floor, and I
First
can
of all,
manipulate the weather.
Right. I already told you earlier that you cannot. Right. I told you earlier that you cannot control totally all the atmospheric outdoors settings in such a way that you cannot replicate everything, and also because of the question.
So then you're just begging the question. Yeah,
it's impossible. It's impossible for humans to replicate all the conditions in nature.
You're begging the question because you're saying that, because I don't want to duplicate nature, because if I do, it might prove me wrong. So therefore, I'm just going to beg.
That's not what I said. I'm just going
to point to the. I'm just going to point to the Earth and say, therefore.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Exactly what you're saying. That's exactly what you're saying.
Okay, can you tell me what I said? Literally.
Yeah, you're saying we can't duplicate nature, and nature has such a vast.
I never said the word. No. First of all, I never said duplicate. I said we cannot replicate the conditions.
What's the difference?
The conditions of nature because of this scale. That's the reason why.
Why can't we replicate the conditions of nature? Can we create a hurricane in a lab setting?
2 reasons. Actually, it's not only scale. It's this scale.
Can we create a tornado in lab settings? Can we create lightning in a lab setting? I'm pretty sure we can recreate all of nature in a lab setting.
We can, yes, but everything we create in a smaller scale is always going to be different from the real scale and with all the atmospheric settings in nature.
How so?
Every time.
How so?
Because the atmospheric settings are way too complex. We're talking about the ozone layers, talking about the UV, A and B. We're talking about we're talking about electrolytes.
We can't duplicate UV light.
No, you gotta take in consideration the Earth, the gravity, the atmosphere, all the gases, the sun, the orbiting, the rotation of the. There are so many factors that do interact with each other perfectly in perfect harmony sometimes that it's impossible for us to replicate. So therefore, you cannot contain or recreate nature like a God mini app game.
There's no way to test what we see in reality. Then
there are that's not what I said. There are ways to test specific things, but
if we can't replicate it or duplicate it, then there's no way to test it.
Right, but physicists and geologists do take in consideration. They do take in consideration.
Theory cannot be proven.
They do take in consideration, right, the lack of certain settings that are by default here laboratorily non-existent, right? So. In this case, for example, I don't know, I can tell you like something irrelevant, such as, I don't know, like UVA, UVB, UVC of the sun, or gamma rays.
What does that have to do with weather?
Or ions and electrolytes and the atmosphere.
What does that have to do with temperature?
They do, of course, they do interact. They cause the temperature. Actually not cause directly, but they enter in Mother Nature's causality of temperature, obviously.
Okay, how does that work?
Listen, it's a specific case by case here, but there are so many external phenomena.
But you don't know.
No, it's not that I don't know. There are too many things, and I haven't been to something specific. So I'm not gonna. I can give you examples, but I'm not gonna go deep in a specific example because it's kind of irrelevant to the point. But you do understand the same as I do.
At this point, to me, you're just philosophizing. You don't really know what's going on. You're just making up excuses for why the Earth can only be evolved.
All right.
You can't duplicate or replicate anything in a lab setting to demonstrate what you're seeing out in nature.
You can. No, that's not what I said again. I said you can replicate some things with lab.
I didn't say that's not what you said. I'm saying that's what I'm saying because you're not giving me any demonstration.
And I don't agree. No, what I agree and disagree with is that yes, you can replicate some stuff, but it will always lack first the scale of nature, and secondly, the other atmospherical settings that are too big and too complex for us to put inside the lab, such as, for example, the effect of the plasma of the sun on the Earth.
You have no evidence for the ball Earth. It's unprovable. It's unfalsifiable.
The effects of the sun cannot be replicated in a lab, like in such a way that the plasma from the sun
has nothing to do with the sun. You don't need the sun to produce heat.
That's not what I'm telling you. But this enters in the equation. It enters in the equation of the atmospheric control, right?
We need to create so what you're saying is we need to create the Big Bang inside of a box, and then we need to have all the stars and all the planets and all the moons in the entire universe in the exact location before we can do a replicable science experiment based on the Earth.
Not necessarily. No.
Not necessarily. Like that would be a good idea,
okay, because what enters? Well, I said atmosphere every time, right? What defines the atmosphere? So all the elements that cause the atmosphere, that interacts with the atmosphere, cannot be replicated in the lab. That's the whole point. Such as the sun, Earth rotation, the solar system rotation. All of these small factors, as small as they are, and as a small, I mean,
so it's unfalsifiable.
It's not unfalsifiable. It's unreplicable.
So you can't falsify it.
We cannot replicate it.
You can't falsify the experimentation. You have a hypothesis, but you have no null because you can't falsify the hypothesis.
Actually, in lab conditions, they take all these factors in the equation when they make.
Oh, really? They do in lab conditions.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
So how do they remove gravity from the equation?
Depends on what experimentation. Depends what is being tested. Depends what factors are in or not. Depends on a lot of things.
So when I want to create a tornado in a lab setting, how do I remove gravity from and remove the sun from the equation, or how do I inject it back in so that way the tornado looks exactly like what we see out in reality? How do I do that?
Right, good question. Now, right. So when it comes to you choose to speak about tornadoes. Well, so. Of course, we can't make a full-scale natural tornado in a lab, obviously, right? You're not stupid. But of course, scientists can create small tornadoes in labs and classrooms, right? So that they reproduce.
How do they do that without?
Right.
How do they do that without?
Pretty simple.
Yeah. So and without.
They reproduce.
How do they microscale gravity down?
Right.
Because gravity is really affecting this tornado. You know what I mean?
They reproduce the same. I understand. Yeah, they produce the same physics. So vorticity, pressure gradient, rotation on of course a smaller scale. So, but the lab version isn't.
So you can do physics without worrying about whether or not gravity or the sun is affecting
right? Because this kind of physics in the lab just shows you the principle. Meanwhile, we don't actually. Here's what I say.
All right. So here's what I'm asking for. Then give me the principal observation in a lab setting. Using atmospheric conditions like air, heat, temperature, pressure, and make an observation over a curved surface and demonstrate being able to see an object behind a curved surface.
Right. So when it
using
comes to
only the air, using only the air, heat, and pressure.
All right. So when it comes to refraction and looming, right, that we've been discussing here, that you asked me to prove, which is of course already proven, right, because you observe it in the road, you observe it on the sea. So of course,
I'm sure they've demonstrated these in the lab settings too. So I'm asking for a lab setting demonstration.
Right. Correct. So of course, just the principle of the phenomenon, exactly like the tornado, right? Of course, tornado in nature is more dramatic because of the other atmospherical settings, unlike in the lab where it's totally controlled. Right? Just to explain the principle. Same thing here. We can't control the whole atmosphere of the ocean.
The whole point is to demonstrate the cause and effect relationship, right?
But we can create the same.
We can.
Right.
The reason why we can behind the ball.
Correct. But we can create the same conditions and controlled lab. Yes. Layers of different air, water, density bends light the way, actually the same way as in nature. So the example is, tank with saltwater layers plus
demonstrate
laser.
this in a lab setting.
I'm trying to, but you're cutting me off.
Demonstrate this in a lab setting, please.
Tank.
You're talking about it. I want a demonstration.
Yes, I will. Okay. Tank with saltwater layers plus laser gives and shows you the laser beam curves. That's exactly the principle behind.
The sugar water. Right? You're talking about the sugar water.
Do you want the video?
You're talking about the sugar water. Is it the green laser in the sugar water tank?
I'm not sure, but do you want to see the experiment?
I mean,
yes or no? Okay. So.
Yeah. Go ahead and put it in the chat.
You're cutting, dude. So here is the experiment of the laser refraction over water tank, yeah? Which is literally the physical principle of
over the water tank
effect.
You said over the water tank?
No.
Is that what you said? Over the water tank or in the water tank? Is it in the water tank?
It is.
Is the laser going through water?
Yes.
It's in the water tank. So the laser's not in the air, it's in the water.
No, the laser is in the air, but the light crosses water, yes. It goes through water. It's outside the tank.
So the laser is outside the tank. Over the
It's simply the light refraction.
At what point am I looking over the horizon? When I'm standing above sea level and I'm looking out at the horizon, at what point am I looking through the thickness of water?
I didn't understand the question.
Right. So this laser is going through the air and then through the water, right? Demonstrating Snell's law, right?
Right. It shows you how the curve. Yes.
Right. So
refraction.
So if I'm to look at the same observation, right? Like if I'm looking at the out over the water, at what point am I looking through the water and then seeing things pop up on the other side of the water?
It's not you. Okay, you observe light. Light comes to your eyes. That's how you see things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, and this video here. So the tank in a small scale model, but the same physics applies over long distances, obviously, right? So over tens of kilometers in the. Hold on.
I'm not looking through water.
Give me a second. Over tens of kilometers.
I'm just saying, I'm not looking through water. Why are we continuing forward when I'm not looking through water? I'm not even looking through sugar water.
Because light, the light that goes, that crosses the water, that goes through the water, that's literally what happens to it. For you to see it above the horizon in that way, that's the looming effect from your perspective. And the experiment shows why light bends or curves, right? That's literally that. So we observe literally the source, the reason why light curves, by putting the light first in the end, then crossing the water, then it shows you the reflection, and so the looming effect. And of course, when you observe it above the horizon, as seen in the other video of the Eddystone Lighthouse, you observe the already curved light, right? Because the sun to the sea, the water curve. That's literally what I'm showing you right now. The
laser is going through water. The laser is going through water. When I see the lighthouse is not underwater.
The lighthouse is not under the water. The lighthouse is under the horizon because of the curvature of the Earth. But that's a different subject, isn't it?
But light is bending around the curve of the Earth above the water. It's not going through the water. So, at what point in nature am I looking through water?
Dude, my brain hurts. Give me a second. Let me breathe.
The laser's going through water, right?
I gotta take a small break, dude. Hold on.
The laser's going through water, right?
You're confusing me more than I'm confusing myself because you keep confusing me more.
No, you're confused.
I think yes. I think actually I'm confused. Hold on. You're confusing me even more.
Yeah, because you don't understand that the laser passes through the water and ends in the water. I'm not looking through water. You're equating looking through water to being the same as me looking over the horizon.
You don't look through what? No, yeah, you're right. You don't look through the water.
You're equating that. It's not the same principle. It's a completely different medium.
The principle that's behind it is that when light moves from one medium to another, it diffracts. So air is a medium and water is a medium. And because those mediums are so different, you can see the effect really clearly.
Right, but they are different. That's the thing. I'm looking through the same medium all the way through.
No, that's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Yes, I am.
Because the air at different parts of the atmosphere, at different parts of the Earth, is a different. It's a different pressure, right? The pressure is less as you go higher. Because of that, light is moving through different mediums.
So the light is bouncing off of the less dense medium and bending back around to the more dense medium?
No, it's not bouncing off. It's diffracting through it, which means it bends as it passes through it.
So if I'm looking through one medium straight, right? And then the surface starts to curve, right? The light, if there was no medium deflection, the light would continue straight, right? Like we'll just use a vacuum as an example, right? The light would continue straight over the curved surface, right?
Outside,
but because there's a medium, and the medium closest to the surface is more dense than the medium above that, right? Like as it goes up, it becomes less and less dense. So what you're telling me is that it's bending downward again because it's bouncing off the less dense medium above. Otherwise, it would stay in the same medium.
No, it's not bouncing.
When have you ever seen a laser curve in the same medium?
It doesn't. That's what I'm explaining to you. Light, when it goes from one medium to another, that's when it bends, right? It doesn't just bend.
So when it goes upward into the less dense medium, it's bending back downward, right?
Yeah, well, it's not just about denseness, it's also about heat. Like the air close to the surface of the Earth tends to be warmer, but that's related to the pressure.
Well, if the air is closer to the surface of the Earth is warmer, that means it's less dense than the air above it, which is cooler, so it would deflect upward, not downward.
Well, it depends on the angle of deflection depends on the angle of entry, right? Like the angle that the light is going through phase change. That's why when the sun is right overhead, it looks white because the diffraction is so little that you don't really notice a spectrum of colors. But when the sun is at the horizon,
that has nothing to do with it, dude.
It does. It's directly related to the phenomenon that Snell's law describes. When the sun is at the edge of the horizon, right? Like it's hitting the atmosphere at a much more acute angle, and because of that, the diffractive effect is much more noticeable, and that's why we notice colors in the sunset. But you don't see colors, right? You don't see a range of colors. You don't see just red when the sun is right overhead. You see white, which is composed of all the colors, right? That's
perfectly fine
together.
Also, electrifying gases can produce the same effect, right? Exciting the gases.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's all about the mediums being different, a different phase, a different type. So yeah, like absolutely.
No, so because we see different colors in the sky, therefore light is bending around the curve of the Earth.
It's not bending around the curve of the Earth, really. It's bending around it's bending as it passes from space into the atmosphere. And into denser levels of atmosphere.
Okay, so is it bending upward or downward?
It's you can't really describe diffraction in an upward or downward sense.
It's not
right? Because
diffraction.
we're talking about waves here, right? Waves propagate in all directions at once.
Diffraction and refraction are two different things. We're talking about a visual observation, not radio wave.
Yeah. So like when we look at the nighttime sky.
Well, we're not looking at the nighttime sky. We're looking at things that are at the horizon or beyond the horizon or in front of the horizon.
Oh, sure. Yeah. So in that case, we can determine that because of differences, like I said, both pressure and temperature. That's what causes light to like refract around the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, there's my question. So, what's causing the light to bend downward around the curve of the Earth?
Yeah, the difference in that's what I'm saying. The difference in medium as
okay. So, is it more dense above the surface or less dense above the surface?
It's generally speaking, it's more dense.
Okay, and then the higher up you go, it's less dense or more dense?
Yeah, the pressure is less,
Pressure is less dense. So what you're saying is that when I look out over the horizon,
and we're talking about gas.
When I look out towards the horizon, this is what I'm saying. I'm looking out towards the horizon, the light that's coming into my eyes, going out towards the object, the light coming into my eyes is going from the object around the curve of the Earth, and instead of going in a straight path like it normally would when it's going through the same medium, because the Earth is curved and the air above it is less dense than the air below it, because the air at the surface is more dense, therefore the light is bouncing off the less dense air because the medium's changing and refracting back down into the more dense medium.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that it's bouncing off. It doesn't really. I mean, light is a wave. It doesn't. It's not bouncing in that way. It's curving. You know.
So like curves, it doesn't move in a straight path.
What's that?
Light doesn't move in a straight path. It curves.
It moves technically. What relativity would say is that it moves through a straight line in space-time, right? But for us, that's, you know, we only see things in 3 dimensions. Right?
How absurd that is to say that, like, it looks like it's going straight, but it's really curved.
No, it looks, I would say it's better to say it looks from our perspective like it's curving. Like things are curving when really technically they're just following the curvature of space-time, right? At least that's what relativity says.
What? How? Can you explain to me what the curvature of space-time is?
It's really tough, honestly. Relativity is a really difficult concept.
No, just the curvature of space-time. I want to know what the curvature of space-time is, and I want to know what the straightness of space.
Relativity is like the mathematical description of the curvature.
So it's only in concept. It's not reality, right?
Relativity? Yeah, it's a theory. It's a theory.
It's just a concept. It's not reality. Right. Just an imagination.
Well, yeah, it's a mental
concept. It's a mathematical imagination
and predict reality. Right?
Mental masturbation is really what that is.
Accurately. No, it's not. It's not masturbation because we accurately use it to describe and most importantly to predict. Right? We can use relativity to predict all kinds of things.
You can use math to predict anything, man. You can also observe something happening over and over and over again and then create a mathematical formula to match what we're observing. And then because you make a prediction off of that mathematical formula, like therefore I predicted it. No, you just observed something that was already happening and you reductively
it's going to happen next. Yeah.
You reductively created a mathematical expression of what you think might be going on in reality, which doesn't work.
You're absolutely
It doesn't work all the time. It doesn't even work all the time. If it worked all the time,
You're right. And science. So listen, bro. That is part and parcel of science. Like the reality of science is you only have disprovable theories. You can never ultimately prove something for all truth beyond time. You're right that science is.
Why do we have laws?
We're trying to reduce the. What do you mean? Why do we have laws?
Why do we have science laws?
What we call scientific laws are scientific theories, like anything else. A scientific
they're theories that can't be unproven.
So, what's that? Oh, they could.
It's called a law because it can't be unproven. It's been tested so many times, and it's never been disproven.
But hang on,
that's what a science law is.
There's a important distinction to be made here, and this is what science is all about. Is that there's a difference between saying we haven't disproven it yet and saying it can never be unproven, right? The whole point of a scientific theory is it has to be able, at least theoretically, able to be unproven, right? Because if you can't test it, if you can't think of some conditions where it might theoretically fail, then you
how do we test space-time?
Really is. What'd you say?
How do we test the curvature of space-time?
Well, one really interesting thing, when Einstein came up with relativity, back in the, more than 100 years ago now, he predicted all kinds of things. Black holes is a good example, and he predicted them out of his theory, and then we got experimental evidence for him. More recently, he also predicted
what was the experimental evidence?
Waves.
Yeah, can you show me an image of this?
Experimental
like
evidence
an actual photograph of
black holes.
For black hole, yeah.
Well, the whole point in the theory of black holes is they're objects that are so dense that they curve space-time so much that even light, which moves faster than anything else, is forced into orbit essentially around these.
So how did they find a black hole?
Light can't escape, so you can't even see a black hole, right? You have to
how did they find a black hole?
Well, one thing that happens. So, like I just said, black holes are objects that are so massive that warp space-time so much that when light gets close enough, it can't escape. It's curved into the object, and it can never curve back out to our eyes so that we can see it. But, gravity works by the inverse square law, right? The closer you are, the more intense gravity is exponentially. So light that isn't as close, that's a little bit further away from the black hole, it is curved. It is following the curved space-time that this black hole is curving.
So do we have a photograph of this?
It doesn't, but it doesn't bend all the way into the black hole, so it can still keep traveling through space and eventually get to our eyes, right? And we can see.
Look, I'm all about sound waves and distortion, and like these are things that we can see effects of, like even in the Black Swan, we see distortion of the crane, right? So, and then like if a loud enough sound wave occurs, you can also see distortion. These are waves that will distort the light in front of you. So can you please share with me a photograph of a black hole where I'm seeing the bending curvature of space-time going around, like the distortion of the working around the black hole?
Right. That's what I'm getting at, is that you can see the light that is warped just around it, not the light that works inside it. So there's a black space in the middle, essentially.
Right. It's just a dead spot. I get it. But you see a little warping around the outside, right?
Right. This like lensing effect, they call it.
Right. So
behind the black hole itself. Because
do you have a photograph? NASA's probably found hundreds of black holes by now. Surely we've got a photograph.
Yeah. So I'll confess I was being a little loose with language. When I said light, what I really meant is like electromagnetic radiation, which light is just one part of that spectrum. So we can see all kinds of like electromagnetic radiation coming like out of and off of these black holes. We can't see all spectrums of electromagnetic radiation with the visible eye, right? Just light, which is a very narrow range. But we have instruments which can pick up the whole spectrum of electromagnetic light. So
we could still put that into a photograph. So is there a photograph?
And they've like created like pictures that make sense to our eyes.
I've seen illustrations. I've seen artists for this. What I'm asking for is physical representation of the black hole.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, no matter what you can build something based off the data, but it's a constructed image, right? You can't take a photograph of it.
I can create anything off of data, man. Come on, I can create an equation and demonstrate how 1 + 1 = 3.
I mean, not one that's logically consistent with the logical axioms that we rely on in mathematics.
I'll show you. I'll show you a video.
Nah, it's going to be silly. It's going to use some abstruse logical leap that's not supported. Like it'll use infinity in a way that's not mathematically supported to try and do some little numerical games. You can do all kinds of fun games like that. The point of science is to build models again that can both describe accurately and predict the real world that we see. So it's not that they're perfectly fallible for all time. It's that we can get real, actionable, reasonable results out of them. We can get predictions.
You can make any math equation stick. And then when the math equation doesn't stick, they just create another one to
yeah, exactly.
to
Right.
replace
That's exactly the point of science. Is you have some mathematical
model that didn't work.
That explains things, that predicts things well.
Prove the herb.
And when it's not,
so let me stick another math equation.
Yeah, and when it's not predicting things well, you search for another mathematical model that can explain everything, plus the new things that you weren't able to explain before. And that's how science works. We get better and better. But that also means that you always know that scientific theories, in a way, are like always incomplete. Every scientific theory we have, even the these laws, quote unquote laws, like have things that we can't explain. Some of the oldest laws are Newton's laws, which are one way of describing motion mathematically.
It doesn't matter if we can't explain them. They're laws because we did everything we could to manipulate the conditions around it, and it is what it is.
But we've proved beyond a doubt that Newton's laws, for example, aren't complete. They don't completely accurately describe everything. There are a lot of things that they're very good at describing with a high degree of accuracy, but there are some things that they can't explain, that they don't properly explain. And so even though those are like laws, and we still use them today, like practically, we still treat them like they're true. We also know at the same time that they're not true, at least in some cases, at least in some contexts, they can't explain everything. And that's why we needed relativity.
So, like the three laws of motion, right?
Yeah, Newton's laws, yeah, 3 laws of motion. Like, we know as scientists that these aren't completely, they don't describe everything. If you read the Principia, which is like the tome that Newton wrote to explain these 3 laws, among other things, and Newton's like the coolest, like the smartest guy maybe that ever lived, and like one of the most influential people ever, because he
actually he wasn't. He was a pretty smart dude. He said after he had like made all his observations of gravity, he said anybody that believes this, dude. So yeah, I think it's.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. In the Principia, he says about gravity, he's like, listen, I've demonstrated that gravity like kind of is this force that acts in this specific way, at least approximately, but I don't really know what it is. I don't know where it comes from.
Give me the quote.
I don't know. I'm just paraphrasing.
Give me the quote.
Quoting him. I mean, I'm not. I don't have the Principia open right now. I'm not.
Well, I mean, I just want the quote. Surely you can go find the Principia somewhere, and then you can go find that specific quote where we know gravity is real. We know it exists. We understand it. We can calculate it. We can do math with it. Go ahead and give me that quote.
So do you want to talk about something? Are you gonna make?
Yeah, I'd like to talk about the measurement of the curvature.
Yeah. Well, this is what we've been talking about.
No, we've been talking about everything but the measurement for the curvature. And somehow that will prove the curvature of the.
Yeah, well, you don't really need the most sophisticated equation. You don't need relativity to explain the curvature of the Earth. But we were talking about like the reason light, bends through, different states of matter, and you do kind of have to start getting into relativity, or at least electromagnetism, to understand.
Well, you don't need relativity to explain refraction.
No, not per se, right? Like we had a study of electromagnetism. We had Maxwell's laws before relativity ever came along, and Maxwell was like another one of those like geniuses who really he figured out this whole system, and it was really good. But Maxwell had issues too, and that's why we needed relativity to come around. I mean, that's pretty deep. That's deep physics. But I mean, you're talking about like just measuring the curvature, measuring the size of the Earth. I mean, like you can do that just with simple astronomical observations. You can just look at walk around and look at the sky at different times and like do some math and come up with the.
Oh, in order to prove the curve of the Earth, I have to look at the sky.
Yeah, that's how people did it, like 2,000 years ago or whatever.
So, what am I looking at in the sky that proves the curve of the Earth?
if you just look at the way the stars are, like there's no other explanation. So like if you go like to the equator and you look at the stars, and then you go to the North Pole or near the North Pole as you can get, and you look at the stars up there, you're seeing different like fields of view, right? And if you really look at that and try to build a mathematical explanation for it,
why do I need to build a mathematical explanation?
I mean, why do you need to build a mathematical explanation for anything? So you can understand it and you can predict it, and then you can use. In the case of the sky, you can use it. You can use it to navigate. Even you'll realize, oh, it looks.
Okay, navigation.
It looks quote unquote the same. Like
all right. So when we look at the sky, right, and we do navigation, and we draw triangles to the sky, right?
What's that?
We're drawing triangles to the sky when we do navigation.
Well, as somebody pointed out in the text chat there, you don't even need to do like math. If you can go to the North and the South Pole or pretty close to it, you can just see in the night sky that the sky rotates in opposite directions.
If I can go to the North Pole and South Pole, can I go to the North Pole and the South Pole?
You don't have to go, because you can just go north or south of the hemisphere. That's actually enough to see it.
No, I want to go to the North and South Pole. I don't want to be just limited to just my local location. So what else can we do to demonstrate the curve of the Earth?
Like I said, that's really the simplest way. Like
you do realize, like, if I'm in Santa Barbara and I look north, the sky will appear to rotate counterclockwise. And also from Santa Barbara, if I look south, the sky will appear to rotate clockwise.
I don't understand whether you look north or south, the sky is rotating the same way, right?
Right. No, I agree. The sky is moving east to west.
Clock, and no matter how many times you turn the clock around, no matter how many different angles you look at the clock from, it's always going. The hands are always going clockwise, right? So that's just what you're saying is just not true.
Hey, bro, you're from
Santa Barbara. I'm not moving Polaris to the south.
You're from Santa Barbara?
I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean.
No.
Or you're saying that when you rotate, the sky appears to rotate counterclockwise?
No. When I look up at Polaris, right? Like you say, when you look at a clock, the clock's always going to move clockwise no matter which direction you face the clock, right? So if I put the clock, and instead of the clock, I have Polaris. Now Polaris is going to rotate counterclockwise, right? But I can't take Polaris and move it to the South Pole, right? No, Flatterday, I'm not from Santa Barbara.
I mean, what you can move is your own perspective on this. That's why I was using the clock.
I know, but I'm not moving the face of the clock. I have two different clocks in two different directions. I'll give you another example, okay?
No.
If I have a clock,
please.
Listen, dude. I'm gonna explain it to you.
A question. Now you're not gonna let me respond.
I didn't ask you a question.
I understood it in the terms you asked.
I didn't ask you a question.
In the terms you presented.
I didn't ask you a question. Let me explain to you what's going on. If you're standing in a room, right? Forget about whether it's flat or curved or whatever, and you put a clock on the north wall and you put a clock on the south wall, and they're both moving clockwise. If you look at the clock on the north wall, it's going to move clockwise. And if you look at the clock on the south wall, it's going to move clockwise. It doesn't look like that in the sky when you look out into the sky. Looking south, it's going to move clockwise. Looking north, it's going to move counterclockwise. That's the way the sky moves because the sky is moving east to west. Now, if you wanted to make a similar observation of the clocks, you could put the clock that's on the north wall moving counterclockwise and the clock on the south wall moving clockwise, and they both would be moving in the same direction if you were to look at them. They would both be moving from east to west.
Okay, so just to try and make this clock analogy work, let's assume the clock is not, on the wall. I know that makes sense for humans for a clock, but we're talking about...
Well, it's the only way you can hang a clock, right?
Well, you could just put the clock on the ground, say. Let's say the clock is just lying on the ground and you're not moving it at all. It's like embedded into the ground. No matter, you can You can walk around the clock. You can change your own perspective, right? Which is what you're doing
Right.
when you're changing from pointing north to pointing south. You're not changing the stars. You're changing your own perspective. So in this analogy, the clock is on the ground. You're not changing the clock. You're just changing your perspective. And no matter what,
I'll give you an example of why you're wrong.
look at it from, the clock is still going to be moving counterclockwise.
I'll give you an example of why you're wrong.
Clockwise.
Okay, that clock is supposed to represent Polaris, right?
No, the clock the clock represents the entire night sky. The whole thing is rotating, and you can. It's the whole thing.
So
I mean, it's not even rotating, really. It's us rotating. It's the globe rotating.
So
right?
if that's
But
the
it
case, then
appears
why do I when I look south it rotates in the opposite direction?
I don't understand what you mean. It doesn't.
You know that
What direction does the sky turn in the south?
There's only certain constellations visible from each north and south side of the Earth, which also proves the curvature.
No, it doesn't. It just means you're under a different part of the sky. You have limitations to your vision.
You can track the sky while you boat from north to south pole, and you can see how this works.
Yeah, I know.
Again, you have limitations of your
I know
vision.
that's what like flat earthers say is like limitations to your vision, but it doesn't make sense because even if you accept that, it doesn't explain the movement. It doesn't explain why when you're on the North Pole and you look into the North Sky, you see it rotating one way, and then when you
Which way does it rotate?
When you're in the southern hemisphere and you look into the South Sky, it rotates the other way, right?
Why would it rotate the other way then?
Because you're on the opposite.
I thought the sky rotates the same way.
No, the sky, I mean, really, the sky, quote unquote, the sky is just the solar objects. And solar objects are moving, but relatively speaking, they're the same, right? The constellations.
It's not solar, it's celestial, but whatever.
Yeah, sure. You're right. It's not solar. It's the whole galaxy and the universe, which we can.
So why does it? You just got done telling me that the sky turns the same way, no matter where you are. So why does the sky turn the other way?
So when I say turn,
rotate,
quote unquote,
whatever,
turns, it looks from our perspective as if it's rotating. But when you think about what that really means, you realize that the only explanation that's consistent is that the Earth itself is round and that it itself is rotating relative.
That's begging the question. I asked you why, when I'm under Polaris, does the sky rotate counterclockwise, and when I'm under the celestial South Pole, the sky rotates clockwise. I just told you that no matter where you are on Earth, if you look north, the sky will appear to rotate counterclockwise. And no matter where you are on Earth, if you look south, it will appear to rotate clockwise. You don't have to go to the South Pole to see the southern sky rotation. All you got to do is look south.
I mean, it all depends on where you are. Because
No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
all you got to do is turn around and face the other way, and the sky.
Matter.
Okay, I'll give you another example then. Okay, you're looking north. The sky moves from east to west, right? Right.
I mean, it really depends on where you are. If you're at
does the sky move west to east?
You're looking to the sky in the north. You will.
Does the sky move west to east or east to west?
Hang on. This is let me. I'm trying to explain this to you. If you go far
I'm about to mute you, man. Answer the question.
If you go far enough north and you look north into the sky, you will see a point above the horizon where the stars appear to rotate.
I can't go all the way north, so now we have to have another observation.
You can go far enough north to see that.
Yes, you can. You can go to Norway and you can see it. It's very close.
That's not the North Pole.
But it's very close.
That's what I'm explaining. You don't have to be all the way at the North Pole, right? Because
okay, so which way is the sky moving when I look north from Norway?
Well, you will see that it's rotating at a point.
It's rotating around a point in the sky.
Which direction is it rotating?
Oh, that actually is a good.
That doesn't actually matter. The fact that there's a rotational point is what matters.
But it's a good question. No, I got this. I just have to think about it spatially.
I'm trying to show you all how you only believe what you're being shown. You have no idea.
I've seen it with my own eyes. You could just go to Norway. We've probably never been that far north.
Okay, so which direction is it rotating then if you've seen it with your own eyes?
Clockwise in Norway.
It doesn't matter what you're looking for.
Counterclockwise. Okay.
It's counterclockwise.
It's counterclockwise in Norway. Ask ChatGPT for all I give a damn, okay? If I'm standing at the equator and I look north, which way is the sky rotating?
You're saying in the north. I just said counterclockwise. I'm standing by that answer. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. All right. If I'm in Norway and I look south, which way is the sky rotating?
If you're looking south,
there's only going to be one point. There's only one point when you're in Norway. There's only going to be one point that's going to be the rotational center. You will not see the other side where the other.
I know, but the sky still rotates. The sky still rotates.
Yeah, but it has a point where it rotates
around a point below the horizon, right?
Even so, it's still rotating, right?
So yes. So if you turn around and look south, if you were able to look not south precisely, but if you were to turn in the direction of south and look through the Earth, you could see that the sky was rotating the opposite direction. It would be rotating clockwise.
Oh, so now,
and if you go to the South Pole, you will see that, right? And that's why.
So now you understand that it doesn't matter where you're at on Earth. If you're looking north, the sky appears to rotate counterclockwise, and if you look south, the sky appears to rotate clockwise.
Really, what you want to say is not looking north. What you're saying is looking towards the rotational axis of the Earth itself, which is different than like north, right? Like, if you can imagine the Earth spinning around, I know you don't believe in it, but just imagine the Earth as a globe spinning around in space, right?
Do you think I didn't go to school?
I'm just saying, just so we're on the same page. I don't know anything about you, honestly.
Which way does the Earth spin, east to west or west to east?
It doesn't. It's like, I don't know. It's like a meaningless question, I guess. Well, yeah, I don't know. Because that's a question from our perspective, right? Like, in the sky appears to go from east to west, but east and west are only have meaning here on Earth, right? Anyway, so we have this ball and it's spinning, right? And when you're standing on top of it, like right on the top where the tiny part spins in place, right? The very North Pole. And you're looking up, you're just going to see the sky spinning, right above your head, right? That's not north, right? You're not looking north. You're looking directly above your head. You're as far north as you can go on the planet, but there's still an axis, the rotational of the axis of the Earth. If you picture, a line going straight down through the Earth, around which the whole Earth is rotating.
This whole thing is based on not looking at the Earth.
If you're standing north and looking upwards, what are you going to see? You're going to see right above your head a small circle of stars spinning kind of around it. Everything spinning around the same small point, right?
Right, not the Earth.
You're saying that's not the Earth. What I'm saying is this model that I've just given you, this conceptual model, which you can just think through in your head. You don't need to do any math.
How big is the Earth on your model?
Understand that? I didn't do any math for this. This model doesn't require you to do math. All it does is require you to travel around the globe and look. So now let's say I can't make it to the North Pole, right? Let's say I can just make it to a spot that's like, well, where Norway is on the globe. Not right close to the North Pole, but I'm still close enough that I can see where that axis, that rotational axis, that invisible line
in the sky,
with, I can see the point where it points to in the sky. And so
So I'm not looking. You're not looking at the Earth, right?
Now, no, I'm standing on the Earth, looking up into the sky.
You're looking at the sky.
Before I was on the North Pole,
I want to look at the Earth
directly above my head. Now I'm in Norway, and I'm looking kind of more off at an angle. So instead
I was a nerd for space and the solar system and the heliocentric model and galaxies and all that stuff when I was your age. I was a huge nerd for it, right? So I know how everything works in the universe according to your paradigm, but I really want to stop having my imagination sucked out of the back of my brain where I'm imagining myself from a God's eye view of the entire galaxy. All I want to do is focus on the surface of the Earth.
the Earth is bigger than you are, right? So you're going to have to imagine something.
How big is the Earth?
You can see. Well, we can agree that the Earth is bigger than what you can see at any one time, right? Like you can't. Do you agree with that? You feel that you and I, who are just crawling around here on the surface.
I just want to know how big the Earth is.
We can't see everything that's out there, right? We can agree on that at least, right?
Yeah, I can't see the entirety of the universe or the entirety of the Earth, even for that matter.
Sure.
Right?
So
I can't see all the way to Russia from the United States.
Right. So no matter what, right? No matter what, if we're trying to explain what the Earth is, if we're trying to have like a mental model of what is the Earth, what does it look like, what is it shaped like, ultimately we're going to have some model that kind of supersedes what we can actually.
No, we can't have a model unless we know the dimensions of what we're dealing with.
Image, right?
No, I need a dimension. I need measurements, bro.
Well,
hey, according to this guy, it doesn't have to be a paste. I'm talking now. Yeah, I'm talking. According to you, it doesn't even have to be a ball. As long as we can stand on it and look and see things spinning in the sky, we could be on a cube then, according to you.
But how would it make sense? I mean,
how would it make sense? Because Earth is measured flat. It's not measured curved. If it was measured curved, I would give you a ball. But since it's not measured curved, we can't give you a ball rotating in space. How's that? Got it?
We can measure the curvature of the Earth. So, I mean,
how big is the Earth?
Sheepdog, you were just saying to me that I used to be so heliocentric, and I've gone through school and known.
Yeah, how big is the Earth?
Question you even need me to answer then?
Because this is the whole crux of the situation.
Has an answer to this question.
Here's the problem. Okay, I'm gonna walk you down some logic, right? If the Earth is not the size they say it is, if it's bigger or smaller than what they say it is, does that change the distance to the moon, the sun, the planets, what the location of where the satellites are up in the sky? Does that change anything?
The size of the Earth is not, if does that change the appearance of the celestial bodies? That's an interesting
question. Not the appearance, the location.
The location of the celestial bodies?
Correct.
But the location,
the distance
from our perspective, right? Where we
distance
see them in the sky, you're saying?
No, the distance. If they tell me the moon is 238,000 miles away, based off of a Earth with a circumference of 24,901 miles, we would infer and know that the moon is that distance because it has to do the hell is the name of that? It has to do what is it called when two circles are equidistant? Help me out, Professor Triangle.
Concentric circle?
Concentric circles. So the Earth would have a surface circumference, and then the moon would be doing a concentric circle around that circumference. Do you agree with that?
Like the moon's orbit?
Right.
Yeah, well, it's roughly circular. It's not exactly circular.
Well, I'm just saying the orbit itself is a concentric circle around the circumference of the Earth, right?
Yeah, I mean, probably it's an ovaloid, not a circle, technically, but
which goes against forget his damn name, Aristotle's principles, but when it comes to orbits, but just for the sake of it, right? We're just going to ignore this. We're going to talk about the fact that the Earth would have to be a certain size, and then the moon would have to make a concentric orbit around the Earth because it's based off the distance from the surface of the Earth to the moon. That's how tides work. That's how, and then from the surface of the Earth to the sun, our surface, we're making a concentric circle around the sun, right? But it's all based off of this circumference of the Earth, right?
Like our calculation for how big the moon is and how far away from it is?
Well, I mean, the orbit would have to be that location because it's making a concentric circle around it, right? Like we launch satellites up and they go in orbit around the surface of the Earth, so they would have to know the distance to the satellite and make a concentric circle around the Earth, right? That concentric circle being an orbit.
Yeah.
Right. So if the surface of the Earth is not measured to be the measurement that they told us it is, then that means the distances to everything is wrong, and they're doing something else in the sky.
I mean, so if you can show that in some conclusive way that the like mainstream consensus of the size of the Earth is wrong, then
right. So how big is the Earth?
To me, it doesn't. Even if you could prove that, it doesn't imply that like something else is going on. But
well, I mean, it can't be that the Earth is the size they're telling us, right? That means that the satellites aren't where they're telling us either, which also means that the moon isn't where they're telling us it is either.
Like okay, so yeah, it's okay, I'll go with it. But to get
so how big is the Earth?
You're gonna say that I honestly don't know. Let's see.
Wikipedia. Well, I mean, if you don't know,
miles.
that shows a belief, right?
I believe that like mainstream science has determined the size of the globe, and I believe that I understand how it can be done, like theoretically and practically. I don't actually. That doesn't mean I actually do it.
One question for you: which science measures shapes?
Which science measures shapes? I don't know. Geometry.
Is that
geometry? Is not a science.
I'm not sure what.
Well, you're the one who claimed the science measured the Earth, and so you're wrong.
Well, and you're right. So geometry does measure shapes, but it's not science.
So how big is the Earth then?
It has a radius of 3,959 miles on average, and it's got a circumference at the equator of 24,901 miles. But what we're saying is that science does not measure spheres. What measures spheres is geometry, right?
I mean, in my view, geometry is science, but
I thought geometry was math.
Math is science to me, yeah.
Math is not science. Math is math, and science is science.
Okay, words mean whatever they say they mean, I guess.
Science.
Somewhere with this point.
Science has to do with studying the physical and natural world, right? Like if you science something, then you basically you account for all the phenomenon that's occurring in the experiment, and then you show a cause and effect relationship in the experiment, correct?
Yeah, I mean, science is like, to me, it's like a mindset and a process. It's like science in the modern.
Oh, so there's no method for science. It's just like
I think
it's just a mindset, right?
Well, no, I mean it's both at the same time. I think it is like
so I consider myself, because I study the way I cut my grass in straight lines. I'm a grass cutting scientist.
Scientific mindset.
Yeah, I'm a grass in the world. Yes, I'm a grass cutting scientist, because when I cut my grass, I want it to be fucking straight lines, right? So I'm a grass cutting scientist.
I think everybody's like a scientist in a prosaic way, in that we all literally like do experiments every
that went right over his head, dude.
Data. We do experiments. We take in data and we make predictions about what's going to happen next, and we all do it. So yeah, we're all like scientists in our own way, totally.
It went way over his head.
So what's going to happen? What's going to happen when my line is crooked? Predict what's going to happen next.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Hey, Professor Triangle, real quick. I gotta head out, dude. Can you take over? Take over.
Yeah, I'm driving. That's fine.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks.
So, you said you can predict things because everybody's a scientist. So now I'm a grass cutting scientist, and I like those straight lines. and now one's crooked. What's the predicted outcome?
I really don't
That's right. It doesn't make sense. The question doesn't make sense. That's correct. Because cutting grass is not science. Because you keep saying everything is science. Everyone's a scientist.
I can say everything is.
I can say everything is science.
Science is a mental.
Science is a mental process by which you. Oh my god.
Could you turn off your echo?
Could you turn off your echo or something? Because it's like really off-putting to just hear my own voice in my ears.
I told you I was driving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't hear your echo.
I'm sorry. It's.
Yeah, because I'm wearing headphones.
Yeah, because I'm wearing headphones.
Well, that's a good enough excuse for you to win the debate.
Sorry, man. I'm not trying to excuse anything. I literally can't talk when I'm hearing my own voice come in with like a 2-second delay. It literally makes it impossible for me to concentrate.
Sheeple, can you see the side chat?
Oh yeah, I haven't been like keeping up with it. Science is a mindset. Science is a mental process. Yeah, I mean, when we say science in the modern age, I guess we're most often talking about the scientific method. I think that's where like the actual like etymology of the word lies. So in the more narrow sense, science refers to the scientific method, the scientific process, and also kind of by extension all the like institutions that we built up around it, which does mean that to some extent, when you're talking about science, you're accepting what other people accepting with some amount of belief or trust, like faith in the scientific process, in the system, and the institutions that further it. Like I have faith, I don't understand every principle that makes my computer work. I mean, I like to think I understand a lot of it, but let's be real, I couldn't build a computer. I know a little bit about like chip fabrications, but I couldn't build one. Fuck. I know a little bit about assembly code, but I've never written like assembly code for a whole machine before. So it's like I have to take like on faith that these things work, and then other people have figured them out, and that like what other people say about that is true. So I mean, there's a legitimate ontological critique.
That's called engineering. That's not called science, by the way. That's called engineering. And stop talking when I'm talking. It's called engineering, not science.
What do you mean stop talking when you're talking? You haven't been talking at all. I mean, engineering is an outgrowth of science. We wouldn't be able to engineer fancy computers if we didn't first do all the science that enabled it. Like we wouldn't have computers if we didn't have, the metals, the various precious and rare metals that make up the chipsets in there. Like if we hadn't thoroughly done science on silicon and boron and all the other things that go into making chips, we wouldn't know what propriety they have.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect. Computers were made by wood hundreds and hundreds of years ago, and they would crank the handle to get the answers. So you didn't need metals hundreds of years ago.
He's talking about digital computers.
Sure, I'm talking about like modern computers, bro. I mean, you're right, but you're only really making a semantic point. Sure, you could say computers. Computer doesn't necessarily mean an electrical device with chips in it, but that's what I'm talking about, the devices that we all use and know as computers. We had to do science to get to that. Surely you'd agree with that. Well, I don't know, maybe.
You also had to develop the mathematics to do these calculations, like binary arithmetic and all that.
What science do I need?
Yeah, and I'm including that.
Do everything.
I'm including that in science. Like the Arabs, they came up with decimal notation. They weren't calling anything science. They were speaking a whole different language. The word science didn't exist. But in my, historical view, they were doing science. They were building a system that allows you to describe and predict things in the real world. That's what it's all about.
So doing math is not science. And just because you want it to be that way doesn't mean the earth is a ball now.
Okay. I mean, you're not really making any kind of argument.
That doesn't make any sense, man. Like, mathematics and science is completely connected.
Incorrect.
How so?
Form a hypothesis with a mathematical equation.
Well, the ideal gas law is made in math.
Over Fences says we've covered everything except the room topic. Well, I mean, people are making it about science. If you guys want to talk about flat Earth,
You are the one who said everyone's a scientist because I cut my grass in straight lines. I'm a grass cutting scientist now.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's not what I said, but come on, you can do better than that, surely.
I can't do better than that, and don't call me Shirley.
Geometry is a part of science because geometry is a part of mathematics, which is a part of science.
Okay. Can you give me a hypothesis for a triangle?
Well, you can define a triangle in...
Yeah, hypotenuse?
No, hypothesis. Define a triangle, yeah, that will be us giving it its identity and its constituent parts. Will be identifying it. Natural science and the scientific method doesn't identify things apart from the causes of phenomena. So, do you want to give me a hypothesis for a triangle?
Well, the way you construct a triangle is to start with points, or vertices, as it's called, and then you connect the lines, and then you create a plane between the lines. Okay. Or you can define a triangle by angles. That's also another way. That's conformal geometry.
Okay. So, is that the independent or dependent variable?
Come on, what does this have to do with flat Earth? Are we really going to talk about flat Earth or not?
We can talk about flat Earth. I'd love to talk about it, but this guy seems to have a problem with geometry, and we're going to have a problem with this guy if he doesn't understand shapes and how we figure them out. He thinks we're going to science a shape, so that's why I'm asking him for a hypothesis for a triangle. Hopefully he'll understand that when we go through it, obviously we're not going to be doing that if he knew what a hypothesis was. So this is an educational tool, but you're right, we should probably get to the flat Earth.
So aggressive.
I'm sorry, sir. Do you feel hard done by? Would you like to try again and give me a hypothesis? That's a prediction of what causes phenomena to happen, by the way. For a triangle.
Triangles are very easy. Like, if you don't understand triangles,
what causes a triangle?
Triangle is defined by points. It's very simple. 3 points, 3 vertices.
Why do you think I'm trying to ask you for a hypothesis for a triangle?
Why do you even need such a weird concept when you can just say what it is?
How many people actually here believe flat Earth? My friend, hold on, this is exciting for me. Now he wants to know. Because you claimed that geometry was science. Science,
mathematics.
Sorry, my friend, thank you very much. I waited for everyone to stop talking so I could. Natural science deals with hypothesis construction after the observation of something happening. The hypothesis will be the prediction of the cause of that happening that you'll verify through experimentation, and then you get your mates to repeat and verify it. You notice this scientific method isn't the tool that you're going to use to figure out the shape of an object. So no, geometry is not science. Duh.
So you want a prediction for that a triangle has 3 corners? Is that what you need to define a triangle?
Sorry. Do you know what a scientific hypothesis is?
Yeah.
That's what I need for a shape. That's why I asked you when you rambled on, what was the independent and the dependent variable in what you said? Do you know what an independent and dependent variable are and why they're relative to a hypothesis and the scientific method?
Well,
of course not. Of course not.
Well, you just imagine that everybody's dumber than you. That's the problem.
No, dude, you're trying to say that geometry is a branch of science. It's categorically not. I'm trying to demonstrate that to you. You seem to have, some kind of ego, pride blocking this? I don't know what it is. I've demonstrated the scientific method to you. Logically, you should be able to conclude that making a prediction of cause and effects isn't a tool that we're going to use when we're trying to identify an object.
Well, what it sounds like to me is that you're incapable of identifying a triangle. You couldn't even figure out what it is.
Oh, a triangle that has 3 straight sides that meet at 3 vertices, and when you measure the interior angles and add them together, they reach 180 degrees. Would you like to continue?
But is that supposed to be amazing? Because that's kind of basic.
Dude, you seem to have charged me with something. Right, that I don't understand what a triangle is. I mean, do we have to go back into kindergarten and act like school children, have a little fight in the playground? Dude, I'm just demonstrating to you that geometry doesn't fall underneath the scientific method. I'm sorry if your feelings are hurt and you feel like you have to attack me or something. I'm just pointing out that you're incorrect. Surely you're big enough of a man to, be humble and accept that? Without becoming...
Jedi.
Well,
how about this, Jedi? Will you give us the flat Earth hypothesis?
Again, I'm trying to point out to you that shapes
I haven't heard it
and
yet.
even surface descriptions don't follow underneath the scientific method. So why would you ask me such a question? Obviously, the scientific method doesn't adjudicate, in this instance, surface descriptions. It's like whack-a-mole with you people today.
We're going to find out if he knows what a triangle is in a minute. I just walked in the door.
Every time you point out somebody's just incorrect and you try to help them, they get offended and defensive and start attacking me. It's weird. You're just wrong. Just accept it.
You know that geometry is defined mathematically, like a triangle. The way that you talk about angles is numbers, so it's all connected.
Yeah, that's mathematics. Mathematics is a language that you can use and extrapolate from science, but the scientific method isn't mathematics. Again, it's a slight category error on your behalf. Sorry. Science is very stringent. It has a method, a methodology to elucidate the causes of phenomena. Right? You might be able to abstract mathematical formula like PV equals nRT from the experiments that went into it. Doesn't mean, though, that science is math.
No, I'm just saying that it's kind of what scientists are using a lot.
Yeah, they use a lot of math. They have equations based on the experiments that they've done.
Yeah, and they also use a lot of geometry.
Really? Scientists, when they're doing the scientific method, use a lot of geometry, do they?
Yeah.
Like what? Help me.
Well, when you're describing anything that has a size, weight, shape, proportion.
Okay, so
that's all geometry.
So this object that's of a particular shape.
Yeah, like a cube.
The point is, this method isn't the method that you would use to come to the conclusion it is a shape. The method comes to the conclusion, the cause or not. So why are you interrupting, Whack-A-Mole?
Hypothesize that
Why
something
just start slapping you down now as well, Whack-A-Mole? I'm clearly talking. Were you not brought up by fucking good parents? I won't bother. If you're going to interrupt me whilst I'm talking, I'll just go.
I think you'd like to insult people more than you like to talk about things, to be honest. I don't think people are as angry as you are. You're insulting, you're shouting people, telling them to shut the fuck up. It's kind of like you're trying to... Is that a dialogue? Is that good behavior? Did your parents teach you to curse that much? Why?
Dude, you're insulting our intelligence by saying that you can science a shape. Okay?
I mean, we can agree that like math and geometry, while not like not, you know, defined by the scientific method itself, are part of the process of doing science. Like I get what you're saying, Jedi, is that
Can be.
Hypothesis, dependent and independent variables, these are important parts of the formal process of science. But surely we can agree that things like math and geometry, even though they aren't hypotheses in and of themselves, are an integral part of doing science. Right?
They can.
These are things.
They
These are things that we
be,
take for
but
granted,
not-
right? We take for granted that a triangle is what it is, and we can describe things. For example, like just look at any subject, astronomy, right? You're asking how does like geometry like apply to science? How do they use geometry in science? You know, you can make predictions about the geometric structure of celestial objects. You can say, my hypothesis is that the moon is X, Y, and Z a size, right?
No,
that's
you can't. You keep monologuing, dude. Okay, they can be used in science, but they're not integral parts. They could be using them. They don't have to be used at all.
Ah, yes. You can hear me just fine now, right? No echo.
No echo.
Yeah, I'm not hearing any echo. Thank you, Triangle.
You understand the difference?
Wait, what's that?
They're not integral parts of science. They can be used in science. Don't have to be used in science. Not necessary at all.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, in my view, this is essentially like a semantic argument.
No, not semantic
at all.
all.
Do we call this or that? Do we call this science? Do we not call it science? I mean,
no.
Well, it is semantic.
It's not semantic at all. In other words, where if
it is semantic.
If you have just that semantical means definitional, and
that's it.
Right, but we're defining two categories.
If we can't use semantics and we can't come to an agreement on terms, then we're talking past each other, and there's no point in continuing the conversation.
I'm not saying we can't use semantics, but
no, I agree.
Saying,
but the only point is to come.
Oh my God! That I finished speaking, dude.
Sorry.
Yeah. So in germ theory, there's no mathematics at all. Okay. No formulas whatsoever.
Okay. Again, this is like a semantic game that doesn't interest me.
Not semantics, just category errors.
Like if you're going to base your conversation on your feelings, then we can't have a conversation because the words are going to mean whatever you want them to mean when you want them to mean it.
I mean, we decide on what words mean. We decide on it collectively.
Fine. We're going to decide on what a triangle means here in a second. So go ahead and look in chat and answer that NASA IQ test question. Which of the figures below are not triangles? Yeah, go ahead. Answer this question.
Why are we arguing about triangles?
We're not going to be in 1 minute. Which of the figures below are not triangles?
Are you talking to me? Seriously?
Yes.
Bro, I'm not going to engage you like this. I'm not interested in being quizzed. If you want
Well, we're defining terms, sheeple. That's the point. We're defining terms, and we're trying to see if we can have common ground. If we can't have common ground, then there's no point in having a conversation.
Dude, I got $10 so you can correctly define a triangle. Don't let me down, bro. Got $10 riding on this.
I'm gonna DM you my.
Which of the figures below are not triangles? At Sheeple. Which of the figures below are not triangles? My name is Professor Triangle for a reason. So you can't answer that question?
No, I'm not going to answer that question. I thought I made that clear.
Do you know what a circle is?
I'm not interested in like being quizzed.
You don't know what a circle is either?
If you actually wanna like have a discussion, an intellectually stimulating discussion, then I'm all for it. But
you told me triangles are science. I want to know if you even know what a triangle is.
I never said that.
Then answer the question so I can figure out if you even know what a triangle is or is not. Trying to set some common ground here, dude.
Is the shape of the Earth a philosophical question? I'm just curious. It's a legit question. Is the shape of the Earth a philosophical question?
You asking me?
Yeah.
I mean, no.
Since you won't answer what a triangle is the shape of the Earth a philosophical question?
I mean, truth is a philosophical question, but the shape of the Earth to me is an objective matter.
How sure are you that the Earth is a globe?
Doesn't mean it's complete. As sure
What
as
percent?
I am of.
What percent are you?
That's what meaning does that even have?
I mean,
say 99%.
You know if you have hand shape.
Does that satisfy you? I don't know.
Yes. I need to
it's
know
a very common answer from people like you.
What I said 99%. That's a common answer?
That's a very common answer from people like you.
Have a point?
Oh, he's a brain in a jar. He's a 99%er.
Were you going somewhere with that thought, or?
Yeah, it's going in the direction of it's useless to have a conversation with you.
Because you think you're a brain in the jar. You're only 99% sure of anything.
Sure. Yeah, I could be a brain in a jar. That's a possibility. And maybe God is real. That's a possibility too.
See what happens to these guys when I ask them if they know what a triangle is? They start breaking down. It happens every time.
Thanks a lot, dude. I just lost $10.
So what is that?
You already knew you made that bet.
Yeah, but he lost $10, but he was getting 10-to-1 odds, so he would have made 100 if he could have answered the question.
Why would you even take that bet?
Dude, our odds are going to be for Globers like 250-to-1 soon. That you guys will even answer the question. For some reason, you think it's a trick question.
Hey, sheeple. Let me ask you this question just to see if you can follow logic, right? Because this is about logic.
Organically interacting, right? You have a clear kind of script that you're like trying to follow.
No, there's no script.
That's not respectful.
You know, it's funny. On things that we disagree on, you make fun of us and say we can't agree on anything. And the things we do agree on, you say that we have a script.
When did I say that?
You just said that we have a script. So let me ask you this.
Agree on it. When did I say that we? I did say you had a script.
No, not we. Flat earthers. So let me ask you this question, okay? This is a very logic question. You said we have a script.
Yes.
This is a very logic.
I didn't say.
This is a very logical question.
Is flat.
I know, right? If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what? Sheeple.
Black.
If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then it must be what? There's no must be anything. If it's not curving, then it's not curving. That doesn't imply there must be anything. I mean, obviously, as I said, I'm 99% sure that the Earth is as sure as you can be about anything.
How sure are you that the Earth is not? How sure are you that the Earth is not flat?
How sure am I that it's the same?
You're 99% sure that the Earth is not flat.
Yeah, the 1% only reflect, as somebody else put it, the sort of metaphysical uncertainty of all life and experience. We don't really.
What happened to the answer to the question of if it's not curving, then it is what? How did that not get answered?
Because something could be more things than just curving or flat, which is the obvious answer that you want, right? It could be spiky. It could be rugged.
What is it if it's not curving and it's not flat? What is it? Give us the third option,
It's not curving
please.
and it's not flat?
Yeah, what is it?
Like I just said, it could be spiky, it could be rugged, it could be uneven in all kinds of weird and asymmetrical ways, right?
So it would be curving.
Obviously, the Earth it's not perfectly round. It's not perfect.
So it would be curving if it's not curving.
That right? What's that?
So it's spiky, uneven, wavy. So those are all curved lines, right? So if it's not curving, it could only be curving, right?
Okay. So if you define anything that isn't.
If I draw two lines, if I draw two lines, right, and I'm only drawing from point A to point B, right, no breaks in the points, and I draw two lines, one of them's curving, the other one is what?
Could be anything. If you draw like a triangle, essentially, if you draw one line and then another line at a right angle such that the 2 points connect.
I'm just asking for one line. I'm not asking for two lines. I'm not asking for two lines. I'm asking for one line. Even if you draw zigzag, right? Each zag and each zig is a single line. So if I have one line and it's not curving, what is it?
It's clear the answer you want here is flat, right?
Is there another option?
Why can't you say it? Does it bother you that much to say the word flat now? Are you so like in reality? You're like going down the street with people and there's a lake. Look how flat the lake is, and you're going to be like, "That's not actually flat. That's there's just a tiny curve to that thing, just a little tiny curve, but you can't.
It's rigid. It's got ripples in it. It's not flat."
Yeah, so I don't know what you're trying to get at with this argumentation. So if a line, if we're defining a line as something that A is not curvy and B does not have any angles or breaks or anything in it, then yes, it's a straight line in normal Euclidean geometry. Then yeah, that's a straight. I would say it's a straight line. I guess you could say it's flat. Flat to me, well, for me, straight line.
Well, flat is a lack of curvature, right?
See, that's important to your argument.
Flat is a lack of curvature, right?
Yeah, generally in 3D objects, though I would say not in. I mean, it can depend on the context.
Just so I know,
I'm just asking.
just so I know your feeling on it. Like, is a vertical
because if like the ground, when I go up a mountain, right? It's not a. I wouldn't really call that a curve, but it's also not flat, right? So and we can all agree that mountains exist, right? So by if any amount of not flatness, if any amount of not straightness is curvature, then we all agree that the Earth is curved. If only like in the sense of a mountain or a hill, right?
Change in level.
All right.
Yeah.
It's a deviation from sea level. That's what that is.
A deviation from sea level. It's not a curve. It's even though you just defined a curve as any like line that's non-contiguous.
Right.
Or any line that is contiguous that doesn't curve. That doesn't like.
It's the rate of change of slope.
Anything that's not flat, essentially. I mean, you said anything that's not flat is curved.
We talk about lines, dude. At the moment, you seem to be confused about.
And that's what he's saying. Any line that's not flat is curved. He essentially.
I know, but you seem to be confusing that with a mountain for some reason.
Okay, so is a mountain flat or curved then?
A mountain that has it's like a triangle, dude, like a pyramid. Right, but its elevation.
So is it flat or curved?
No, it's straight lines. If it's like a mountain, dude. You're missing the point. Can I actually finish my point without you asking a ridiculous question? I'm trying to make a point to you. The mountain is elevated. It's an elevation profile. Mean sea level being the horizontal reference datum that you're going to be able to measure the elevation profile of a mountain. The mountain's got jagged edges, dude. It's not curvature, right? And the level itself isn't curved. It's just a change of level from one to another. Sea level, the height of the level of the mountain, or the level of the seafloor, or any valley or anything else that you want to describe is going to be an elevation profile taken from the horizontal reference datum of 0. That's mean sea level. Are you confused?
So to the other commenter who I was talking to, is the mountain flat or curved?
Mountain? Is it flat?
I wasn't talking to you, bro. I was talking to the other person.
I know. It seems like you're confused with your own question. Can't you answer that?
You can curve solid objects, yes.
I'm not the one who's saying it's either flat or curved, right?
You can curve solid objects, yes.
So the mountain is curved, is what you're saying.
It can be curved, yes.
And the mountain is part of the Earth.
Right. What about the water?
So the Earth is curved.
What about the water?
What about the water?
Earth is 70% water, dude. What about the water?
The mountains.
So when you
Earth is 70% water. Fuck the mountains.
So here's the thing. Okay, we'll get you back to you, Professor Triangle. I'm going to say this. All right. So the elevation of the mountain, right? The amount that it's above the Earth, it's all based off of sea level, right? Every elevation profile, as Jedi was saying, is based off of sea level. So what we're trying to do is find out what part of Earth could be flat, if any. And what could be flat would be the part that's level, right? Because you have to have a base point to base everything else off of, right?
Okay, sure. But then at least by the terms presented, the Earth is curved, right?
The dirt is curved. The dirt is curved.
Level is flat.
The dirt is curved. Hold on.
Okay, so
hold on. The dirt is curved. Okay, the dirt is curved. So if I fill up a cup of water, is the surface of that water flat or curved?
It depends.
How?
I mean, well, think about it. If you have, let's say it is perfectly flat to start, and then let's say you leave another drop of water, you splash a drop of water right into the middle, you're going to see ripples, right? And those are curves,
okay. So
clear curves,
water at rest is flat, right, on the surface.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's no water at rest because there's always Brownian motion, but sure, we'll say water at rest is flat. I'll take that. Whatever.
There's a mean level, right? There's a mean.
Oh, that's even better. Sure, there's a mean level. Yeah, that's even better.
Right.
I like that.
Average of levels. Awesome. There's an average of level. Good.
You could agree, like, to if we're going to measure something to be higher or lower than something else, like to see if there's a change in elevation, you're going to measure that from a straight line reference, I would think, right? To then say the mountain is this high or this low, or the water ripple is this high or this low in reference to a straight line. What would you use? What would you use to? Yeah, exactly. What would you use to implement a straight line?
To implement or to measure a straight line?
No, you would have to introduce a straight line to make your measurements from. So what would you use as a straight line reference in reality?
Like with modern technology, we have like surveying, it's a whole discipline, and they have like specialized tools for that. They have this thing, it's like a tripod and like a little camera with like a,
It's a receiver at distance that uses the mirror, works on the law of refraction. I do.
Yeah, like I can give you like a walkthrough demonstration.
Yeah,
so there's a tool called
that are pretty sophisticated at measuring,
Well, one of them is called an auto level. Like I can give you how that works, right? So like an auto level is a two-man operation, right? You have a measuring rod and you'll have the auto level. Auto level, you try to set it up so that it's perfectly vertical, and you look out horizontal, perpendicular to vertical. The other guy, he's going to have a measuring stick, sheeple, right? And say he has a measuring stick and he's on the land and he sights it. He just looks at it, right? The one guy's standing looking through the auto level, the other guy's holding a stick. Say it says 40 inches, right? And then he starts moving the stick away, right? Holding it vertically. He starts moving the stick away and it starts to read 41 inches, 42 inches, 43 inches. That would be a change in elevation from the straight line in the horizontal orientation. And then you'll be able to measure, survey the land to be going up and down in reference to that. That's the tools they use. Is that the tool you would use?
I mean, I'm not an expert, right? I'm not a professional. But yeah, like, I mean... That's what I'm saying. Yeah, use like modern professional tools.
Well, I did ask you. I said, "What would you use?" And then you said you would use that one. That seems like a good one.
If I was trying to like literally survey the land, yeah. But I mean, I don't do that. I'm not a surveyor, and I don't go about doing that.
So what else can we use then to measure deviation from flat?
That's what you use. Yeah.
What else can we use to measure deviation from flat? If you don't know how to use it, what else can you use?
What would I mean, I would use one of these tools. Like, why? I don't understand. I don't understand what the question is.
Okay, so using those tools is a direct line of sight observation, right?
Well, part of it, yeah, but like, I don't know, at least the levelers that I've just done like worked on some like amateur construction projects, and like the stuff we use, like we used a laser level, which part of, an integral part of the function of it is gravity, right? You're relying on gravity for
a laser?
For the level, to get the level. I mean, that's the way, just if you're building.
Why are you relying on gravity to get the level?
If you are using like one of those yardsticks that has a little measuring bubble in it, then you are using gravity, by definition.
So you're using water.
Yeah, that stick that I was referencing, there's no water in it, just so you know. It's just
water. I think it's like, some kind of like.
Yeah, there was no water in it. It was just a stick with the little millimeter marks, just so you know. It's just a stick with millimeter marks on it.
I'm not saying that you have to do it this way. I'm saying. I'm not saying your way.
No, that's one. Yeah, that's one way. I'm just letting you know there's no water inside of that stick, But you could take it to that next step. Like if I were to project that over a distance.
The methods that I'm most familiar with. Like if I'm trying to make something level, like in my life, like I'm hanging a picture on the wall, I'm gonna use a little ruler with the little level bubble in it. That's. Yeah,
I understand. Yeah, so I'm just now putting the two. Yeah, I'm putting the two together now. So now if I do what I get the auto level and I get the stick, right, where it's reading 40, say it's got 40 inches, it's reading it, and I walk away from that, and everywhere where it measured 40, millimeters, I make a mark, right, and then I build a platform where everything lies upon that straight line, right? I just say, okay, well, it's 40, 40, 40. I'm going to make a mark, and I'm going to construct like a concrete pool along that mark. Now I just build up, say 3-inch walls on either side of it, extend that straight line. If I fill it with water, right, that straight line that I made, will the water flow or will it just remain still?
So you use you just use your simple auto leveler to build like basically a basin. Like, I don't know.
It's a straight line, and then everywhere I mark that straight line, like I mark it on a wall or something. Now I build a little basin, and I fill it with water.
Yeah.
Would the water remain parallel, like the surface of the water? Would that remain parallel to the platform that I built?
Yeah, roughly, yeah.
There we go.
I mean, there's factors in the mix. There's like
Roughly.
surface tension. It'll bulge a little bit. Like if you fill a glass all the way to the top, to the very top, you'll see that there's a point where first the water is like, it looks very level, it looks very flush, but you can put a little more liquid in it, and the water will kind of rise above the edge of the glass. But
so what kind of surface tension happens over 540 trillion cubic gallons of water?
Well, surface tension is like between the molecules, so I don't think it really matters the overall volume of a body of water to like. I mean, the surface tension.
I'm Michael
when
Jordan.
You slap your hand,
Stop it.
Like in the water
Get some
in the pool,
help.
it's you feel that slap, right? That's the surface tension. And when you slap the ocean, you feel the same slap, right? It's not like there's not more surface tension just because the ocean is 20,000 times as big.
So I can pour water on a ball, like a basketball, and then surface tension will keep the water on the ball?
No, it's not surface tension that's keeping the... Sorry, I just mentioned surface tension because that's something that affects like the shape of the water, like whether it's flat or not.
Oh, that's because of air pressure. That's because of air pressure.
Is because of gravity, not because of surface tension.
Nope. I took a basketball
I
and actually poured water on a basketball, and I put it in a vacuum chamber, and when I pulled the vacuum on it, the basketball got bigger, and the water evaporated.
Yeah, that's obvious. I mean,
so water doesn't stick to a ball.
If you put water on the basketball, it actually will probably stick to it to some. Water on a molecular level is kind of like gluey. It's kind of sticky.
So it's nothing to do with gravity. It is sticky. I tell people that all the time.
No. The reason
very sticky.
The reason water sticks to the earth is because of gravity. Surface tension is an important dynamic of water, but it's not the reason that like water sticks.
Oh, that's caused by air pressure. Pressing on water.
I mean, why is the air pressing downwards? Because of gravity.
No, don't answer the question.
No, the reason why the water is being pressed down by the air is because we're in a container, and that's how we got 14.7 psi at sea level of air pressure. It doesn't go up or down, maybe a little tiny bit, but that's it.
It's because of gravity. It's because gravity is pulling all of the air towards the center.
I've never been able to feel wind going past me, going downward.
Because
gases going all directions. They don't go down. Gases don't go down. They go in all directions.
I mean, that's obviously so silly. Of course, gases go down. Like, what does that even mean?
They go in all directions.
Yeah, and that includes down. They can go down.
Oh, so like 50 million directions they go in, and one of them is down.
It all depends on the context. If you have a gas that's heavier than air and you pour it, it will float to the ground. If you pour it out of a vessel or whatever, squeeze it out of a vessel, like if you have liquid nitrogen, for example, like if you've ever been to the doctor, and you have warts and
liquid
nitrogen,
liquid nitrogen. Not gas, liquid.
Liquid nitrogen is
not a gas. It's not a gas. It's a liquid. You said it yourself.
I'll explain.
Why don't avoid the fact that you called it liquid when it's a gas? Is it a gas or is it a liquid? Which one is it?
Nitrogen can be either a gas.
I'll tell you what I'll let you do. You show me the experiment, right? And the hypothesis that proves that gravity is holding water to the earth. I'll wait.
So anyway, as I was saying, liquid nitrogen.
So as I was saying, you're going to provide for us, instead of just giving us a baseless assertion, you're going to give us the experiment that validates your claim. You would be happy to do that, right? Don't you want to go ahead and validate the claim that you made?
So anyway, as I was explaining.
Anyways, do you want to validate the claim that you made,
And
Rosa? If you're not,
another example is
here's the problem.
CO2. CO2.
You're not just going to bulldoze through this conversation. You made a claim. Gravity is the thing holding water to the surface of the sphere Earth. So all we need is, number one, a sphere Earth, so that would be measured curvature. Number two, an experiment that validates that gravity is indeed holding water to the sphere. Now, you're going to get those things and nothing else.
It's not just that, says who. He's got to demonstrate that in a vacuum.
Yeah, we'll take that too. Yeah, add that to the pile.
Gravity holding water to the surface in a vacuum.
I said that to him and it went right over his head. I said basketball got bigger and the water evaporated, and then he didn't put two and two together.
Well, somehow they think that if they bulldoze through the conversation and just make claim after claim without supporting it, then they don't have to. No, sorry. Remember what you're supposed to do? Prove the curvature, then show us water sticking to the Earth in a vacuum. That's the thing you're supposed to do now, with an experiment and a measurement of Earth curve. Why don't you want to prove this?
Bro, you won't even let me talk. You're just muting me, or somebody's just muting me instantly.
No, it's me. Yeah, no, I want you to talk, but more than that, I want you to back up your claims. Your claims are Earth is sphere, okay? So we need Earth curve. Then we need to see somehow with an experiment, a scientific experiment, meaning independent, dependent control variables, water adhering to the surface of a sphere in a vacuum due to the cause would be gravity. That would be your independent variable. Provide those things for us. Don't just claim it, because if you claim it and you don't support it, then we know you don't have any support. This is a baseless assertion. That would be a fallacy.
Says who? So check this out. He's probably not going to be able to answer any of it because I asked him a triangle question and he refused to answer the question.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't know what triangles are. He refused. I can't answer that, is what he said. I can't answer that question.
He don't even know what two kinds of lines are. I asked him, if a line's not curving, what is it? And he, it could be anything.
Intentionally and hopelessly obtuse, evading all of his own claims, not supporting them. Sheeple, that's pathetic, bro.
Well, he's a brain in a vat, so you can't blame him.
Oh, is he a 99%er?
Indeed.
Told you.
Ah, damn.
Yeah, he's a 99%er. And he thinks he's muted for some reason.
So that's like a triple crown, isn't it, folks?
Yep. Trifecta.
He's a 99.9, he's 100%er.
Aren't trifectas 200 to 1 odds?
I think so.
He's got the 0.9.
Well, that 0.1% has jacked him all up.
Here's the funny thing, right? He's 99% sure that the Earth is a globe, and the 1% is not that the Earth is flat.
And he thinks he's muted right now. That's crazy.
He's muted himself.
Wait, that wasn't Donald.
Are you talking to me?
No, Donnie's sitting deafened.
Not Donald.
Yep.
No.
I mean, this guy's true to his name. He is a sheeple. You can tell.
Oh, yeah, he definitely follows. He's a follower.
If you read the rules for the room, one of them is, a suggestion that you can make a claim. So you've made the claim. Now, can you support the claim? That's the next bit. Otherwise, why make the claim if you can't support it? That's just kind of strange to me. See, like Professor Triangle here, he has a vacuum chamber. So when he tells you that if you pull a vacuum on water, well, it turns to gas. So the Earth is exposed to a vacuum. And what do we think would happen? Since we already know what happens on small scale? Anyone? How about you, Sheeple? What do you think happens? Yeah. By the way, where you're supposed to have that supposed gravity on Earth, that's where Professor Triangle is conducting this particular test, where there's all kinds of gravity, apparently, according to you. And what happens to the water anyways? Turns to gas. So it's over.
Yeah, but surface tension.
Oh, yeah, surface tension. Is surface tension gravity?
Oh, no, that's from air pressure causes that.
Yeah.
I can prove that by removing the air pressure. There won't be any more surface tension. These guys hate that we broke their own science using their own science.
Yep.
The problem is they believe pseudoscience. And when you try to hold them to science, they call you the anti-scientist.
Yeah, Sheeple, your appeal to having actual conversation, we have no problem with that. But, if you were to make a claim, something absurd like gravity is holding water to the surface of a sphere, in a reasonable conversation where people are being intellectually honest, they would go, okay, well, let me demonstrate. Or actually, you know what? I can't prove that. That would be the thing that you would do. Just say, actually, I can't prove that. That's just what someone told me. It's a rumor I heard, so I don't really know. You could do that too.
Yeah, normal people find this subject interesting, right? Like that to me is a normal human response. Like, holy shit, I never thought of that before. Yeah, tell me more. This is crazy, guys. Tell me more. But yeah, we get this other reaction. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah, just like I was talking earlier, I don't even know if you heard what I was saying. Somebody I was talking to, we're talking about refraction and why we can see over the curve. And I was like, okay, can you give me a demonstration of refraction bending around the curve using the air as a medium, not water, not any other condition, just air, heat, or air, temperature, and pressure. Those are the three things that I want to see bending around the curve in order to demonstrate that we can see around a curved surface to see an object that normally would be obstructed by the curved surface. Because what happens is I can give you a demonstration on a flat surface using temperature and pressure and air to demonstrate bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface. So I can give you an example of why the Earth is flat and why things tend to disappear bottom up over a flat surface. Can you give a demonstration of why we can see over a curved surface using only air, temperature, and pressure? Hey, Berserker, you're hot.
Berserker. Yeah.
Berserker, you're hot, Mike above.
Probably asleep.
Now, me giving a claim that I can give a demonstration on a flat surface using temperature, pressure, and air, demonstrating a bottom-up obstruction over a flat surface, would you like to see this positive claim and a demonstration to support it?
How do you guys explain the Coriolis effects on large storms?
There is no Coriolis effect of large storms.
You got to prove there is one, my friend.
But why are they going counterclockwise on the north and clockwise on the south?
Go study turtles.
Those are relative directions. Counterclockwise to what?
To the globe, of course.
What globe?
The one that's causing the storms to always be clockwise in the north.
Okay, I'll ask you the same thing I asked the guy before. Yeah, so what you would need to do is go ahead and somehow prove one of those claims.
Yeah, because right now that's very circular.
LOL.
Well, you can just look at the direction of the storms on the ground and see where you are on the
And
Earth.
make up a story about it. Yeah, stop doing that.
Yeah, well, why do they always go clockwise, the hurricanes?
They don't, actually. That's funny you say that, but they actually don't always do that. That's the funny thing.
The large ones do.
The large ones? Or large compared
to what? Have to pretend the other ones don't exist? We're just going to cherry pick now?
The larger they are, the more clockwise they will go.
I got it. So they start off small, they spin one direction, and then when they get really large, then they spin the direction he wants you to think. He said they have to be really large. It's small, it can spin all directions, but when it gets large, it only spins one direction. You sound retarded, son.
I don't care what you think I sound like, but the fact is that the large storms that develop the biggest are always going clockwise in the north and clockwise in the south.
Large compared to what?
Yeah, cool.
Well, they're almost covering the size of like a mini continent.
Mini continent? Many continents?
Bigger than India, giant.
Okay, so let's try this. You were talking earlier about, the laws of logic and how it's, based in philosophy and stuff. Do you adhere to the laws of logic or no?
Yes.
Okay, great. So in this case, let's not beg the question, shall we? You okay with that? Should we not beg the question?
Sure. Absolutely.
Okay, great. So let's not pre-assume a sphere Earth. Let's start from the base layer. Can you show me, if you think that you live on a sphere, can you show me the measurements of Earth curve and how they were taken?
Well, you used to measure the curvature by shadows back in the old days.
Hold on. Before we do the old days thing, were there any begging the question fallacies within that calculation?
They are assuming that
the Earth is a sphere, right?
No. They were not assuming that.
No, they weren't. Okay, so in this calculation, they're not assuming a sphere Earth, and they're not assuming the light rays, which is a reification fallacy, light rays, to be parallel hitting the Earth. So we're going to take those two out of this. So you have two shadows. What are you going to do with those shadows, since we're not begging the question?
Do you assume that the sun is where it is, or is it multiple suns?
I don't assume anything. Sorry, we're not begging the question. No one's assuming anything. You and me have two shadows. What are we going to do with them?
Do you assume that shadows are going in a straight line?
Why are you asking me if I assume? I obviously told you we're not assuming today. We have two shadows on the ground. What are we going to do with them?
Yeah, it's a nice claim, but you can't really just say that.
I'm not claiming anything. I'm not claiming anything. This is your claim. Remember, you and me are going to adhere to the laws of logic. We're not going to beg the question. So we have two shadows on the ground. What are we going to do with those?
Well, we're going to check if the shadows at the same time of the day is different at different parts of the world.
Okay. Then what?
And then we try to figure out where, if we assume that the sunlight is coming from somewhere, we can triangulate where the sun is positioned based on the angle of the shadows. And if it turns out that we, because of that triangulation, find that the sun is actually really far away and has basically directional rays because of how far away it is, then you can assume that the Earth is actually round and constant.
Okay, wait. I thought you can't triangulate the sun because of parallel rays.
Sure you can. I mean, it's
you guys are goons. I've gone over the ice wall, and I ended up in the same exact spot.
When I read the Eratosthenes story from all these astronomy departments, they tell me that he assumed both curvature and parallel rays together. And when I read about the Chinese version of their Eratosthenes, he assumed that Earth was flat and diverging rays from the sun. And his sticks and shadows test, the same as Eratosthenes, affirmed a flat Earth for the Chinese. So which of these two should I agree with? Because they both affirm the consequence.
They are. What do they say about the attenuation of the light rays based on distance?
Distance? What distance? Distance to what?
Distance to the sun?
Distance to the sun. Because if you're further away from a light source, it gets dimmer.
Holy crap. They got the distance of the sun due to the luminosity of the sun? No way. Citation required.
No, you have to combine the shadow angle with the brightness of the sun at the same time.
What the fuck?
No,
that's not in my Eratosthenes book.
I don't care what he said.
You're just making shit up, dude. You're a fucking bullshitter, dude. That's hilarious.
He is making anything up. I've been posting shit in chat that just counters everything you've been saying. So YouTube
you guys don't understand perspective.
Reality.
It doesn't really matter when you show me photos. You don't even
now
use the camera. You think glare is
now it's
fucking
perspective.
size of the sun.
Now it's perspective.
You don't know what a vanishing point is. That's the problem.
Oh,
what's funny is you're affirming the consequent. You realize that not a single astronomer today will agree that you can triangulate the positions of the stars and the sun and planets. It's because a light comes in parallel.
You can triangulate the angle of the sun. You don't to get the actual distance perfectly.
You can't triangulate on a globe. You got a curving baseline.
Triangles are triangles no matter what.
You failed the triangle test, remember?
No, you guys actually failed the triangle test because you don't actually know.
No, you did. I asked you to define triangle and you couldn't define it.
Define a hyperbolic triangle. Define a hyperbolic triangle.
First, you have to define triangle.
No, you can't because you have to assume. You're assuming things.
Yes, you do. In order to use those two words together, I want to know what triangle means.
But defining a triangle without asking what space it is begging the question. If you define a triangle as where all the angles sum up to 180 degrees, you're wrong if it's hyperbolic. So how
do you know if we have curved space-time? How do you know if we have non-Euclidean curving
space-time for hyperbolic? Hyperbolic geometry exists everywhere. It's simple. Like nature fucking makes hyperbolic geometry. It's all over the place.
Then how do you know that base reality is non-Euclidean or Euclidean?
I don't have to assume any of that.
Well, then how do you know what kind of triangle you have?
Well, if you look at...
yeah, a pretty funny question, isn't it? Yeah, it kind of ties your brain up in knots. This is what you're doing to yourself.
No, it's more like I'm trying to
this is what you're doing to yourself because you are denying what a triangle is in order to save your worldview, and that's freaking hilarious.
No, you're playing this game where you're trying to pretend like I'm surprised by any of this, but I'm not.
Dude, you said hyperbolic triangle or whatever the fuck you said. I want to know what a triangle is, and then I'm going to ask you what the other word means for next. And then we're going to combine the two, and you're going to tell me how you get what you get. So go ahead, define triangle for me so I understand that part of the word.
Triangle is made of three corners. It's a plane with three corners and straight lines, if you go with your definition, but that's
incorrect. Not curved lines. No curved lines.
If it's a hyperbolic triangle, it is curved lines.
Then you can't have an angle.
Yes, you can have angles in hyperbolic
no, you
space.
Can't.
Yes, you are actually completely making that up.
You need to know the center of a ball to do that kind of shit.
You know that the angles in hyperbolic geometry are cleaner and easier to mathematically calculate. It's like, this is
AutoCAD.
Everybody knows this in hyperbolic geometry. This is why hyperbolic geometry is interesting.
It doesn't work in AutoCAD, though, does it?
AutoCAD is linear.
For modeling reality?
It doesn't work in SolidWorks. And that models
so SolidWorks defines reality. Is that it?
Yeah, models in 3D reality. It models reality, dude. If I build something in SolidWorks and we all put it all together and everybody makes their separate parts, it'll work. If I mechanically move it in SolidWorks, it's going to mechanically move the same when I put the real parts together.
Yeah,
so,
I know that.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, so you can't have an angle. You can't have. Yeah, you can't have this. I'll post it in the chat for you. So you can't have this and get an angle. There's no angle there.
Sure it is. That's a geodesic angle.
What's the angle where the boat's at?
What is the geodesic? Do you even know any of this? You're saying there's no angle.
Call it an arc length, retard.
Here's another thing to say.
Why not call it an arc length, you retard?
You have to define the angle.
Why not call it an arc length? Why do you have to use geodesic?
You just don't get to decide what mathematics is.
Well, no, because you're trying to reframe everything to shoehorn your fucked up version of reality into this conversation.
The way you talk to me is fucked up.
Yeah, I know it is, because you're kind of
angry. What is it with you guys and the aggression? What are you thinking that people
because
who
it's frustrating trying to talk to somebody who's obviously got some modicum of intelligence, who's denying fucking triangles in order to support their worldview.
Yeah, he still won't answer the triangle
I know
question.
more about triangles than you do because I know more about the different types of triangles.
No, you don't.
You failed the triangle test.
That triangle test is for it's for beginners.
It's for NASA.
Yeah, you know what? I bet if we all had NASA shirts and this is a NASA chat room, he'd be agreeing with us.
So NASA is your gold standard for triangles. Is that it? That's ironic.
No, that's your worldview's gold standard, right? Because they put rocket ships onto Mars.
Yeah, because NASA calls triangles. No, three angles with three straight sides. NASA says triangles are three straight sides and three angles. So, yeah, I agree with NASA. You say triangles are curved sides. Here's a triangle for you. This is what you think a triangle is. And then you're going to tell me what the sum of the angles is of this triangle I just posted. What is the sum of the internal angles of this triangle?
That's a spherical triangle. Those are actual triangles. I know it doesn't make any sense to you, but that actually is a triangle.
What is the sum of the internal angles of the triangle?
That would be 1 second there. It's log. Well, the angle of that thing, like the sum of the angles, would be 540.
We got a Peter.
Yeah.
Just like a hyperbolic triangle, sum of angles is 108.
The actual answer is it's a red circle with 3 dots on it.
Yeah, for a child, yeah. Congratulations.
Dude, you think triangles have curved sides. There's something wrong with you. You think you can make an angle from a curve and a straight line touching.
You sure can.
You know what's funny is that circle with the 3 dots on it, the sum of those internal angles is all 360 degrees, not 540.
You guys need to look into principal curvature because you don't understand curvature. Principal curvature explains all this stuff. It's standard geometry. It's very useful. Tells you what
rate of you're just working it up.
Principal curvature is the rate of curving.
If the surface of anything is not curving, then that surface must be what?
Flat.
Thank you. So how do we measure curvature? How do we measure curvature? How do we measure curvature then?
Rate of change in angle.
Against what? A tangent?
Well, you take an angle sample and then another one, and then a distance between them, and then you divide the distance by the angle, and then you get the principal curvature between the 2 points based on distance. Basically.
All you need is one line. You just need a tangent and then a deviation from the tangent, right?
No, that's not. You can't calculate curvature with one sample. You have to have 2.
Well, you've got a tangent, and then you've got the deviation from the tangent. Drop over distance, right?
Right, and that point is actually a Taylor expansion. So you got like an infinity. You don't have anything that's resolvable to an angle.
But a car has curvature, like the surface of the car is curving, right?
Yeah, so we need curvature of the Earth measurements. That's the issue. And nobody can present any.
No, you just don't believe in any of it because you don't.
No, nobody has ever and can ever. If you think you can, then why don't you do it? You've been here for days.
The bed of my truck.
I have only been here for 2 days.
Yeah, days plural.
No, I think it's more like my actual question is, why is it that you are so angry with people who think the Earth is round? Like, what is the
consequence? It's frustrating talking to somebody who denies triangles to preserve their worldview, which is
just because you
without
keep
evidence.
saying that you don't.
It's true. It is absolutely frustrating.
No,
you
it's
seem
just
reasonably intelligent, and you're like trying to destroy and mangle the definition of triangles because you think flat earthers are retards. So you're revealing a very deep held bias against us this whole time.
I honestly don't.
Of course, I find that offensive. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry that you think. I think you guys are stupid.
Yeah,
but
you think we're retards. I get it.
Yeah.
No.
So, hey, retard. I posted something in chat for you.
Here?
I posted a globe and a guy's putting a plane on it, making it horizontal. He calls it. Tell me what the angle is when he does that. What's the angle between the globe and that horizontal plane?
Depends on where you're measuring from the plane.
Okay, go ahead and tell me, draw it out for me.
Well, it's just putting. What are you even asking? Like, it's just putting it on the.
What is the angle where they meet?
Well, if it was really precise, it would be 0.
Oh, there you go. So nothing.
Yeah, that doesn't prove anything.
You guys never learn. You guys never learn to stop answering my questions.
Nobody understands what you're saying.
You never learn. You should not answer Dr. or Professor Triangle's questions because every time he asks a question, it's a gotcha in your face.
Dr. Triangle doesn't know about hyperbolic triangles, so how much of a doctor is he?
I don't use them.
Oh, sorry, professor. I said doctor. Dr. Triangle sounds pretty cool, though. No, but seriously, like, pretending like triangle is somehow some kind of gotcha for logic is kind of childish.
Yep, I gotcha.
Yeah, you still need it for spherical triangles, too.
Hey, Scrag, he said it's 0. Yeah. The angle is 0.
Wow.
No, I did not say anything like that at all. And you're
rewind
just
that. I said, "What is the angle where they meet?" You said 0.
It's actually approaching.
Now he's
0.
just lying. He's lying now.
So what is this Wikipedia page about, huh? Tell me that.
Oh, what? Are you familiar with the concept of a unit sphere?
Yes, I actually.
All right, great. Describe how you form a spherical triangle using the radius of a unit sphere.
Now now you have a known radius.
Uh-oh, and radius lines are not curved, are they? You need actual angles from the point of origin in the unit sphere out to the surface of the sphere. Uh-oh, you need actual angles that aren't curving.
Just like I said before, you need to know where the center is. And I said, no, you don't need to know anything like that. You can just lay a plane on a ball and get the angle. So I laid one on the screen. I told him to give me the angle. He said the angle is 0. And he's recorded twice and streamed probably 5 different places right now saying that.
Well, here's even the worst problem, right? His flat line, right, that he's doing on the surface of his ball, he's doing a tangent to the horizon, right? So that horizon moves from day to day depending on the temperature, the weather, and the conditions. So that means that the horizon is being refracted, which means the tangent line is being refracted. So now we got another tangent line over a curved surface because that line is not connecting to the geometric horizon. It's the apparent horizon behind the geometric horizon.
Yep, and the perpendicular to a tangent goes to the center of origin, doesn't it? You need a 90-degree angle. Better hope that the radius and the tangent aren't curved. Yeah, it seems we actually do understand geometry a little bit. Why don't you call us retards again further?
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did. You said we don't understand the geometry of curves.
You said I called you guys retards.
Yeah, I said the way you've been carrying yourself in here. Of course you have.
That's just projection.
Everything we say is retarded, so that's why you're denying triangles. Because how could potentially a flat earther know more about a topic than you, right? I mean, flat earthers are the dumbest people on planet. So I, an actual retard, am tired of being intellectually bullied. I'm going to go into the flat earth room and try to out-intellect these flat earthers, and maybe I'll feel like a smart person for the first time in my life. Isn't that your thought process?
No. I actually find
to be the case, though.
No, yeah, of course it is. That's how you see everything, isn't it? Everybody.
It seems to be who we attract most into here, anyway.
I've been called stupid here more than I've been called stupid in my entire life, and I don't care.
Because you are acting stupid, dude.
May as well be a flat earther then. Join us, right? Join us, and you will become smart.
Join us in your stupidity.
Listen, man, sorry for being so rough with you. I really mean it. I called you names, and I'm better than that. So it's being recorded, everybody. I'm apologizing. I mean it.
I'm just going to say this, okay? People always come in here all the time thinking that flat Earth is stupid. And because you don't see things the way that we see them, even though you do see them the same way, you just don't think the way that we're thinking. And so when you hear us rebut something that you put out, all you're hearing in your mind is nuh-uh. And then you're like, well, they're saying nuh-uh, so I'm going to say nuh-uh. And that's good enough of an answer for you. But the problem is we have demonstrations and you don't.
That's fair. But for example, okay, if I'm going to be very charitable, right? I believe the Earth is round. And I'm extremely sure of that personally. But I can also understand.
How extremely sure are you that the Earth is round? What percent of sure are you that the Earth is round?
Well, I'm not 100% sure because I'm not a god.
Yes.
I didn't create the universe.
He's another one. He's not sure of anything. You can't be sure of anything. No, I said I'm not God, but if I apply heat to water, it'll boil away, evaporate.
That means we're winning, guys. We're winning. We got maybe 1%.
And I'm not God, and I know that 100% that I can make water evaporate. And I'm not God. So something's mentally wrong with him where he can't know anything 100% because he said he's not God.
Delandris, I got to ask you, bro, what percent are you sure that the Earth is flat?
I
need a hard number, bro.
1%, the inverse of my assumption about the sphericalness.
I've actually got a quantification of this for you, if you don't mind.
So it's either flat or it's curved.
A flat Earth,
and there's
a flat Earth and a round Earth.
But there's no
flat Earth and a round Earth differ by 99.977% over a square mile.
That's statistically significant.
Can I just say something?
The Earth is either flat or it's curved, but you're definitely 100% not a brain in a jar.
Can I just say, like, I am not a type of person who likes to. I'm not like
be wrong. Be wrong.
I'm not like Professor Dave. You know that there's a lot of people who hate that kind of guy.
Yeah, he's not a professor.
I know that as well. He's fake. He's a failed musician. Everybody, like, he's just a bastard. And he's
you should see his acting roles where he's sniffing girls' hairs like a creep in movies, dude.
Has he done that?
Yeah, actually, it's on IMDb.
I'll put
That's amazing. That just makes him even better. Yeah. So we have common ground there. Yeah, no, he's a piece of shit. Absolute piece of shit, and he's ruining everything. Like
he's a flat earther. Professor Dave's a flat earther who's trying to make Globers look so bad that they'll start hating the globe.
It's like flatearth.ws, the website.
But okay, so like
that too.
I can just tell you, like, my perspective is that I can understand why majority of the people in the world would think they were like the world looks flat because it's big, right? Like there's 10 million people in South America that are flat earthers. Like I think most people don't even know that, right?
That's just Brazil.
Yeah,
and it's 11 million, not 10.
From the vantage point of being
that was in 2018. That was in 2018, so the number might be a little bit bigger now.
Probably doubled by now.
But the point is that there's nothing strange to me about thinking that the Earth is flat. Like, I understand where that comes from. It's like not. It's kind of like, yeah, you look at the sea, it's like, right?
Then why are you
I think most people, if people are intellectually honest, everybody agrees that it appears to be flat, right? But for me, it's like, yeah, but and then if you look really deep, you see different things. Like, for example, depending on where you are on the Earth, like I live far up north, right? So like the sky moves differently here, and you can see the fucking point in the sky where it's still, right?
Earth. We're talking about Earth.
Yeah, no, you don't like the sky.
Oh, we're talking about the Earth. The Earth's not in the sky, is it?
Yeah, your globe coordinate reference system comes from the sky.
But that's just an observation of the sky, right?
Yeah, and an interpretation of that observation.
Yeah, we used to navigate. Well, I don't know if anybody does this anymore, but we did navigate with the stars before, at least.
Right.
Yeah.
And you use that baseline to draw a tangent to the horizon, right?
And there are different ways to use the stars, not just as a sphere.
Well, the star sky seems to be a inverted sphere spinning around us. That's what it looks like.
Why can't we just allow the sky to be the sky and the Earth to be the Earth, and we just focus on the Earth?
You know, there's a star tracker called Gaia, which doesn't treat the stars as a celestial sphere, but rather as starlight as 3D vector points that are observer dependent, which can't be triangulated. And this this tracking software is actually in some shareware Stellarium downloads you can get, as well as it's used in drones and satellite operations for station keeping. Thought you should know.
Okay, but we can track stars.
Yeah, we can track stars, and the point is you don't need a spherical model to do it. You can use a nice little star box to do it.
You can make a camera that just kind of use optical balancing, right, to just track a star. Like, it doesn't need to know anything about anything. It just needs to look at this object and try and follow it, right?
Yeah.
And then if you track the motion of the camera based on that, then you will see that it's arcing in a circle.
You know, I mean, it arcs, and over time it actually spirals. It actually does arcing spiral segments.
Your line of sight arcs. The stars aren't arcing. Your line of sight arcs.
The camera's motor is arcing.
Yeah, so the star trails form arcs, and the camera motor has to arc to track it. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. But over time, I mean, my point is, look, these stars don't actually form a sphere even over time in the celestial sphere model. That it's actually a helical thing, okay? Because the stars will come out in the north. They will wander towards the north partway through the year and come out higher and higher in the sky towards the north, and then they reverse course back to the south again and come out at the same point in time higher and higher, or lower and lower in the sky. So the composite result is almost like a slinky that's rotating and expanding and contracting.
Through the seasons?
Yeah, exactly, for the seasons.
Yeah, I know. That's very.
And you track this using declination and right ascension, which are arbitrary coordinates that you use in a spherical fashion in the sky. But that's not the only way to provide a coordinate system for these.
Sure.
Right? So the coordinate system's spherical, but the stars don't actually do it, and you track the stars using spherical coordinates, but the stars themselves are not spherical. Kind of like how you project land into that spherical skybox, even though the land is not exactly spherical either, just like the stars aren't exactly spherical. You're just projecting geometry.
Yeah, sure. That's how we do it. That's what we believe in.
Yeah, it is how it's done. And it doesn't work perfectly, which is why there are all kinds of adjustments that are made, like geoidal adjustments.
And we do know that's what you believe in. So I appreciate you validating that.
Right? Geoidal and refraction adjustments, they call it. That's what they use. And you know what's funny? What that math actually does is flatten Earth out again.
I'm not sure I get it, but yeah, maybe.
Well, so So sky coordinates, latitude and longitudes derive from when and where certain points are in the sky. And it doesn't exactly line up. It's not entirely consistent. And so what they've done over time is they've created what's called gravimetric corrections, where they assume that Earth is a globe and that the uneven distribution of mass through the globe is such that it warps starlight, which means if you could take a conceptual plumb line and hang it from that star straight down, that plumb line is going to be curved and it will be shifted. The plumb at the bottom will not point to the center of mass of Earth exactly where you think it is. It's actually going to be off center somewhere.
Oh, right. You're talking about how the atmosphere is going to distort the position.
No. This is how they say gravity does. Gravity is actually, they say, bending the starlight. No, that's for vertical, that's for plumbs. Okay, for horizontal, yes. For horizontal, they call it astronomical refraction corrections.
Yeah.
And so they incrementally correct. They measure Earth flat using planar surface geometry, and then they incrementally bake in corrections for the globe. And, with the kind of surveys that they're doing over such small distances, remember the difference between a flat and a curving 1 square mile is 99.977%. You start baking in that error every incremental mile, and you will get a globe eventually, even though it doesn't really exist. Are you starting to see the picture here? This has been going on for like 150 years. And this is why we're here. We're trying to point out the problem.
Yeah, I understand that you think that, but I can't agree with that because I think.
Okay. If you read German, I would implore you to read Helmert's Higher Geodesy. It's the foundational text for geodetic surveying, and he lays out all of this. He's very honest about it. It's not to say he's a flat earther. He's like, no, this is how we measure the globe. First, you measure flat, and then you add all these corrections to an ideal model you have in your head. Guess what just happened? The map came before the territory.
Yeah, but there's a lot of simplification models that's common. For example, it's easier to simulate the weather on a computer if you're doing it on a flat plane, simply because it's grid aligned, right? It's just because it's computationally easy.
Yeah, that's true. But to which grids? If you're straightening out latitude and longitude like they do and treat them as equidistant, that is still spherical geometry that has been projected flat. And then you ignore the corrections of the projections.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay, so if you were to take latitude and longitude and make them equal size grid squares, and lay that out on a table, that is still spherical geometry because your scaling factor is variable depending where you are on that grid.
So a cube from that grid, right? You're saying that's spherical geometry?
If they're using latitude and longitude, they are baking in a spherical assumption.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah. That's perfectly logical that they are. Right. Because longitude and latitude is based on a sphere. Yes.
Right. And so if they project that as a chessboard.
Actually, latitude and longitude are based on a protractor.
Right, but the thing is that when they're doing atmospheric simulations, they are not. They can call them lateral and. Oh my god, my brain is melting. The point is that in the computer, they're not technically doing that; they're just doing straight lines.
Right, and they're ignoring the projection differences because they are statistically insignificant, such as the case I mentioned, like over a square mile. Right, so.
Yeah, because the error range would be so tiny that it is indifferent. And
right. So the error only propagates at distance over extreme distances. And so we're asking for proof that is actually happening in reality. And all we get are circular affirmations. People want to confirm map distances with GPS. That's circular, for example.
Yeah, but that's where we end up disagreeing, because I will bring up Mount Rainier and say that it's under the horizon, and you say that it's disappeared below because of distance, and I'm going to say that it's actually rolling under.
I just don't think I think that's pretty sloppy. I think it's cherry picked. I also think that there's not enough information to use to make that determination.
I think it's something that's worth testing. Like, actually, also Mount Rainier is very beautiful. It's just like, despite all of this, it's a very nice mountain to see because it's extremely crazy large.
Let me ask you something. When was the last piece of evidence you've seen for the globe in infrared? And do you realize that we have entire channels dedicated to infrared flat Earth observations?
No, I have looked into infrared photography because I've been interested in it, but that has nothing to do with like proving the Earth. It's just
well, infrared is subject to less distortion through different media. That's okay, true. So we can mitigate claims of refraction simply by changing which frequency we're viewing it through. So one of my favorite observations is from northwestern Texas, looking at the Baja Peninsula of Mexico, a 760-mile globe distance from infrared at an altitude of 35,000 feet. The horizon curvature should be at about 230 to 250 miles. I'm recalling this from memory. However,
can you say that again?
Hold on, I'm almost done. If Earth is a globe, the Baja Peninsula should be 180,000 feet behind the curvature of the Earth, descended below that point that you can't see past. But in infrared, you can see everything on the ground. He zooms right in and you can see it, and it's quite clear and labeled.
Yeah, how far did you say that was away?
760 miles from about 35,000 feet.
Right, 760. Goodness.
This is one of so many observations that entail measurements. And listen, the reason we like some of these kinds of observations is because we're operating at such distances where being extremely precise doesn't matter. Who cares if the Baja Peninsula is 180,000 feet below the surface of the curvature of the Earth, or like 50,000 feet below the curvature of the Earth? In either case, you should not be able to see it.
Atmospheric effects, temperature gradients, and pressure gradients can do quite a lot of work.
35,000 feet, the air is super thin. You can barely breathe up there. And using infrared.
35, that's really high.
Yeah, so the horizon on a globe could be about 230 miles away.
Is there more refraction with infrared?
No, it's less. It's less. Longer wavelengths are harder to steer, basically.
If anybody has the observation I'm talking about, go to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord and type Baja, B-A-J-A. I posted some stuff there. I posted a write-up and some media. I can't get to it right now because I'm walking around with my phone. I mean, we've got things like GPS coordinates.
I'm gonna give a pregnant pause for that.
Okay.
I got something I want to add though. Not to this, it's something else. I don't want to derail. So when you're done, when we're done with this, let me know because I want to go back to the Mount Rainier observation.
Yeah, that'd be good. I mean, I diverted into this to demonstrate how rigorous our side is versus how flimsy and weak with data his side is. So let me just wrap it up real quick. Hold on real quick. I'll wrap it up. We got GPS coordinates from the observer. We've got his azimuthal heading. We've got all of that. And we've got maps. We've got measured globe distances. Not measured, I should say calculated, but measured on Google Earth. All right, so take a look at that, and Sheepdog, take it away.
Yeah, so I'm going to post in the chat. You said on Mount Rainier, why does the sun hit the bottom of the clouds, right? I'm guessing that's where you were going with that.
No, but that's something else I talked about where sun can hit under the cloud. But the point with Mount Rainier was that it can be seen from 230 kilometers away. And from that vantage point, from sea level, it's very much sunken under the horizon, like about 2,500 meters are missing from the base, even though you can see the top clear. So it basically seems like it's been pushed down behind the horizon. And that is where I think that it's kind of obvious that the Earth is curving, because that's a lot of shifting. And it's...
okay. So do you think it's smaller when they move further away?
Yeah, on the globe, any object that is very, very tall, so you can see it very far away, will appear to sink before it... basically, if it's big, if it's as large as Mount Rainier, it will never get small enough to disappear. It will only roll under, because it's enormous. It's going to roll away from you.
So there's no possible way that something could get so small enough that it's imperceivable and indistinguishable from the horizon.
For me, that doesn't make any sense, because I simply cannot agree with that kind of perspective logic. It doesn't make any sense to me. I can't diagram it or anything like that.
Okay. All right. So if I place a penny on the floor and place a camera on the floor, and I move the penny further and further away on the floor, I would be able to see the penny forever, as long as the floor is flat?
Yeah, if it's perfectly flat, and the camera is not garbage, of course, then you will see it. Well, of course, it will eventually get small enough to hit the pixel size of the sensor, and then, of course, after that, it's irresolvable.
Right. So then you understand what angular resolution is. You understand what the Rayleigh criterion is.
Amen, brother.
Yeah,
what's
I know. Yeah, angular resolution is also something that I actually employ in my 3D work, because it's how you stop... well, if you have an expensive 3D object, don't render it when it's smaller than a pixel. It makes no sense to show it. That kind of
Define it. Stuff. Explain it to us, please.
Yeah. Listen, man, I love that you're in 3D work. I actually did that about 25 years ago, and I gave it up. I used Lightwave, Maya, True Space. Keep going, man.
Yeah, no, I'm extremely into 3D. That's for sure. It's my profession, and I use Maya, 3ds Max, Blender, Houdini, everything.
Wow, Maya's still around.
Sorry.
Yeah, Maya is also a piece of software. It's become garbage, so it's ruined, and everybody's still using it, but it's very bad, very crashy.
Dude, I was doing it before Blender was even a thing.
Yeah, now Blender is better than Maya. Blender is almost better.
Yeah, that's funny. It used to be like the free shit.
Yeah. No, now it's the free and the best. It's just superior.
All right, sorry guys. Sorry, I'm just reminiscing.
Yeah. Anyways,
NASA actually offered me a job back then.
Yeah.
Don't leave. No, I have a quick question and sporadic. Shout out to you, brother, and thanks for reminiscing, because it takes me back to 1998. I was working with I don't know if you guys remember AutoCAD, 3D Viz, right? I used to work with that stuff. Yeah, man. Yeah, bro. And it takes me back too, right? That was me in college, first year, learning to work this stuff, AutoCAD 10 and all that. Amazing.
Dude, man, it's all about hacking computer games, building your own models. I mean, that was so much fun.
Amen, brother. So I just wanted to ask.
Go ahead. I just wanted to say, on the Mount Rainier observation, I'm trying to find this image of a guy with foot in the air. There's somebody else has it. That's great. Where it looks like he's getting ready to step on a bunch of people, and then off in the distance there's a mountain, and it's all done over a flat surface. I think it's in the Bonneville Salt Flats. But the image itself, the mountain looks damn near unresolvable. It's on a salt flat. There's a reason why they call it a flat, because it's flat. And it just has to do with perspective. Things shrink as they get further away from the observer. That's just perspective. Now, as far as I can't find that image at the moment, but as far as the Mount Rainier observation where light hits the top of the cloud, or the underside of the cloud, I'm going to give you an example of how light can hit the underside of things due to perspective. So I'm going to post that. It's loading right now, and as soon as it's loading, you're tagged in it. So feel free to watch the video. It'll explain why things hit the underside of other things from a person's perspective.
But Sheep, If I may jump in for a hot second and ask, like, brother, could you define, since you said you had such expertise with it, could you define what Rayleigh's criterion is, angular resolution, your understanding of it? Would that be okay? I don't want to overstep, right? Because I just walked in, existing conversation on the floor. I just want to be clear about where we're at. Thank you so very much.
You said the Rayleigh, what did you call that?
Rayleigh, Rayleigh apostrophe
like Rayleigh's, like
exactly
Rayleigh scattering. Yeah.
Sorry, I got an incoming train. I got to mute up. Go ahead, brother, please.
Yeah. No, I actually don't know 100% what that is. I just know about Rayleigh scattering because it's the only thing that I am interested in for my 3D work because it's like nice atmosphere colors.
Cool. So I'm
blue likes to go everywhere.
Oh, go ahead, Spread.
No, I was just saying, blue likes to go everywhere. No, it's true. So yeah, I mean, in this case, Rayleigh criteria has to do with the criterion. Has to do with the criterion at which two objects cannot be resolved when they merge closely together to each other. There's a certain angle, and it depends on the size of your aperture and the wavelength that you're viewing.
Oh yeah, right.
Yep. So think of like the Ares discs, if you know what that is. You got like two dots off in the distance. Looks like two Ripley dots. And as you move them closer together, they merge into one dot, even though they're actually separate. Think about like headlights on a car that's so far away, it looks like one headlight, but as it gets closer, you see two headlights. The point that you can see two headlights is the Rayleigh criterion.
Yeah, there was actually a video put out on YouTube recently about that with shadows, where like if you have a blurry shadow of your hand and you bring your fingers together, the shadow seems to blend into or morph into each other based on, and it's the same thing, I bet, because it's like an optical warping kind of effect.
Yeah, and if you do this on a different kind of geometry from a projected geometry that's different, you might get different results due to the diverging angles of the surface normals relative to the observer.
I see. I do need to go, by the way.
Okay.
It's getting late. But I have fun talking here, even though I don't agree.
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, it was fun, man. Sorry for being a dick to you earlier. I was being cocky and had a big ego trip, so I'm sorry for that. I really am.
All right.
Brother, hey, listen, let me just tell you, Brother Sporadic offering this olive branch. Please take that. And again, feel free to come back whenever you like, brother. We do this all day, every day. And thank you so very much for the audience for listening to what we do. Amen.
All right. See you later. Bye-bye.
I kind of think he's genuine, guys. Like, he's obstinate, but he's genuinely retarded. And I love it. He's going to come around. Yeah. He's going to be the next flat earther. He's going to be gold plus in 6 months. Wait, that's not a guy, is it? That's not a guy. No. He sounds a bit different. Wait, is that a guy? You know what I'm talking about? A guy, like also Norwegian?
I think I know you're talking. Yeah, I don't think that's him.
He's got like the yellow sunset in his PFP.
Nah, that ain't a guy. A guy's stuck on. He's stuck on Sphere. Like, well, I don't need to go there, but yeah, he's stuck on Sphere, bro.
Anyway, this guy's also from Norway. It's like a guy. That was, you know what? So he's a 3D modeler designer. I kind of think like he might be able to come around because he's going to understand how to think in 3D. One thing we keep coming across, folks, is that globe earthers seem to be like spatially retarded. And it's one of the biggest challenges we have is describing and getting them to understand intuitively scales and distances, the difference between like seeing in angles and measuring in absolute sizes and stuff. So I think he might have an advantage here. And I think the reason why he keeps coming back and spending freaking hours with us is because he's troubled.
Next time he comes, have him go on a computer program and try to get an angle measurement on a curve with a curved baseline.
I'm glad you brought that up. That's something that Radwin was doing earlier. Radwin popped open AutoCAD once, like in live time to show a Globey. He did a curved line and he did a tangent to it, and he tried to get the angle, and AutoCAD was like, retard, what are you doing trying to get an angle from this? And he took a screenshot and plopped it in the chat. It's like, I can't get an angle from this.
Yeah, so I mean, tell him.
Yeah, even if it's over zoomed in.
Yeah, the more you zoom in, the more of an angle to zero, closer to zero you get. That's the fun part.
Right. But yeah, he may be able to grasp some of those concepts. The only problem is I don't know, man. Like, he can think in 3D, but people like that, they separate perspective as an art, not as reality.
Right. I mean, yeah, that's true. You think the way the computer projects geometry is kind of the way your eye does, and it's not true either. Your eye is a bit more complicated and nuanced. Distant objects can appear out of proportion and out of scale due to biology and perception. There's a great article I posted yesterday for him to read. I'd like to follow up on him about this, which discusses the nuances of hyperbolic perception of distances.
So here's the hard thing, right? Like, in order to understand even how perspective is not art, it's science.
Yeah. I mean, there's well, it's
projecting.
It's more it's more deterministic than science.
Right. And the only way to simplify it is like this, right? Have you ever heard of circle of vision?
Yeah.
So most people can't conceptualize this, right? But the easiest way to conceptualize it is to get a piece of paper, get a pencil, get a thumbtack, get a string, put the string on the thumbtack on one end, and then put the pencil on another end, and then put the thumbtack in the middle of the paper, and then extend the string all the way out and try to draw a straight line.
Right.
And you can't draw a straight line, but what ends up happening is if you go all the way around, that's the limitation of your vision in that circle. But here's the problem. We don't see in 2 dimensions. We see in 3 dimensions. If we didn't have the Earth underneath us, like hypothetically speaking, if we just made this completely imaginary and we removed all physicality from it, and we could see all light, not just the limitations of our light, what we would see is a bubble all the way around us, because that would be the limitation of our vision, a sphere. But now we have the land, the physical land in our way beneath us, and so we can't see 180 degrees underneath that sphere. So we see a hemisphere. We see a dome of vision. And people are like, oh, you're into your dome of vision. So there's your dome, there's your... But no, that's just how perspective works. Whatever's going... The sky is probably flat too. We just can't tell from our limitations here on Earth. All we know is that we can measure the surface of the Earth. That's it.
You're a bit breaking up.
Once you understand how perspective works, then you understand why the stars.
So your eyeball has spherical geometry in it too, and that's part of it. What I think is interesting, what I like to think about, I'm going to offer this up, and it's absolutely playing on this point. When you look straight down at your feet, you're looking perpendicular to a flat surface. If you find some point on the ground in front of you and look at it, that surface has rotated from being 90 degrees to about 45 degrees. As you look further out away from you, it rotates to about maybe 30 degrees. As you keep looking farther, it's 25 degrees. As you keep looking farther, it's like 10 degrees. And if you look on the horizon, it approaches 0 degrees, but it will never actually get to 0 degrees.
Amen.
Because of Rayleigh criterion.
Amen, bro.
It will get to negative 0.02 degrees, just below 0 degrees.
And the only reason I was interrupting, agreeing with you on that is because you asked for that at the beginning, right? But dude, you completely said it, because again, that is the idea of how perspective works, right?
Yeah.
We know that my relationship with that horizon line is set by my altitude / elevation above the ground beneath me. If I gain altitude, Yeah, I gain altitude. I ride up that 90 degree vertice. I go higher up, and it's just like the relationship of a triangle. The higher up I go, those angles all stay the same, but those straight lines within that triangle, they all increase because, again, I'm changing that relationship. So all of a sudden, that viewing angle, as you were saying, extends further and further out the higher up I go. Brother, well said.
Yep, so you won't see the last 0.02 degrees. Now, here's the other thing. I'm going to blow your mind. Let's say you're in a hallway, and you look straight up, and you do the same thing with the surface above your head on the ceiling. You pick another point on the ceiling further away. It's like 45 degrees. Further down, it descends in your field of view, but it rotates, okay? It's rotating. It's going to be about 20 degrees and 15 degrees and 10 degrees, and that too will end at 0.02 degrees. You can go to your left side in the hallway, and you're looking perpendicular to the surface at 90 degrees. And then you look further down that wall, 45 degrees. That wall is rotating all the way to 0.02 degrees. Same with the right wall. And what's going to be left is that middle vanishing point. It's going to be about 0.02 degrees in diameter. The point I want to capture here is the rotation. You can complete that rotation, which is almost 90 degrees, by looking the other way and doing 180 degrees, looking up and behind you and 180 degrees, but it's not quite 180 degrees, is it? It's 180 minus 0.02 degrees in one direction, minus 0.02 degrees in the other direction. Your field of view on a flat surface, based off of your eyeballs, your own sight, is actually less than 180 degrees in all direction.
Amen. Because of that 2/100ths of a degree, right? And
precisely.
That 2/100ths increases because, again, it's a degree of an angle. As you go further out, that window increases exponentially.
Yep.
Amen.
So what you're seeing on the outside world is like a movie projector onto the back of your eyeball, like a drive-in movie screen. Okay? And along the center of that screen is this narrow band of 0.02 degrees that you can't resolve. And you can resolve everything above it and below it, but not directly in the middle. And that middle point on the back of your eyeball that the world movie's being projected to in the back of your eyeball from the outside world, that point extends out through the focal point, through the center of your lens, through the center of your iris, through the center of your cornea, out into your world. That's a blind spot everybody has.
Which is peripheral vision. Now, again, the peripheral vision.
All right, so this is not unique to eyeballs. Cameras have the same problem. Everything has this. This is something that you cannot defeat. You cannot defeat the diffraction limit of vision, Rayleigh criterion. You cannot defeat it. Light is physically interfering with itself at that point and destroys the information that it conveyed. Like, there is no information there. Like, no sensor that might be good enough, if it's limited by the diffraction limit of light, no sensor can pick up anything that's in there. It's invisible. It's not freaking there for you.
But we're the stupid ones because we're the flat earth.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Well
said. So think about these angles, right? So if that is a limit to your angle of vision, let's say you're in a hallway and you're perfectly in the middle of the hallway with equal distance up, down, left, and right to the walls and the floor and the ceiling.
ABA,
if you move your point of view down towards the floor, your resolution loss will be greater for objects, for the design pattern on the floor. That's going to collapse into a blur at a closer range than something on the ceiling. You can continue seeing the pattern on the ceiling much further beyond that, because everything on the floor is going to mash together into a blob, while everything above the ceiling is going to be spread out all the way down to that single point of 0.02 degrees in diameter. As you move up in the hallway, that pattern in the far distance on the rug in the hallway is going to become clearer because the angle is opening up and you'll start to resolve it more. And as you get closer to the ceiling, the opposite's going to happen. Whatever patterns on the ceiling, whatever lights are spaced apart on the ceiling are going to merge together and become unresolvable the closer you get to that surface. So things absolutely do disappear bottom up on flat surfaces, because if I'm standing in the hallway and I'm staring at a small object that's below my horizon line in my vision, that's sitting on the floor of the hallway, the hypotenuse of my angle to the bottom of that object where it meets the floor is a longer distance than it is to the top of the object. Oh shit, hold on, sorry. I'm getting... I gotta go.
No worries, man.
and flatter well, I must have realized the world around. Got to get back at it.
It's good to be back on the 24/7. You know what I mean? It's always good to be able to put some flat earthers in the dust. Albeit temporarily. Yo, Ultimate, what's up, brother? All's well with you, man?
Oh, I'm just working at the moment. I'm nearly finished, so I can't really talk at the moment. I'm just unloading the van. I'm nearly finished. So yeah, nearly finished and get ready to go home and drive back. What about yourself?
No, I'm good, man. I'm good, brother. You know, I always have to eel you up because you are a fair guy. You don't have any hang-ups. You're not into censorship and all these kind of things. You know what I mean? You want to hear people, both sides. So you're good people, brother. You're always invited over to my server, dog. You know what I'm saying? You have full control there, dog. Full control. So you should invite some of these flat earthers over to my server as well, man. You guys can have fun over there. But it's a good thing. There's been a lot of these conspiracy theories that are running around, and they've ended up, one of them ended up with Charlie Kirk here, who is a conspiracy theory pusher, and you see how dangerous those things can be, man. You know what I mean? So we just always tell people the truth is the truth. Stick with the truth. You know what I mean? Uh, Try not to make stuff up because it can harm and make people upset and make you upset. So yeah.
Hey, Robert, what's up?
Hey, what's up, man? Who's that?
Des.
Oh, Zine, what's up, brother? Thank
I'm
you
good.
for hosting me. Albeit it's going to be very short. I think Crit is probably sleeping. As soon as he comes back online, I will be shut down. So if you have any questions for me, you better ask it soon.
No, just like, how you doing? How's the family and all that? Hope you're well.
About what? Say that again.
No, just saying how you doing. Hope you're doing well.
Oh yeah, man. I'm doing excellent. You know what I mean? Excellent. This morning we were talking about the 3I Atlas comet that is coming through our solar system. There's a very interesting discussion about it. That NASA team had about it, and very edifying. We learned a lot about the instruments that are being and resources that are being put into observing the object. Um, And, very educational.
But we still have no proof of the vacuum of space. That is violation of natural law. So the idea that this giant rock is moving at the speed of light through a vacuum is complete and utter nonsense. It's just a pile of old nonsense. There's nothing to back that up. So we know this 31 Atlas thing, whatever the hell it is complete garbage. And we shouldn't pay any attention to it. Because it's probably just going to fizzle out.
Unfortunately, brother, I'm sorry to say, but you are wrong. Because even in our atmosphere here, we know there are pressure gradients. So if you can have pressure gradients, that means you can have space. That's just your evidence right here. I mean, we fly an aircraft, they take off from a high pressure area to a low pressure area, 35,000 feet, 40,000 feet, whatever, and they didn't hit any walls. And they have. And
where's the container in your model? Where's the container in your model to have a pressure gradient? Because pressure needs containment. So if you have a pressure gradient, you need containment for that pressure. So in your globe model, where's the container that holds in the gas?
Oh, wait. I mean, there are no laws that says you need a solid container.
Second law of thermodynamics says you need a solid container or else gas would fill the available volume of space. So gas pressure is defined as the force of gas molecules hitting the walls of its container. So there's no walls in gravity, Judah. And it's Michael holding a bouncer right at your head.
Well, you're under the impression that space is empty. Space is not empty. Nobody ever said space is empty.
I didn't say. Well, that's your claim that space is a vacuum.
Yeah, I mean, we call it a vacuum because of its extremely low pressure, but it's not empty.
Yeah, I know. I know you think there's a few particles in there because you can't have zero pressure.
Exactly.
But, you can't have pressure without containment. You can't demonstrate that, dude.
Yeah, correct. I mean, listen again. 14 psi is at sea level. At sea level, right?
Having a barbecue.
As you rise up.
I don't need a container for the gas. I can sit there, and I can just kind of stick the hose in the air, and then I'll just go into the barbecue. Should be right. Don't need a container for this gas. I mean, just let it all out, and holy kaboom! So no, you'd need a container for the gas, bro.
Not a solid container.
For it to breathe pressure, yes. Unless you can show us that in a practical demonstration down here on the Earth.
Yeah, I can show you the pressure gradient. The pressure gradient. That is the
that's circular reasoning.
That's the demonstration.
No. I mean a practical demonstration in a lab on a small scale.
No, we don't. Come on, Earth is bigger than a lab. Come on, we don't need.
Science natural laws. Natural law.
But science doesn't need 4 walls, and science is not 4 walls. No, you don't have to do it to scale. You don't. There is nothing in the scientific method that requires you to bring it down to a lab. Nothing. Point out to me in the scientific method where you have to bring it into a room, 4 walls. Go ahead.
When you're experimenting.
No, there's nothing there. It's not in the scientific method. So come on.
You need to be in a lab or in the field. Probably in the field.
Right. Now we're talking.
Did you experiments, dude?
Right. Exactly. So in the field, we have a pressure gradient. We have the
circular reasoning, dude.
There's low pressure and high pressure next to each other in our environment, in our world.
Circular reasoning, which is weak.
No, it's just the scientific. It's the scientific methodology.
Saying look at Earth. Earth has a pressure gradient next to a vacuum. What's the example? Oh, Earth. That's circular reasoning, dude.
No, the vacuum starts 1 centimeter off the ground. That's where the vacuum starts.
What?
Yeah.
It would if the sky was a vacuum. Yes, we would have a vacuum at ground level. It would tend to the minus 17 torr.
No,
at
you don't.
ground
No.
level, or sea level.
A vacuum
Sky
is
was a vacuum.
low pressure.
Yeah.
There is lower pressure. There is lower pressure 5 feet off the ground.
Yeah, high pressure goes to low pressure, dude.
Right.
So the high pressure on Earth would go to the low pressure of space, which is infinite in your world. So it would fill the vacuum space, and we'd all die.
Nobody says it's infinite. Nobody.
We would die. Your paradigm, infinite vacuum space, bro. Ever expanding.
No, they say it's expanding, but they don't say it's infinite.
Expanding into what? So saying a vacuum is expanding.
They just says it's expanding.
What's it expanding into?
No, the data. That's not an antecedent to expansion. Expansion is just expansion. That's all.
It's expanding into something. What's it expanding into? So
that's an assumption.
Pretty much next to nothing, expanding into nothing.
That's illogical. That's an assumption that you're making.
Yeah, I know.
That's not science.
You said it. It's illogical.
Yeah, it's illogical. We have detected expansion. We did not detect something outside of space. We detect expansion of space. That's
what?
That is not an antecedent to expansion. It is not.
I have something to expand into, dude.
No, you don't.
If something that's expanding, it must be expanding into something.
Okay.
For it to expand.
No.
If it wasn't space for it to expand, it
when you're
wouldn't
growing,
expand.
When you're growing, you're creating more matter, right? When you were 1 year old to when you go to 5, you're creating more matter.
What?
Yes, you are. You're creating more matter. Your muscles are growing. Your fingers are getting longer. Your hair is, your eyes are getting bigger, right? You're expanding, right? Are you expanding into what?
Into something.
Into what?
You're expanding into a womb, you dummy.
No, it's not that. It's you are the one that's building matter as you go.
Expanding into the air.
You're building matter as you go. So who knows?
So you're expanding into the air around you.
Right, but that's because you can see it. It's not an antecedent to expansion. You can detect expansion.
So what's space growing into?
We don't know.
You don't know?
Scientists have never made any claims about it. They just detect expansion.
Can't. It's not a scientific claim.
Yes, it is. It is a scientific claim.
Hey, real quick,
you don't know what science is, dude.
It's a scientific claim based on our instruments. By the way, our instruments, we test them in our labs. We test them on Earth. We test them in different areas, in different scenarios. And when we bring our instruments into the environment of space, we detect expansion. That's it.
Oh, proof, dude. How do you detect expansion go?
Okay, now you're asking some really nice questions. You see, this is where you and I have to become expert in spectrometry and interferometry, right? None of us are experts in those things, but we understand the basics.
Evidence, dude.
This is where, if you really want to know, you have to go learn about it.
Yeah,
right?
Doppler shift.
Right. Go learn. There's literal programs that you can get all the information you need and work in the field. You can visit radio observatories on the ground. You can look at the data yourself and all these kind of things. But you have to know a lot about math, cosmology. You have to learn that stuff.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's
spectroscopy. I was going to say two quick things. You can determine that gas does not need a container to be contained by doing astronomical spectroscopy. Basically, you can analyze the spectra of the atmospheres of the planets in our solar system, and you can see that there's a non-rigid boundary between where you stop seeing. When you're seeing the elemental emissions of the atmospheres of Venus and Jupiter, etc., and then where it stops. So there's no rigid container there for the atmospheres of the other planets that are observable. And then the second thing I wanted to say is you can determine expansion from Doppler shifts. So if you're getting the exact same spectral emissions pattern from a far off star that's very similar to helium or hydrogen that you can see on Earth, but you see it's the pattern is the same, but it's just red shifted or downshifted by a certain number of hertz of frequency. You can tell the relative velocity between you and that object you're observing. And if it's downshifted, it's usually moving away, which is where they derive the expansion from.
Okay, so you don't have any practical example that you can provide down here on the Earth of gas pressure?
No, you need to work at celestial scales.
Gravity.
Yeah. You need to work at celestial scales.
I get it. Point at the sky and go, look, gas inside a vacuum.
No,
you
can't.
You need to prove it.
If you're working with a relatively weak force like gravity, I was going to say you need to. What? Sorry, you need to be working at celestial scales.
I'm sorry. Can I chime in? I think this Glober is unaware that there have been experiments. There have been experiments done on Earth where gas particles were contained using electromagnetism, for example. Alpha G experiment in CERN has a device which contains gas to a certain volume of space without the gas particles physically interacting with the walls of the device.
Oh, interesting. Can we?
That's magnets.
Can you drop a primary source in the chat? Happy to go read.
No, I'm able to access the chat, but if you just Google Alpha G, it's a famous experiment setup. It has its own website.
So it's magnets there, Pete, is it?
It is magnets, but the point is, it's definitely not gravity.
High-powered magnets in the sky, dummy.
No. I'm interested, but I'd be interested in seeing what type of fields.
Let me finish.
Oh, sorry.
It's not analogous to the atmosphere.
I'm just making a very isolated point. You don't have to argue with me.
Magnets floating around.
This is not about the shape of the Earth. This is just about an isolated. That's not what I'm.
Oh, that's fascinating. Yeah. Okay.
I'm just letting the Glober know. I'm letting the Glober know that there have been experiments performed on Earth unrelated to astronomy or anything else, where particles of gas were contained to a limited volume of space using electromagnetism. That's all I am saying. You and I both know that the Earth is flat, so we don't have to freak out about it.
So what's the point of that? Observation or whatever it is.
There is no point. Information exchange. This is called information exchange. This is called doing research.
Got nothing to do with the subject
here. No, it does, because I'd be interested to see what sort of fields had to be created that we could observe in that scenario.
So can we observe magnets in space?
Yeah, I mean the Earth has a pretty strong magnetic field.
Yeah. Can we observe magnets in space? Can we?
I'm not saying it's an either-or question here. No. Magnets in space. You're observing the Earth's magnetic field while you're in space.
So it's not.
Really respectfully, you're spazzing out. Nobody's making a claim here. Not him. Not me. That electromagnetism is responsible for the atmospheres of planets. All I am saying is that there is at least one experiment that I know, and that I shared with you guys like a year ago, where a cloud of gas is contained without physically interacting with the walls of a container. Because in that experiment, it cannot interact with the walls of the container. That's the whole idea.
In the container?
Yes. Everything is in the room, and everything is contained, but the gas is not interacting. That is correct. But the gas is not interacting with the walls of the container.
Sounds something. Thanks for that, Pete.
Well, it cannot, because when it does, it explodes. So those people went through a lot of hoops to actually make the gas not touch the walls of the container.
Okay, great. So Pete's given us an example of something that has nothing to do with the Earth at all. Do you have anything at all? that can prove that gas doesn't require a container. You can get gas pressure without having a container. But you can't. Just keep going to outer space.
I agree with you. I can't. You need to be working at celestial scale masses. Just letting you. Okay. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yep. Good. Anything else? Next.
No. I mean, I'm not trying to prove or change anybody's mind. Yeah, I just I work on spacecraft on a daily basis, so I usually come into these spaces to share perspectives and answer questions.
Yeah, that's great. Well, we'll just see if anyone else seriously has got some evidence of Earth being a ball. He's just pointing the sky and saying, look, gas in a vacuum. Hey, you need to prove it down here on the ground in reality.
It's proven every day. We make launches.
Proven every day. What do you reckon?
It's proven every day. We make launches to space on a regular basis, almost every day. Starlink is launching,
it's like every 3 days.
Satellites into space. There almost there's 8 people on the ISS right now. You can call them, dial them up, brother. You know what I mean?
I was gonna say, we got a launch.
We got a launch in like a week and a half. I have access to the chat, so I posted the link to that experiment where part of the experimental setup is isolating gas particles using electromagnetic fields to prevent them from interacting with the walls of the container.
Hey, I'm going to drop my pedigree in the chat if you guys want to kick the tires on what I'm talking about. If you're, just happy. I don't hide behind a digital mask. You can feel free to see what I'm up to.
Yeah. There's no the gas pressure laws do not require a solid container. That's a fact. Nobody can show. I've asked Flat Earth to show me the word solid container. Solid, you can't prove it anywhere.
No evidence of it.
Gas pressure laws say gas pressure for its container. So guess what? Walls like gas molecules can contain gas. Water can contain gas. As you know, you see bubbles and stuff like that. Gas can contain gas, right? A force can contain gas, right? You guys, Flat Earth told us, okay, there's electric. Everything is electric. Well, guess what? If everything is electric, then gas molecules are electric, and therefore they are susceptible to even electromagnetism, right? So if electromagnetism is pulling them towards, that's creating pressure. So gas pressure does not require a solid container, which falsifies the dome, right?
Robert. All right. So you're Mick Malone and I'm Wayne Daniels. Okay. So now you need to read out the definition of gas pressure.
Okay, I'm going to read out the definition of gas pressure. Okay, now we're looking for the word solid.
Come on, Mick. Come on, slowly. It's Mick Malone. He's just hobbles in like a do. So come on, Mick. Give us the example. Read out the definition of gas pressure, please.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you verbatim, but let's pull up something like Britannica, or let's pull up some nice exotic.
Not the actual definition, dude. It's not your definition, the definition.
I know. You don't want my definition. My definition is just too good. I have actually studied it. So, check this out. Gas pressure is the force exerted per unit area on walls of a container, resulting from countless collisions of. Yes, good. Now, show me the word solid. Show me the word solid in there. Go
so where's the container, dude, for your gas pressure that has walls that the gas molecules can bounce off?
Walls. Exactly. So other gas, right? A water, right?
Bounces off the walls of other gas molecules. Are you serious?
Right.
Walls, dude. Walls.
So
they usually have bricks.
Right. Yes.
What are walls made out of?
Molecules have walls.
Usually?
Molecules have walls. Okay, what are walls made out of? Let us see. What are walls made out of?
Usually bricks or stone. Pretty solid, bro.
That's an assumption. That's an assumption.
Oh yeah, plaster, which
That's
I
an
mean,
assumption.
kind of these days they have plaster walls. You just put your foot right through that. But still, it's still
glass?
pretty
What
solid.
about glass? Is glass?
Yeah, glass is good. Yeah, it's expensive and it's very delicate, but yeah. I've never had a glass wall in there. What are you talking about? Are you a fish in a fish tank? Because that is a glass wall, but you wouldn't have glass walls in your house. Mick.
Right, glass can have
Mick
walls.
Malone.
Right. Right.
Go watch Mick.
So
type in Mick Malone and Wayne Daniels. You're Mick Malone just wobbling in like a spastic, and I'm Wayne Daniels just hitting the ball out of the
Molecules
park.
have walls.
80. Hit that ball about 100 meters.
Molecules have walls.
What?
Molecules have walls.
Molecules have walls.
Yes. You didn't know that.
The gas is bouncing off the walls of a molecule. Is that right? Robert? Oh my God.
Right. Molecules have surfaces, right? Surface.
Saying
So
yeah.
Yeah,
That's
they made
a
up.
wall.
So atoms are they have surfaces, right? Those surfaces,
right?
Objects, other gases bounce off those surfaces. When atoms come together, they don't all just meld together. They don't
go back to
like
definition.
attach onto each other all the time, right?
If you go back to the definition,
other.
Mick, if you go back to the definition, it's so it says walls of the container, so that bounce off the walls of the container and other molecules. So it's already in there, other molecules.
Right.
They're all bouncing off the walls of the container overall.
But you do agree that molecules bounce off each other, right? You do agree that molecules bounce off each other, right?
That's in the description. That's in the definition. They bounce off each other and the walls of the container that they're in.
And that's an and, right? That's over there. But the point is that it bounces off each other. When they hit each other, that's pressure. Right?
No.
That's pressure.
No. Go back to the definition. It's when it hits the walls of the container, not each other.
Yes. When
the walls of the container, that's what the pressure is. It's hitting the wall of the container.
When molecules collide with each other, that's the pressure.
Slow.
They're creating pressure. They bounce off each other, right?
You really just watch the video, Mick Malone, and just look how slow he is. And Wayne Daniels just goes crunch. He just hits that ball like 120 meters. So you're just being such a Mick. You're being very slow. You got the definition; it's pretty clear. And you're still crapping on that molecules are containers with walls.
This is from This is a citation. Molecular collisions cause pressure.
Sleeping through this.
This is a citation. Molecular collisions cause pressure, specifically the constant collisions of gas molecules, right? That causes the pressure. That's a literal citation, right?
You read out the definition of gas pressure before.
Gas. The definition of gas pressure does not have the word solid in there.
It has walls of a container, so
yes, molecules
walls usually pretty solid.
Yeah.
Walls.
Yeah, but molecules have surfaces, and they bounce off each other. That's pressure. That's pressure.
No, it isn't.
Yes.
No, it isn't.
Well, anytime something hits something else, there's pressure.
Are you banned from chat? You can't post anything there, can you?
Wait.
You wouldn't be able to anyway.
PV equals nRT, right? Is there a container?
B. What's B?
Volume. Volume of what?
Volume.
Volume of what?
Volume of gas, dickhead.
No, volume of gas, not volume of container. Volume of gas.
Yeah, it's got to have
right. It's not a volume
It's
of
a
a container.
volume
it's a volume
in a
of
container.
Yeah. No, not in a container. V is volume of gas. How much volume of gas?
In the container, yeah.
No, just volume of gas, period. There are no containers or anything.
How do you measure a volume of gas without a container?
No, that's measuring. Measuring is different. We're not talking about measuring. We're talking about gas pressure.
Yeah,
right? If you want to do measurements, that's different. Like if I want to measure a lion, I have to catch it and put it somewhere so I can measure it. Does that mean lions require containers? No. It's just that I want to measure it. That's all I'm doing.
I would strongly consider having a line in the container when you're trying to measure it, dude. Unless Chuck Norris, you can just measure it. But otherwise, it's going to. What are you talking about?
You have to contain it. You have to contain the lion, right? So you have to somehow contain it, so that you can measure him. You're only doing the container with solids for us humans. For we need to for measuring. Yes, we need some kind of a container for measurement, but not for gas pressure itself. Gas pressure is independent of a solid container. Gas
no,
pressure
it needs the container to press off, dummy. It's in the definition. Remember definition. Now you're making up your own definition.
But not solid. Solid is not in the definition. Solid is not. That's the problem. Solid is not in the definition, and we know because of the atmospheric low pressure at higher altitudes and higher pressure at lower altitudes. So we know that solid is not needed because of the pressure gradient, right?
In the definition, it says hitting the walls of its container. So it's solid, dude. It's not nothing. You're saying that this container that has walls. You're saying that it's a container that has walls and that gas pressure bounces off to read pressure doesn't need a container. Then what's it going to bounce off to read the pressure?
No, what I'm saying is, where do you put the barometer? You put the barometer in the middle of the air. You don't put the barometer along the wall. A barometer, an atmospheric barometer, is put in the middle of the air, and it measures gas pressure. You see it? So gas pressure does not require solid container. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Solid is not. Low pressure exists next to high pressure in our atmosphere without a container. There's no container anywhere. There's no solid container anywhere. We can't. You see what I'm saying? The gas pressure law says container, not solid container. You see that? That's important. I mean, it is extremely important for many people to understand that. The ideal gas law doesn't have solid. Charles law, Boyle's law. There's no solid anywhere. It's just telling you the behavior of gas, right? And in order to measure, of course, you have to put it in a container for measure. But we're not talking about measure. We're talking about existence. Gas pressure exists.
Existence. What are you talking about?
Existence.
Yeah, like Robert. I'm not measuring.
Robert, you're in heresy with the globe model, not flat Earth. Flat Earthers have been talking about a container since the very beginning. What you need to do is go talk to the globalist who says they have gas pressure without any container at all. Zero container. No container whatsoever.
Oh, wait, wait, okay. Are you, I'm confused. Who says no container at all? I mean,
Yeah, you can just go talk to them at any one of your globalist echo chambers. They will tell you that gas pressure exists on Earth without containment, in violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Their model is in violation of all three laws. The second one is just the most spectacular.
I'm confused as to why they would say that. I mean, atmospheric pressure is it has containment. It does. That's a fact.
Yeah, well, go tell them that, because they'll tell you that the physical mass, has warped and bent the fabric of time and space, creating a perceptive well of gravity in which all the gas is trapped inside. And the energy that gas has is not strong enough to pop out of this well of gravity.
Well,
Hi, Crit.
Yo, Brenda, what up?
Yeah, hello. Well, I mean, I'm sure. There's a delineation between atmospheric pressure and gas pressure, right? Atmospheric pressure has a small difference, right? Atmospheric pressure is there because of gravity. Yes. Right. That's just a fact. It's the weight of the gas. The weight is a direct line to gravity, right? You can't get weight without gravity. So the mass of the gas, when coupled with the gravitational influence of the Earth, causes that gas to weigh. So they're heavier gases towards the surface because gravity is keeping them closer to the surface.
Yeah, they know all this. They've heard this all for years, right? You guys have heard this. Sorry.
But you do understand that gravity is basic laws of physics. It is. It's just basic. It's a basic law. It's the gravitational law.
But does that get does that survive? Nuh-uh.
Yes, it does.
Not here. Isn't that right, Crit?
What?
Nuh-uh.
What's
nuh-uh.
right?
Nuh-uh defeats any argument, doesn't it? Nuh-uh.
Or no, thank you? Does no mean no?
No, nuh-uh. I said nuh-uh, not no thank you.
How about no?
Yeah, nuh-uh.
Is your argument, like you make an argument that requires my cooperation and I tell you no, thank you, do you defeat my no simply with a belief system that requires me to comply even though I choose not to comply?
Yeah, all I asked you is if it was nuh-uh, dude.
No, how about
Jesus
no?
Christ.
Let's go with no. Or no, thank you.
Yeah, does that refute what somebody says?
Yeah, if somebody tells you something and you say no, no means no.
I love Brenda. Brenda is awesome.
It doesn't mean that they're wrong, though, does it?
Yeah, that makes them wrong. If somebody says,
No, it
hey,
doesn't.
I need you to believe in this, and you say no, that should be enough for them to respect you and respect your
it wasn't the
own
question,
individuality. Dude. Yeah,
Dude,
someone says you have to believe in God of this Bible because of magical forces that bind the universe together. No, thank you.
No, that's not what the question was.
Yeah, there's a question.
No, that wasn't the question.
Magical spiritual sky forces that bind together gases to form a magical barrier that Copernicus called the firmament. No, thank you.
Yeah,
no, thank you.
That's all wrong. This is not the question, dude.
Yeah, that is a question. Do I believe in your magical sky fortress brought to you by God of the Bible that you call the firmament, which is actually like uppercase gravity, but then you describe lowercase gravity instead? No. And you can get that same feedback in any institution you go to. Like go to any college or any scientific, ivory tower and try to tell them the same bullshit. They'll tell you no thank you. You'll get laughed out of the area. They said at best, gravity is somewhat described as a force, and more than that, if you say anything other than I don't know, they're going to tell you get out of here. You're a pseudoscientist, non-intellectual, non-responsive priest of some religion that they will not listen to. No thank you.
Yeah, that wasn't the question, Crit.
No, you said, is the question, nuh-uh. No, the question's no. No thank you.
That wasn't the question.
You will hear that from anybody you try to peddle this bullshit to. Not just here. Anywhere. Anywhere. You can test it. Go to any one of the channels and tell them about dark magical forces that bind the universe together, and they'll say, no.
Crit.
Thanks for that, but no, thank you.
Crit. That wasn't the question I asked you.
Well, then how about this? Just use any answer you need for any purpose you need it for, then drive on to the point you think you're trying to make, which I predict will be no point whatsoever. Because the last I heard was, you're going to boycott this place, this channel, because we're a bunch of homophobic, bigoted assholes who don't like LGBTQ people for some reason you never explained or take questions on. As exactly at the same time, NASA's scrubbing all LGBTQ representation from their websites. Flat Earth is not doing that. We've got gay people and all kinds of people in Flat Earth right now today. And none of them have been told to leave. None have been told that you're not welcome here. What you do have is a completely right-wing, center-right, Christian-dominated, theocratic organization at NASA that's scrubbing their websites of any minority group that doesn't align with that worldview, and that's who you should be boycotting.
Yeah, Crit.
I thought Flat Earthers were right-wingers, though.
Yeah, they are.
Not even close.
Yeah, they totally are.
Yeah, not even close. That would be, that'd be a stereotype fallacy. That's like completely like bigoted. That's like it kind of you flip Crit. You like your match drop. That's bigoted, dude.
Crit, are you done? Right? Would you like to know the question I actually asked you?
No, I was wondering why you dropped your boycott. Why are you back?
I never said I was going to boycott.
Here, I'll just help you out with that then. Go ahead, Robert. I mean, I entertained that, that, like, whatever you want to call that, derangement, derailment, long enough. You can stick around. Stick around here long. Go ahead.
I am a little surprised. I thought Flat Earth shared some of the same, way of thinking, like, right wing, because I hear a lot of the same conspiracies in Flat Earth rooms.
But you also hear a lot of the same conspiracies in globe rooms too. Like you might know this. There's a character called I just lost his name. The big conspiracy guy who just got sued and they took his channel away, or it's like radio station from him. Alex Jones. Okay. Oh yeah, Alex Jones. You call him a conspiracy theorist, right?
Yes. Okay. He is.
Is he flat Earth or anti-flat Earth?
Well, no. There are MAGA people who understand that the Earth is a globe. Yes.
Yeah, MAGA people love the space program. Absolutely, they are absolutely in love. When you ask a MAGA when that first came out, when Trump was running for office, that was a huge problem for us because when we were trying to fight back, against misinformation and all that crap, you would have MAGA people come into Discord talking about that we're a bunch of communist sympathizers, liberals, trying to undermine America's greatness. When they talk about Make America Great Again, they're referencing the space program of the 1960s. They saw that as the high watermark of American exceptionalism. So when you tell them the Earth is flat, they're not hearing you talk about the Earth at all. What they just heard is you're part of Antifa. They just slapped an Antifa sticker on you. You're not going to find a single person here. Yeah, like dead ass. That's why you talk about Trump. You like his first speech. He wasn't even inaugurated yet. He's talking about manifest destiny on Mars. You will not. That's not a flat Earth talking point. To manifest destiny on Mars.
No. Again, most human beings understand that the Earth is a globe. Most flat earthers, you guys are a very small community. Very very small. So MAGA people, I thought, since they spin all
Very
the
large group of people, isn't it? A mega is very large. So you just contradict yourself. So you're like, hey, most flat earthers are mega, and flat earthers are very small, and mega's very, very large.
Right.
So you're contradicted there.
No. Again, most people do not accept flat Earth by default.
Crit,
But
I think you just had a brain fart. You had a brain fart, Crit. Just repeat what you just said, Crit. Dude, why don't you stop talking for like 5 minutes?
Yeah, let Utah go. Yeah,
Dude,
don't
he
worry
was
about
talking
it.
to me. He was talking.
Repeat what you just said.
Peter, don't worry about it. You can go listen.
Repeat
Go
what
listen.
you just said.
Go listen to either live stream. You'll hear it.
Repeat what you just said.
Yeah, go
and
ahead. Listen
think
to
critically. Yes.
Yeah,
I remember what you said,
Okay.
but you had a brain fart. I'm
All
just
right, go
calling
ahead.
you out
Go
as
ahead,
a
Robert.
friend.
Okay, go ahead, Robert. You got the floor.
I think you got the floor, Crit. You contradicted your contradiction.
Oh, bummer.
Oh.
Looks like Robert left. No clue what count he was on either. It could be any of them. All right, maybe he'll come back. I don't know. Shooter.
Hello.
Hi.
Who's saying hello?
Yeah, just you can look at Discord. There's your microphone lights up when the person's talking.
I know, but the problem is, flat out the little squares, and they have to scroll up and down. That doesn't happen to you?
No. I mean, I'd have to look. I don't know. Listen, I generally know the people's voices who come around here, so I don't have to look. But yeah, I would say Crit. My name's Crit. I'm a son of man. I was created by God, the Heavenly Father. So I know exactly who I am and what I stand for.
I have a question for you, Crit. Sometimes when you're on Discord, then you hear a voice, but no icon lights up. Does that mean that's a voice in your head, Crit?
Use any answer you need.
I think the answer is
any
yes.
purpose you need it for.
Wow, that's so wide open. Does that go for like all the time, 24/7, or just for that particular question?
Well, it's generally when someone's not listening, paying attention, retaining anything, and they keep asking the same non sequitur questions over and over again that don't go anywhere, and there isn't even an answer he'll even listen to or pay attention to. At that point, just fill in the blank and just use whatever answer you want. It should be easy. It's what he's doing already.
Yeah, I mean, I've had that thought. I thought you were upset with me for not knowing it was your voice just from you saying one word. My goodness, I can name that flat earther in one word. I mean, sometimes.
Once you hear Crit's voice, you never forget it.
I've heard Crit's voice many times. As soon as he said like 2 or 3 words, I knew it was him. As soon as he started, giving me a hard time, giving me a ribbing.
No, I didn't. Actually, that's interesting. I didn't recognize your voice.
You didn't recognize me?
Yeah.
That's why you're smashing me into the ground. Apparently,
I thought you were someone else. After you started talking, I got it, but the first hello, yeah. I was like, oops.
That happened. Somebody told me that I did that to Necros, which is totally possible because sometimes when I'm cooking, which warning, I'm going to be cooking here shortly. I'm not looking at who's talking. So if I yell at you, then maybe I deserved it, but I might not have known it was you. Persons in general, not you, Crit. I don't know. Have I ever yelled at you? Don't remember doing that. Don't tell me if I did. Let's keep the illusion going. I don't think I have, though. Have I? Tell me the truth.
No, I think it's quite the opposite. Yeah.
Did I yell at Necros or weren't you here? I don't know who was here that day. They said it was him. I didn't think it was. He was arguing about angular momentum, I think. But anyway, he probably forgot. I mean, I'm sure it's fine. Thank you, Over Fences. That's right, cooking. That's right, 2 different cookies. I mean, really, I was really happy. That was, I think that was last weekend, maybe. I was able to cook an entire meal and listen to the live stream, which I used to do a lot in the old days. But there has to be people doing a good job to where I don't feel like I have to stop cooking and jump in there. And I didn't have to. It was very entertaining. It was like listening to a podcast or an audiobook. It was great. So hopefully same thing can happen tonight.
Yes, nice when that works out.
Yeah, actually, that was, I know Says Who was one of the speakers. I don't know what day that was, but Indio did say he was going to make a podcast about it, so I'll have to nag him about it because he said he saved the download. It wasn't just Says Who, it was a bunch of people talking, and Says Who had a really good analogy about the relative motion where they try to say it's like being on an airplane and walking to the bathroom. You know that argument, Crit?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he Says Who said, that it's not really analogous. It'd only be analogous if you were standing on the outside of the plane, and trying to Air Force One it or something. I don't know, I don't know if they do that in Air Force One, but there are shows where they go out onto the plane wing. Oh, there's a great Alfred Hitchcock, isn't there, where they do that? I don't know.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying.
Well, Chuck Norris, didn't he do the splits between 2 747s?
Probably.
That was Jean-Claude Van Damme, and that was 2 Volvo semi-trucks.
Yeah, and then Chuck Norris leveled it up and did it between 2 airplanes.
Oh, we need to see that. Oh, Peter says he wasn't really on the airplanes. Oh, you're saying that cinema can fake people doing things? Wow, gosh, 2025. First time hearing of that.
Though. Jesus, are you okay? Jean-Claude Van Damme is real. That ad, that was
Peter, hold on. Oh, you asked me a question, but you didn't want the answer. You said, "Are you okay?" Yes. There's the answer for you.
Okay.
Yeah, if you didn't get the joke, it's fine. I bet Crit got it. Didn't you get the joke, Crit?
If you need us to do a wellness check, that's okay.
Thank you, Crit. I just need to make sure who has a sense of humor and who doesn't. I know Crit does and you don't. So yeah, everything's as I thought.
Crit is hilarious.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yes.
I saw it on TV. I know it's real because I saw it on TV. It's like, well, what about flat Earth? You can see that everywhere you go. I need to see it on TV first. Peter was here a little bit ago, and he was like kind of functionally normal for quite a while too.
Nice, good news. Normal.
And they came in and tried to derail it, and I'm like, But then Peter came in and derailed it, and then Robert left.
Oh, Robert was being normal. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, am I coming in? Yeah, Robert just wanted to express that gas pressure does require a container. We're like, yeah, we know. Yeah, it's obvious that gas pressure requires a container.
No, I do have to say, Crit, since you brought up the technical issues, it used to be on my phone. If I was just looking at the regular list, yeah, like the person who was talking would light up. It was amazing. And then after I didn't have Discord on my phone for several years, I came back and that was a downgrade. Now I can't see it in the list. It's annoying. I can only do that if I look on the computer, which is difficult in other ways because it's like not as responsive. So I have to be with the little squares to see people light up, and then I have to scroll up and down. Am I the only one with this problem?
You can change it. I'm not sure. Maybe on mobile it might be different, but you could have it like show like if we were to call it, it's like icon or member list. There's like a setting that will make it either like big or small. And then you could have it where, like, the person who's talking, their voice will pop up.
All right, I'll look into that. Thank you for the tip.
Hello, Dandelion.
Hello. How's it going?
How are you?
Oh, pretty good. I'm glad it's the weekend.
Just want to
How
say
about
thank you
you?
for the warm welcome the other day.
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah. I don't feel like we get a lot of people from Wales around here. They are from Wales. They aren't aren't telling me.
Yeah, I had fun that day speaking to DJ.
Good. Yeah, DJ's cool.
And then another Glober came in and they didn't like her very much.
Oh, they didn't like her, or were they just frustrated by her bad behavior, or what?
I think she said she was a scientist, but she did have a bit of an attitude. She was just like, "You're all stupid," blah blah blah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's not that they didn't like her, like necessarily. They just didn't like the behavior she was exhibiting. Yeah, I asked my sons about that because they were talking about their bullying lessons, they both have, and I asked them what the definition of bullying was. One said the definition was any unwanted behavior, which I said, that seems rough, because that relies completely on the subjective definition of the target of the bullying, and the bully might not even know the behavior is unwanted. Like I asked him, for example, if you were sitting in the living room and I started dusting the chandelier with a feather duster and you didn't want me to do that because it was activating your allergies, am I bullying you by dusting the chandelier? But he did agree that there might be some kind of intent necessary behind the unwanted behavior. Like maybe the person knows it would be unwanted.
Yeah, I think if you're doing it on purpose, then that could be classed.
Yeah, so did you explain to those guys how you've returned to the fence?
Yeah, well, you mentioned it and we spoke about it for a little bit. They wanted my evidence. I sent them to my friend Jesse. I don't know whether they watched his videos or not.
Yeah, I don't know either. Sounds like it was an eventful session.
Yeah, I haven't been back in there. I need to pop back in there.
Oh, Bruce Kirk. He's not even here. He's just sent us something that says some women will never get a good man. Doesn't seem flat earth related. I'm kind of like scared to click on it. I don't know. I think that's probably a true fact. I mean, some men will never get a good woman. I mean, I think that's just statistically has to be true. I mean, not every single person on the earth is happily in a relationship. So I guess that's factual. Can't disagree with you there, Bruce.
This Charlie Kirk thing seems to have taken over Discord quite a bit.
I noticed that when I scrolled down to get here yesterday to politics, that there were two gigantic UCs regarding that, which I had absolutely zero interest in entering. So I just scrolled on right past them and came down here to talk about the flat Earth.
Well, I hate to admit, but I honestly didn't even know he was until 2 days ago.
Yep, I mean, that's the cool thing. One of the things I like about flat Earth, I don't totally understand your journey, ATTY, and is it ever possible to completely understand another person's journey? But nonetheless, one of the things I like the most about the flat Earth topic is you can stick to the facts, to what can be objectively measured and verified and repeated in the real world. So even though there's personalities that kind of try at different times to like Pied Piper people over to some other weird side venture, there's always a core group who's like, hey, how about if we just talk about how there's no drop over distance over here on this place where we live that's clearly not a globe?
Well, one thing I have been hearing a lot on here, I keep on hearing, I take an observation from 1 foot above the surface or 6 inches above the surface. If you were stood in front of a wall and you had your face right up against the wall, you following me?
You know what? I just turned off my computer and I was kind of distracted looking at the list of things that said I should close before I shut it down. So I actually was not paying any attention at all. How'd you know? Can you start back at the beginning? I know we were looking at the wall. Can you start at the beginning?
Yeah, on here, I hear a lot of people saying they take observations from 1 foot off the surface or 6 inches above the surface. Yeah?
Yes, I am with you so far. Yes, oftentimes that is the case. Because, for example, in one of the oil rig Santa Barbara observations, the camera is placed onto the shoreline, and therefore that's where the 1 foot observation height comes from. So a lot of times you might have like a 6 foot tall person, or you might have the laser apparatus, and in those cases, the observer height might be 6 or 8 feet. So, yep. Sometimes it's really close to the ground, the observer, which in those cases, when it's very low, is usually a camera. Other times it's the height of a human. At no time is the missing drop over distance ever found, and it's not even close in any observation that's ever been documented.
So what I'm saying is, if you were stood in front of a wall, a big wall, and you were right close up to the wall, and you wanted to know how tall the wall was, is the wall a wall of a house? Is it a wall of a building? What would you do? You wouldn't move closer, you'd move further away. Do you agree?
I will agree, but it has no connection whatsoever to your original scenario regarding the measurements of the missing drop over distance. But if you're talking about a wall, and I would like to see more of a wall or determine more information about what this wall is attached to, yes, definitely. If someone has me like pushed up against the wall with my eyelids propped open with toothpicks, I'm not going to know much about this wall, but that has no relation whatsoever to long-distance observations, laser tests, or horizon calculation.
No, I'm just saying to get a vision of what you're on or what you're looking at, So wouldn't you be better off getting higher and higher?
In the case of the wall, no, because I'm assuming the wall is attached to a ceiling, and then I'm going to bonk my head on the ceiling. In the case of making the horizon measurements, in the case you're talking about where, the observer height does have an effect, for example, for some of the City of Chicago skyline observations, where you've got, thousands of feet of missing curvature for the skyline of Chicago. Yeah. The observer height does make some difference, but it doesn't make enough difference to give you a globe. For example, 1,800 missing feet of curvature if you're 52 miles away, roughly at the shoreline. But if you go up Warren Dunes, then you should only see the tip of the Willis Tower. Like, it's only going to give you a couple 100 feet, obviously, so it doesn't give you a ball. Same thing with the horizon. It's even more crushing blow because in that case, the reason why we are going lower and getting when you go lower, yes, the horizon should be closer, meaning a shorter observer height is going to give you a shorter maximum distance to geometric horizon. So in that case, you can kill more globes. But you can still kill a lot of globes with 6 foot, 8 foot. In the case of Warren Dunes, 200 foot observer height. You can kill globes at any height. Yep, doesn't matter.
But you say with the wall, you assume the wall is attached to a ceiling. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. If you got further away, you could know whether it was attached to a ceiling or not.
ATTY, I've been so gracious. I'm not like the Globers who refuse to be led down a garden path. I was thinking at the end of this garden path was going to be a point, where you might say, how is a wall analogous to a horizon distance calculation? Is there a point coming up at any time?
Oh, I'm not necessarily Sorry. I'm just choking on an apple.
Oh, totally. Do not choke. Do not choke. You can mute yourself. Finish chewing. Like, we're not in any hurry here. We can talk among ourselves. Chew your apple by all means.
I'm just saying the general what we're on, you know. Like with the wall, you don't know whether it's a tall wall, a short wall. Is it a wall of a house? Has it got a ceiling? Now, the only way you're going to find that out is by getting further away from the wall. So surely, getting further away from the surface of the Earth, you'll be able to see more and more about what the shape of that is.
Mm-hmm. In what way is a wall analogous? Please, Crit. Yeah, I don't know what else to say.
What they call that is observer dependency. And it's kind of one of the main problems the globe has. It requires multiple observers using their multiple observer dependencies to come up with a conclusion that matches none of them. Basically, what you're saying is, what about photographs from space? You're just doing it more, I would say, like intellectual than a lot of the other guys do.
And he's trying to say, I mean, the wall in this case is obstruction to your vision, a vertical obstruction. So it's different because your obstruction in that case is going up, you know, whereas the alleged drop over distance would be curving down and away from you, unless you're claiming, I don't know, ATT, why are you claiming that you're upside down in Australia and you're looking over and the horizon's curving up and away from you like a wall? I don't see how that could be unless you did float above the Earth, which you cannot do. So, yeah, I think you're kind of lost with this. Because even from the perspective of the bottom, from your observer height, you wouldn't be able to tell if you were on the bottom or the top. It would still be curving down and away from you. So in what way is something curving down and away from you analogous to something straight in front of you going straight up and down?
Basically, the point I'm trying to make is that if you were stood, say, a foot away from the wall, and, you know, you couldn't see the ends of the wall, you can just see the wall in front of you. To find out what that wall is, you wouldn't move closer to the wall, you'd move further away.
Did we have a repeat? I'm sorry. Maybe I should go out and in because I think I got a glitch where I'm hearing the live stream repeat from like 5 minutes ago. So you didn't just say the same thing again, right? Because you still haven't made a point yet. Like, how does a wall that's going up relate to the missing drop over distance? Because the drop over distance is going in a different direction. I mean, you understand the concept that your items would be around the side of your ball. So a wall would be a straight up and down flat surface right in front of my face.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how does that relate to the missing drop over distance?
I'm not really talking about the missing drop over distance. I'm just trying to get...
Oh, I know you're not. Yeah, you're trying to talk about everything else under the sun except for that. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, well, why would I need to go further away when I just explained to you the reason why the observer height, the smaller number that is, that you put in the formula 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet, the smaller number that you put in there, the closer the maximum geometric horizon will be. So therefore, it will be easier to test for the horizon, either being there and cutting off your view or being way too far, which is what we observe repeatedly. So in this case, going further up, I mean, it really just negates the whole purpose of the horizon test. I mean, it's fine if you don't get that. I mean, is it that you don't understand, like, for example, the oil rig observation, the wind farm observation, the buoy observation, multiple long-distance observations, laser tests, radio wave propagation? Is it that you don't understand how they demonstrate the missing drop over distance?
I just think eventually, if you kept going up, just like if you kept going away from the wall, eventually it just suddenly hit you. Like, oh, right, it's that, or oh right, it's this. There'd just be a sudden point when you'd realise exactly how long the wall is, or how tall the wall is, or what shape of the thing we stood on is. Once you got to there'd just be a certain point where it just wouldn't be any other way.
Yeah, we already got to that point. Yeah, it's called there's never a curve. It's never been measured. There's no drop over distance. The horizon is repeatedly much further than it would be if we were on a sphere of the dimensions claimed. So there's absolutely zero need to go up there. I mean, people have done it. If you're that into it, ATTY, you could try to
I know they
buy or rent an amateur weather balloon. You could save up your pennies, try to go up there, see the flat horizon more closely. I mean, if you were from America, like we call people from Missouri, their motto is it's the show me state. Like, you have to show me. You can't just tell me. But, we can show you. We can show you from the ground. And you could show yourself. Like, have you ever tried? I thought did we not talk about, or maybe we didn't. Have you ever tried doing a long-distance observation of your own?
No, I haven't. I've been thinking about doing it. I've got a good... I don't know if you've ever heard of the Severn Bridge, which connects Wales to England.
I have not heard about it. Tell me more.
Well, there's a bridge not far from me, and it connects Wales to England. I think it's about 3 miles long, and you can get down underneath it. And you can get down on the other side, so I wouldn't mind doing some observations, have someone on the other side and what we see.
Hey, Dandelion, do you mind if I chime in on this one?
Oh, please do. Please do.
All right. I think I get what he's trying to get at. He's almost there. He's close. Where he's asking, why do we keep getting closer with the 1 foot observer height above the water level? He's asking why don't we go up?
Because I don't think Dandelion said
on that wall that you're talking about. Depends on what you're trying to figure out about that wall. You're trying to figure out what it is. We are just measuring this wall. So if we're going to measure that wall, we're going to want to get closer to it, since we can't necessarily trust picture.
You're breaking up for me. I don't know if it's breaking up.
Of that.
Yeah, you're breaking up. And the blacks.
That wall, and that wall is curved.
We missed a lot of that,
or
bro.
Flat.
Dude, you're roboting bad then.
Oh, sorry. I have really bad signal here at work. I actually work at a oil rig, but I was just saying that it depends what we're trying to figure out about that wall. That wall that he's talking about, we would want to get closer to it, not farther away, if we're trying to figure out whether it's flat or curved.
Yeah, I can sort of agree with that. I'm thinking the bigger picture, I'm just trying to see what the wall is. Is it the side of it? Is it?
So you're correct. So in this wall, if we're trying to figure out if the wall's curved or flat, we would want to get closer to it so we can physically measure it, touch it, because we can't trust optical illusions or pictures from distances. But we are, if we could go high enough and see, that would be nice. And we have people like Dandelion was saying that have gone up there with balloons and stuff and tried to make measurements and observations and long distance observations from those heights.
All right. And what's funny about what you're saying, right, dude, is that with the 1 foot observation height, like in the Black Swan, right, that shows us what it's not what it is.
Yeah, like I'm trying to find out what it is.
Yeah, that's good. I'm glad T-Dub brought that up. Yeah, I mean, but that's what we're doing here is debunking the globe claim. I mean, the flat Earth is the baseline logical position. It's what everyone experiences. So that is why we debunk the globe claim by demonstrating how the required curvature is not measured in reality. So, but I get it. You have you want to know something else, is what you're saying. I mean, by going up, you're trying to find something else out besides the obvious fact already known, measured, documented thousands of times over, that there's no measured curvature.
Well,
I know someone's hot micing with like static or something. Do you guys hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't me.
Oh,
I mean, we don't even know if it's possible to achieve an altitude from which you would be able to view all of the surface, all of it, everything.
Yeah, they tell you even at the height of the ISS, that's only about like what 2.5, 3% of the whole surface of the Earth, and they tell you it looks flat from there.
Well, I've seen pictures from there, and it doesn't look very flat.
Yeah, it's really flat from the ISS. That's what the astronauts have said too. They said like you look down at Earth and it's really flat. Like you can't tell any depth perception.
Again, I go back to the wall. You know? I mean,
and they admit that the cameras on the ISS are not that I am agreeing that there is an ISS with cameras on it, but they say that the cameras on it are wide-angle lenses, have wide-angle lenses.
Yeah, that's another thing is, you know, people can argue about cameras and lenses. That's why I think the only way to do it is just somehow to see it with your own eyes, you know, and then you can't argue.
Have you seen this app? You can register to see when the ISS flies over, and you can look at it yourself.
Yeah, I got that, I think.
You can register for it when it is flying in front of the moon, so you can actually look at its silhouette with the moon behind it, and it'll ping you on your phone when it's going to happen.
Yeah, I think it only lasts about 2 seconds.
There's an app for that.
Yeah, but I guess the question then, like, what if it's not the ISS? What is that thing that you're seeing that you can register and it can tell you when it's going to happen?
Well, why wouldn't it be the ISS?
I don't know what they think. I don't know. That's the question.
Yeah, it'd be the same thing. Like if anything between you, like a fly. You know, like a spot on your glasses, a little speck on your glasses. You look up and okay, I see that speck between me and the moon. It must be a giant tin can with people in it. It's a leap of logic, large leap of logic, that just because you see something in the air, in the sky, it doesn't mean that. It means something other than that.
What do you think it is then? I mean, and then the next question is after that is why can globe math predict when it shows up and exactly where it is?
Let's see the globe math. Let's see that math. You got some globe math that's going to predict that?
Exactly when it's going to cross over your, you know.
Yeah, let's see that math. Let's look at that math and let's find that globe inside that math. I'd be interested in that. Sure. Let's run the numbers. Let's look at the numbers and find out where they got curve in rotation in there.
Yeah, but if it was just one video, you could say it was a fly
on the math. No, the globe math. Let's look at the math. Let's don't worry about the video now. Let's just the math. Let's see if the math has globe in it. Where's that variable that shows globe? Because I was told, even from the ISS point of view, the Earth is both flat and stationary. The ISS is moving over a flat, stationary Earth. So there would be some globe math that would show not that, or something.
Well, the ISS is moving however many thousand miles an hour. The Earth is only
over a flat, stationary Earth.
Not going to see the Earth like spinning like a top in front of it, is it?
Okay, so there's this globe math was what you call what was that, deflection or vacuous statement? You just put globe in front of math and somehow you change what math is?
Well, no, if one thing is moving a lot faster than another, the other thing is going to look like slow or still or not moving, isn't it?
It's like what you meant to say is you got circular math or math that drives.
You were in a car doing 100 miles an hour.
Is that globe math? Wait, is this globe math or not globe math?
If you pass that car,
don't worry about that. Stay with globe math. Okay, don't leave globe math right now. Let's try to stay within globe math.
I'm just doing speed comparisons.
Is that globe math or is that flat Earth math?
Well, I'm putting one to the other.
Oh, so it's flat Earth math is globe math.
Well, the globe is moving slow and the ISS is moving fast.
Okay, so it's flat Earth math then.
It's just math.
Okay, so that was my take. Math is just math. Yeah. Okay, we agree then. Math is just math. You don't put a word in front of it and make it globe math or flat Earth math. All you got is just math. Numbers.
I'm just addressing your point where you said they said the globe doesn't look like it's moving from the ISS.
No, my point is the math. That was my point.
But like I say, if you were in a car doing 100 miles an hour and there was another car doing 5 miles an hour and you flew past it, it'd be hard to tell if that car was actually moving because you'd just be going past it so quick.
With math or globe math?
Any math.
Okay, good. That's my point.
I don't think there's separate math.
Yeah, that's the point I'm making. We agree. There is no separate math. When somebody comes in here and talk about they got some globe math, I'm like, yeah, they don't understand globe and they don't understand math, and they put those two words together, powers unite, in terms of just retarded squawking.
Well, I don't know who you...
Yeah, no, I think you're misunderstanding it. It literally just is, they're calculating a sphere, they're getting
let's see it.
Like how many flyovers. And the interesting thing is that you yourself can take the calculus and you can calculate when it will fly over your house.
Let's see it.
I think that says a lot.
Yeah, let's see it.
Literally, it's globe math.
Yeah, let's see it.
Okay, hang on one sec. I'll grab the calculations. But I think it's interesting that you just don't have an answer to this, and I'm curious if...
Yeah, same answer. Same answer, that just slapping the word globe in front of math doesn't change what math is. You might think it does because you don't understand math and you don't understand globe. So you put those two things together for some reason you won't explain or take questions on.
Well, I've got the ISS app and it'll tell you exactly when you're going to see it to the second. Every time. So you can't really say that's a fly on the lens or a piece of dust. Because, you can watch it every single time.
We have a guy we called Research Flat Moon, and he would want to do that. And he did some sort of, he says, here, with this formula, I can calculate where the ISS is. And he got it wrong, every time in a row. And it turned out that he wasn't calculating it. He had some gizmo that a friend made for him. but it drifted off for some reason. Like the formula that was inside the gizmo was wrong because it didn't calculate for some variable, and he was pretending the whole time that he was running the numbers in his head. He said, "Give me your latitude and longitude, and I will calculate where the ISS is from the date of launch." And you're like, "Really? You can do that?" And he can do it all inside his head. We're like, "Wow!" And people thought he was doing it.
But you can just get the app and it does it for you.
There's an app for that.
There's an app for that, exactly.
Yeah, I need an app that tells me when Luke Skywalker is going to destroy the Death Star. Do you got an app for that?
I do. Yeah.
I really want to watch that live.
Imagine your whole world view pivoting on some app, what an app says.
You're just not explaining why the math works, right? That's I think you're not tracking.
What math? You haven't shown any math yet.
Hang on.
Yeah, we're still waiting on that. I feel like Chris asked like 10 times, maybe more even. Yeah, he's been asking.
Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to change. I'll change the variables inside there that are globe and see if you get a predicted result. See if you can do the math. I've always liked that because there used to be another guy around here who said that he had a mathematical model of Earth. I'm like, perfect. It can predict things. Yeah. So I go, I would be able to make this model in like Universe Sandbox. He's like, yep. And I could change a variable in there and you'd be able to recalculate all the observations. And he's like, yep. And I'm like, okay, here we go. You go, oh, wait, no, it won't work. I go, why won't it work? Because it's, gotta go. Like once he realized I'm going to call the bluff and dissect what he was presenting, it's like, well, you see, it's like, let's get out of here. They're on to us. Yeah, because you're not cloaked, dude. You're not cloaked. You don't know what math is, and you don't know what globe is. You smash those two words together and then pretended like you're talking about something that you had no idea you were talking about. Then your proof of that was to ask me a question.
I'm not understanding this normal math and globe math. Like,
yeah, it's batshit crazy. Like when people start putting like they'll say atheist logic or something like that. Like they'll take logic and try to separate a subset of logic out of logic, and then say it's something other than what it is. Like here, you've got math, and here's all of math. You can't use math anymore. So they'll do is they'll pull math out of math, put it over here, and then slap globe on top of it. It'd be like, look at this globe.
Right. What you're saying is like really just again failing utterly to track. You realize it uses the formula for a sphere. So yes, it's just plain math, but the specific formula is a spherical formula. So maybe you just were deliberately obfuscating, but I mean that's just what it is.
Okay. Yeah, just use that. Use that answer. So now you know that if you ask me anything, you think I'm deliberately obfuscating or I'm not understanding. And my feedback to you is I will never ask you anything about globe or math because I know you don't know anything about these two topics. You took math and slapped globe in front of it. This is the same feedback this other guy's giving you too. I don't know your voice and I'm tabbed out. So you got multiple feedbacks from people with two competing worldviews giving you exactly the same answer. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about at all. Well, it turns out there is globe math, but it's a project that is an organization that promotes mathematical education and a positive attitude towards the subject. It works by interconnecting exploration dots used by millions of students and teachers worldwide to inspire the joy of learning mathematics inside a global community of educators. Well, there you go. There's your globe math.
I think that's a different meaning.
Yeah, the word globe meaning all encompassing, like a global variable on an operating system.
Math between lots of people, doesn't it? That's nothing to do with actually measuring or anything to do with that, like specifically a globe. That's just a global community of math.
Well, this is outdated. Apparently, in ancient Rome, globe math was a woman's measurements, like breast, hips, waist. It was called globe math.
Yeah, I was having this yesterday with someone. Like, spherical math doesn't have to be spheres or globes. It's just curved surfaces. That's all spherical math does.
Yeah, they have more spherical measurements. You remember, Crit, like the Miss America pageant, when the lady would go across the stage and be like, Miss Arizona, 38, 24, 38, or whatever. Yeah, isn't that funny? Like, nowadays, ladies would be like, oh my gosh, they're announcing my measurements to the world. But yeah, that was common. I never hear anybody talk about that anymore. I guess it's not politically correct.
Yeah, because you want to be body positive nowadays, where like that whole
spherical measurements. That's my new chat up line.
Yeah, oh yeah, ATTY. Yeah, I mean, people might get annoyed, but yeah, I might encourage you. If we ask for measurements of curvature, and then you give us a picture of, Miss Missouri from 1975. Yeah, at least you'd have a sense of humor then.
All joking aside, you could use spherical math to measure it.
Yeah, the concept of the great circle. You take like a measuring tape, and then you wrap a straight line, and then wrap it around a three-dimensional object.
One thing I do like in this server is not many people are on the Gleason's map, whereas other servers I go to, there's still a lot of people stuck on that map.
Well, that's the people who do the Gleason, they are globe Earth people, like fucking with you. Like there's like something about this that like really triggers people, and a lot of the times it's atheists who are triggered. So what you'll get is these globe people, Christians mostly. I haven't seen any like really Muslims or or other religions do it. It seems to be really right-wing Christians. What they'll do is they'll take math and project the Earth flat, then call it flat Earth, just to have the atheist argue against math. And it's really funny. And I've been told, sometimes they'll come in here and they'll do that, and I'll be like, okay, well, you can, as long as you don't say anything crazy, like like batshit crazy, like there's mole men or mole people or something like that, or whatever. As long as you just stick to the math and stick to your conceptual idea, of the Earth being flat, and your only purpose is to like trigger atheists, I'm like, whatever, dude. Have fun with it, okay? If that's what gets you, you know, I mean, I get it. I get why people don't like atheists. I mean, it kind of makes sense, especially after this like freedom from religion, like the third wave atheists that, you know, like the four horsemen of atheism, Richard Dawkins and Sam Harris, Bill Bennett. I'm trying to think of the last guy's name. Whatever, the one that died. Yeah. So anyway, these guys are they're awful, and people got sick of them and really got so they're like at some point they lost the great meme war. And Hitchens, Richard Hitchens, Christopher Hitchens was the other one. So then, they lost the great meme war in 2016. The atheists were defeated, just purely defeated on all spaces, internet spaces, YouTube spaces, anywhere they went, they were just defeated, just absolutely defeated. So rather than try to rebrand their movement, they decided to take a parting shot at flat Earth because some reason they deemed flat earthers as religious. I don't know how they got that idea from, wherever they got that from, because the whole heliocentric model is deeply theistic. Comes from the Catholic Church, for fuck's sake. So then they did back-to-back hit pieces on The Guardian, talking about some dangerous online religious cult called flat earthers. And no one was paying attention to flat earthers at that time. No one gave a shit. For the last 200 years, flat earthers have just been doing their own thing, minding their own business, and whatever. And then it's called the Barbra Streisand effect. They wanted to suppress the information. They came out and said, hey, these people need to be taken off the internet for whatever reason, you know, misinformation, blah, 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 you know, like all these different, you know, things they came up with, these sort of non sequiturs. Because if that's your argument, misinformation, you don't need to worry about flat Earth. Because apparently flat Earth is so small a minority, it doesn't matter. Then why spend so much time and energy trying to take off misinformation that doesn't matter? Wouldn't you focus on real misinformation out there? Say WMDs in Iraq, photos, you know, from space showing WMDs or something like that. Wouldn't there be enough misinformation out there that you could spend the rest of your life and never even become adjacent to flat Earth? Like, you know, the guy Alex Jones, he's a big misinformation agent. He hates flat earthers too. You could spend the rest of your life just countering Alex Jones because he's called gish galloping. He lies faster than you can fact check him. So yet they decided that they're going to take a quick pot shot at flat earthers for some reason to try to remain relevant, and it just utterly destroyed their movement. Like now, it's like when people see an atheist online, they instantly think of that fedora, that fat fedora wearing neckbeard. Like no one takes the atheist serious anymore. It's like a punchline. It's like, dude, are you joking? You're an atheist now, like in 2025. Like, Jesus. And then you're an atheist who likes NASA when the current director of NASA said God personally told him to come out of retirement. Bill Nelson. Bill Nelson's like, hey, how come you're coming out of retirement? Because Bill Nelson was an astronaut and then had a career in politics. He said, well, God told me that I need to come back to NASA because only I can return America back to the moon because I have the unique skill set to bridge science and government together. And you're like, well, Bill Nelson, your tenure is over. And you didn't go back to the moon. Did that counter your belief in this God, this sky daddy you talked to? He's like, no. It reaffirmed it. You're like, that's quite interesting. So is there anyone else at NASA? Oh, you did a speech at the Ark amusement park. You just had 3 astronauts, young Earth creationists, astronauts, 3 of them, which is interesting too, because you'll hear like anti-flat earthers talk about that they're just as bad as young Earth creationists. Well, certainly, Toby, here is 3 astronauts, young Earth creationists, talking about the arc is scientifically proven. You go tell them that they're just as bad as flat earthers? Oh, no, you won't. Huh. Will you challenge your atheist worldview based on that? Nope, you won't do that either. What will you do? You'll screech and squirt milk out your nose. Just random autistic screeching. Okay, well that about matches why people like to make fun of you. You just gave them a reason because they find that shit entertaining. You know, some sort of like schizo meltdown. I mean, like, for fuck's sake, if you want people to take you seriously, start acting serious. Give arguments, observations, musings, like Voltaire. Voltaire, the perfect atheist. Perfect. He was able to spread the concept of a godless world using logic and reason. You had the first wave atheists from the 1960s. They were, or second wave, I suppose, second wave atheists, talking about speaking truth to power, challenging government control, manifest destiny. This like biblical intertwinement between God and country. And somewhere, I think my take is that the CIA did an amazing demolition of atheism. They saw what type of powerful speakers came out in the 1960s. They said, we have to destroy this movement. How do you destroy a movement? You put a bunch of fakers in front of it. People like Sam Harris, Bill Bennett, Richard Dawkins, Christopher Hitchens. Put those freaks in front of atheists. And they might sound like they're okay. Just like that George Carlin. They sound intelligent. They kind of can put a couple words together. They're full of shit. I mean, you just look up some of the other things they talk about, and you're like, it's not safe for work. I mean, just type in Richard Dawkins defends, and you just ask what Google fills in there. And you're like, holy shit, this can't be real. Yeah, it's real.
I forgot Voltaire was an atheist. We had to read Candide. I think I was in 9th or 10th grade. He wrote Candide, right?
Yeah, I mean, a couple of different things, yeah. And because he got buried at the Pantheon. That's how honored atheists
used to be. Yeah, they might have told us that at the time. I don't remember.
I have a question about.
They probably didn't. I think we just read the book. I don't know.
I have
Maybe
a question.
It was in the intro. I never liked reading them.
Will it hit Charlie Kirk if the Earth is flat?
Yeah, we're not going to talk. One of the rules here is mass shootings and violence. This is off topic. Okay, we're not going to talk about violence in this VC.
Yeah, if you want to talk about things in a theoretical manner and not mentioning any specific incident, that's fine. Like if you want to discuss, how long-range snipers treat the Earth as flat, that's fine. Because Voltaire, he had that quote, which I really like that quote, perfect is the enemy of the good. I think that's a really good quote. I guess, atheists can be right about some things. I don't know. I mean, but I guess, it's funny that you say that because when I first saw that quote, gosh, if I go too far down this road, Crit, they're going to get mad at me for talking about religion, but it made me wonder, who was perfect? And that's the enemy of the good? Interesting, Voltaire. So I guess I kind of did have an idea of that maybe, but I forgot. Yeah.
Yeah, well, think of some of the other Voltaire quotes where he said, it's dangerous to be right. When I'm not word for word. I'm partly paraphrasing it. It's dangerous to be right when the authority is wrong. And then you've got modern day atheists who think government can't lie.
Yeah, that's interesting that you say that because but then you also have, like you were talking about Alex Jones spreading misinformation. Like that's one of the things that he spreads, that it's dangerous. What he's saying is dangerous. And that's one of the reasons I stopped paying attention to him around like 2012 or so, because he was freaking out about this army person. I can't remember if he was retired army, active army, but nonetheless, some kind of soldier that he was claiming that they came and, picked him up and arrested him and put him in mental hospital because of his posts on Facebook. That's back. You remember when Facebook used to, people actually used to say things on there? You remember that? Yeah, and now they don't.
Yeah.
So that was part of the, original program to kind of make that into just a completely commercial enterprise that has nothing to do with expressing yourself. But yeah, I think that quote is useful, even if it's not true in the widest sense. It's true in life, I tell my students that, because sometimes if you're too much of a perfectionist, you just don't do the thing at all. You know how they say procrastination often comes out of perfectionism because you don't even start the thing because you don't think you can do it perfectly in the time you have or whatever, rather than just kind of doing it, and then you can always go back and fix it later. At least you're doing something, not just sitting there worrying about how you can't do it perfectly, because we can't do things perfectly for the most part. Occasionally someone has a perfect symphony performance or a perfect race or a perfect football game performance or whatever, perfect painting. But most people who are high achieving, even if you like the thing, the amazing meal that they made and so on and so forth, they themselves are going to be more critical of it.
The perfect round of bowling.
You can't really argue about that one, can you? The pins either went down or they didn't. That's a good one, Crit. I'm going to remember that. Yep. Nobody can argue about a perfect round of bowling, can they? Especially these days when you got the computer keeping score instead of having to write it with those tiny little pencils.
Oh yeah, that used to be the days of yore. You had a light and then a projector that projected up so everyone could see what you're doing.
Yeah, in my groups, nobody ever wanted to be scorekeeper. I don't know. I don't think. I would do it occasionally if nobody else wanted to, but then you had to just sit there the whole time. You couldn't go get a hot dog. Hang out by the jukebox.
Yeah, it'd be fun too because you see somebody, fuck it up, and you laugh at them. You're like, dude, you what is 6 + 8? What is that? Is that 12? Is it?
That must be globe math. 6 + 8 is 12, right? We found it. We found it.
No, that your 8 look like a 6. It goes, no, it doesn't.
Is that globe math, Reductio?
Oh, that dude's still around?
Yeah, you must be looking for that globe math.
No, I have it. I'm just preparing it. Sorry, I'll have it.
This is amazing. He's doing what we asked, Crit. I don't know if I can handle this. I'll try to overcome my shock.
I think you got to turn the 8 upside down in globe math.
There you go, Neil. Yeah, and then you argue about and you say, oh, gosh, that number one sure looks like an 8. I'll just take every number 1 and make it an 8 or make it a 0, and nobody will notice, right?
It'd be like, why is 7 so full? Because 7, 8, 9. No, because 7, 8, 9. That's like your globe math, or your globe math is like spelling boobies on your calculator.
Boobless.
And why didn't 3 go near 9? It was squared.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
That is nice. I have not heard that one before. I like that one.
Nerds.
You gotta say that one. It has to be said in voice. Instead of text. It would be kind of funny in text, but you have to be reading out aloud to yourself. But the way T-Dub did it was perfect delivery.
Yeah, because being square meant being nerdy.
So the problem is, I worry that if I let's say I give you the math and then we plug in some coordinate, and let's say you take the math, you plug in like you don't want to dox yourself. Just do it privately. You plug in your coordinates, and then using this math, the spherical formula, you can actually see the space station fly over at the time that the math predicts. I don't know if you guys are going to agree. Like, oh, maybe it actually does use globe math. Oops. Like, I don't know if there's going to be a concession or not. Like, if this is worth my time.
Yeah, it's probably not, because globe math doesn't exist. There's no such a thing as globe math.
You know what I mean when I say that, though, right? Like, I'm just saying there's like a sphere, there's a formula. You got to use that, right? You got to use the Earth's radius.
Yeah, but if you're only going to present information if you get a concession, I mean, what are you here for, Reduct 2? I mean, we honestly whoop the Globers day after day, and very rarely do we get a concession, even on a minor point. We do occasionally, once in a while. But you should just be loud and proud about your amazing globe. I mean, just present it, and, if you get some pushback, that's part of the course around here. Like, you'll have some other globe fans out in globe world that will think you're the hero. Isn't that why you're doing this?
Well, it's circular math.
No, I mean,
it's not globe math.
I'm interested.
It's not anywhere on the globe. Like, you wouldn't be able to type in. You should get errors, because apparently the ISS will never pass a certain part south. I can't remember what it is. It's something less than 60. Like, it goes like from 30 to 30 or something like that. So if you type in this mathematical formula, if I type in something that is outside of its path, it should return an error or something like that. So you're looking at like a circular, not a globe idea.
Yeah, I guess because we do this a lot where it's like we do the observations and then we call the observation just with your like plain eyes with no adjustments. We call that a measurement. I don't count that as a measurement, but with something like
measure.
This, like
that's a measure. That's a measure. That's the word there is called measure. Measure. Now, measurement would be a noun. That would be a noun. If you're using your eyes to do something, that would be a verb called measure.
I didn't mean to like trigger. I'm sorry.
No, you just have very low education in English. English is probably not your.
No, it was a jab. It was a jab. You're right. I'm sorry. I retract it. The point I was trying to get to was that if we're using a formula here which uses the geometric horizon and the radius of the Earth, and then it actually does make predictions, meaning anytime you use this formula, you can predict when the ISS will fly over your house and you can look at it, then I'm wondering, is that A, meaningful in any way? And then B, if you disagree that even though these predictions are always correct, it's like kind of meaningless. If so, like what's the explanation? How are you hand waving it away? Right? And then like, would you, if hand waving it away, do you have a better formula that calculates it even more accurately? Right? That's what I'd be curious about where we go. I don't think I'm getting a concession. I don't know. Again, like, I would come over to the flat Earth side if I was shown proof, right? But
put in your calculations.
I don't know if you
outside of the 50th. So the ISS travels between 50 north and 50 south. So if you put in your calculation 51, it should read an error. Your formula should error out.
Sorry, could you clarify that?
It wouldn't error out. It would just give you a negative elevation angle, which would be below the horizon. Does that make sense? Right. If you're predicting, if you have an equation for azimuth and elevation of the ISS for a specific latitude and longitude as a function of time, if you're too high or low of latitude to where the ISS would never be within view, you would just
you missed it. It's supposed to
have negative elevations.
This is going to predict where the ISS is over your head, right above you. 90 degree
angle. No. I mean, the value is elevate. Right above you.
Yeah, this is what this formula is going to do.
Okay, so it's not tracking. Oh, okay, yeah. So it would error out in that if you're setting up the formula in that regard.
Okay, well, here's the numbers with the geometric horizon formula and the radius of the Earth plugged in. I mean, you could change any. You said you were going to change any numbers, so I went in here and showed. Obviously, there's constants. I don't think you should change those, but you can plug in any other number that you want there for the numbers that you can change.
Yeah, number one, you can't change the size of the Earth. Make a new model.
It just wouldn't predict anything on this Earth then.
Yeah, look at you put in there at the last second the declination angle 51.6.
Wouldn't predict anything on this Earth, meaning you're presupposing the size of the Earth. Yeah, what we need is a new model. Crit, you hit the nail on the head there.
No, I think the idea is if this predicts in every scenario and it works 100% of the time, then the numbers, it would follow that those numbers are accurate, right?
Because
this is the experiment that shows, okay, well, if we're going to go and say, listen, we could prove the radius of the Earth wrong, or we could prove this wrong if it doesn't actually predict, when the ISS flies over. You could set this up almost like a science experiment if you wanted. You could change the numbers, and you could see, okay, well, your hypothesis is that, well, if we use if we use what they say the Earth's radius is, then it would fly over at this time at the exact angle it says it's going to fly over at the exact moment it says. And then if that turns out to be true, I think that's astounding, right? Is actually an astounding prediction.
Because
there's a fucking space station flying over, and you could see it with your eyes when it says it's going to fly over based on the globe math as presented.
And the people who are in charge of this item, also are giving you this other information. It's like, oh yeah, I have a shadow projection on the wall on a bedroom sheet. I shall give you the exact time that Rapunzel shall let down her golden hair, according to these calculations.
No, it could be a simulation. They could be simulating the sky, and then they make it look like there's an object there when they, when they say it, and they're just fooling you. But I don't know how they would do that.
Oh, G4 says I'm crazy. This is great. The insults are starting early tonight. Yeah, keep them coming. That's not a very good one. I've had way better ones. So you got to get more creative.
So Reductio, does observing the sun, does that equal a globe too, since you're observing the ISS?
Well, no, someone here posted in chat, because you can register for the app, the NASA app, and it tells you when the ISS is going to fly between your house, and the moon. And there's an example. Someone took a picture of that, right, when it happened. And you could do this yourself. This is an experiment you can do to see, okay, well, damn, NASA said that this would happen, and then it did. Well, goddamn, what does that mean, right? So you can
but there's a weather
explore that for yourself.
And the weather app's the same thing, though.
The weather apps just use what do they use? Algorithms to kind of model whether a weather system's going to move in a certain direction or not, right? I think this is literally using geometric horizon formula. And you could register for the app, and it uses that formula to predict exactly when it flies over. And I guess you could be kind it does sound kind of crazy to say that the sky is just reflecting a simulation and NASA is controlling the simulation to make it appear as if the ISS is in the sky at that time, but they're just lying because it's like they're projecting it. That's
a bit extreme. Yeah.
Yeah, NASA has the ability to do something like that. They can project stuff in the sky.
Well, so the projection appears like exactly in the dimensions that they say that it is, right? Like this guy said, okay, well, the dot is that big. They compare it to an airplane, and then they show how big the silhouette should be, and then it works out.
No, it doesn't work out. It'd be too small to see it at that distance. About the same size as like a jumbo jet. And you're at 260 miles away, it'd be like microscopic. It would be too small to make out.
No, it's about relative brightness to be able to. Yeah, I was gonna say it's you can't see it pass over unless it's usually right around dawn or dusk when at that elevation it's reflecting sunlight off of it down to the ground, which is how you're able to see it with the naked eye. During daylight and nighttime, you need a telescope to see it, but only when you can see it with the naked eye. Like I said, during dawn and dusk. And I appreciate Reductio
would be helpful. Go for it, bro.
Yeah, I was gonna say I appreciate it's Reductio. What you're doing here. What the usual pushback that you would get is it's a solution to that problem, right? Is that presupposed radius of the Earth and altitude and relative size of the ISS. It doesn't mean that it's the only solution. What I would push back on the rest of the community here is to figure out what alternate inputs to that equation could.
Yeah, you could do it easy. I'm looking at it right now. You could increase the height and then increase the speed, decrease the height, decrease the speed. What you're making here is a spiral graph. No, nothing on here is showing a globe at all. It's showing a object moving over a flat surface.
Well, that's for a single point of observation. If you have multiple, if you're basically what you would need to do here is you would need to plot out two or three different observation locations, and then
we talked about that too.
And then use
observer dependency.
The equation.
Observer dependency, but then you start talking about refraction and atmospheric effects and all kinds of stuff.
I mean,
that's why you want to be right over your head. You want to be like high noon, right above you.
I plugged in some sample math here. So the near overhead, I just plugged in the UVU main campus. Just because everyone's talking about Charlie Kirk, so I use that as just an example location. Now, the near overhead longitude of the ISS flying over will be September 16th. That's the next one. It's going to be 2:58 a.m. near overhead. So if you want, you can use my math. You can calculate it yourself, and you can go and look. And then you can tell me, next week if you saw it or not.
Yeah, and then it'll be
if you're saying
over a flat stationary Earth.
Yeah, but if you're saying, okay, well, this math predicted it correctly, I would challenge why did it predict it correctly? And if you're saying, no, there's two possible formulas that could have gotten it correctly, the globe math works, it predicts it perfectly, but also some other formula which you're not presenting, which would be over a flat plane, you could present
like a spiral graph. That's what you're doing. All you did was draw a spiral graph.
I'll do it too. Okay, so I'll offline. If you give me your math, I'll work out when it's flying over my house using your math, and then I'll go outside and look to see if it's there.
So real quick, Reductio. Basically, what happens in the flat model, if you're trying to recreate the math of low Earth orbits, circular orbits at a certain inclination, it backs out that the spacecraft has to be constantly speeding up and slowing down relative to the plane. Because every single time it goes anywhere close to the southern hemisphere, it has to traverse, much further distances due to the azimuthal projection. And so what I would push back on then is, even under the we get back to this all the time, is even under that math, I don't know what propulsion system you're assuming is up on this thing that you can see moving, because a lot of flat earthers that I've talked to are convinced.
There's no propulsion. They tell you
there is no. Yeah, no, there isn't.
Yeah, so they tell you that it's falling towards the Earth.
Correct.
But the Earth just gets out of the way before it smacks into ground.
That is how orbits work. Correct.
Yeah, so that would be a no propulsion system, perpetual motion, a perpetual motion machine.
Yeah, I mean, so perpetual motion, because it's experiencing very, very little drag. Like the most recent SpaceX cargo resupply mission had to do a boost burn on the ISS. They actually, packed in a bunch of propellant tanks into the trunk of the Dragon to do that. So it's not perpetual motion. It does experience a very small amount of drag that pulls it back down towards the Earth, but it's perpetual constant motion in the globe model. Like the speed relative to the globe does not change as a function of time. However, in the flat Earth model, for that quote unquote spirograph that you're referring to, requires huge amounts of acceleration and deceleration as it goes from the northern to the southern hemisphere and back due to the azimuthal projection. So I don't see any rocket engines up there. I can tell you everything they're doing up there is.
I think they do have public, because there is atmospheric drag, so they do
it's unclassified. Yeah. That's from the Soyuz and the Dragon capsules that dock with it. I'm saying the ISS itself doesn't have that capability. Like there's no giant rocket engines that accelerate it from one speed to 2 times that speed, back down to that speed, up double, every 45 minutes. I can tell you that's not how that works.
Sure. So if somebody's just unsure about whether it's a flat plane or a sphere, I think if they're coming into this agnostic and they have this math here that I've presented above, and there is some alternative math they can check as well, I think we can just see which one actually makes the prediction. Or if both predicted, then I think we have to be a little bit careful about what the shape is, right?
Yeah, both would predict it. One would just require a ton of variable speed of the object, whereas the other wouldn't. And that goes against your direct observations. Like the ISS isn't moving faster when you're in the southern hemisphere. So the amount of time it takes to pass overhead is the same. So this could be disproven by just direct observation of the thing passing over. Like if you're in, let's say
what
51 degrees south.
More than just that. I mean, it should be large swaths of Brazil. It never passes over. I mean, Africa too. You should be able to type none of Canada. If you type anything from Canada, it looks like here too, Portugal. Oh no, it looks like it does go over Portugal. Or maybe, I don't know. It's hard to tell. Yeah. So there's huge areas of the Earth.
It goes over almost all of Canada's population. I don't know where you're getting that.
Yeah, Denver goes over Alaska.
It's 50, isn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't go over Alaska.
No, it does not.
Yeah.
No, it's a medium inclined orbit. There are satellites, and we've actually put humans into polar orbits before. But the ISS just isn't in that orbit because it needs to be resupplied by the Roscosmos, the Kazakhstan Cosmodrome, as well as Cape Canaveral. So it needs to be accessible by both of those places, which is usually how it determines the the inclination of space stations is, where you need to launch the resupply missions from.
I'm just confused because shouldn't okay, like let's just for this, like if I'm coming at this and scrutinizing this math, I would probably want to say, okay, well, yeah, you're using this radius of the Earth, you're using the spherical, you're using this formula for the geometric horizon. And then it's just actually not going to predict anything about when it flies over or not, because guess what? The Earth is not round. So I would want to say this will not be capable of predicting anything because, the Earth is flat. Like, I would want to say something like that. But it seems like I think the flat earthers realize that it does predict it, and so they don't want to
engage with it.
Go down that.
We do? We realize that? What? We realize that?
If it does predict when it flies over, then isn't that indicating something?
No.
I was gonna say, does anybody in here live in the southern hemisphere? We could hash this out in the next couple weeks if you really wanted to. Right? If anybody in here is in the southern hemisphere, let us know your general location. Throw the latitude and longitude into that calculator, and it should say how long it takes to pass over from horizon to horizon under the globe model versus, and then we could do it in the flat model. Right? It should be moving way faster than in the globe model if it's in the southern hemisphere due to the azimuthal projection. So
so we
if you're in the southern hemisphere, you can look up.
Just change the speed, yeah. Change the height, change the speed. Do all that.
No,
that's
but
right there in the math.
You would see it moving faster. Like you would, if the Earth was flat, you'd see it moving faster overhead. If you were in the southern hemisphere, it actually appears. Like you can do a first person observation to show that it's a constant speed. Like the amount of time over it goes from horizon to horizon in the southern hemisphere is equivalent to the same it does in the northern hemisphere. Whereas in the flat model and the spirograph, spirograph orbit assumption, that is not true. So it would disprove that numerical solution of the satellite's orbit, and show another data point that proves that the globe model's assumption of how orbits work is correct.
Yeah, it'd be really hard to tell because your horizon to horizon at a human level is such a small area, and they tell you the ISS is moving so incredibly fast. It's like you blink and it's gone.
No, it'd be like a minute or two.
And if it's sped up or slowed down, it'd be about the same speed.
No. The further south you go, we'd be talking about like, a 30-second pass versus a 90-second pass. It would definitely be noticeable. Depends on how far south you are.
Well, there it goes. Yeah, if you just Google that, in the north, the ISS appears over your head 6 to 8 minutes. It's shorter in the south, which is 1 to 5 minutes.
I don't think that's true.
Yeah, just Google it. Like how long is the ISS above your head? It depends on where you're at.
It depends on your latitude and longitude.
Yeah. So if you're in the south, you got about 1 to 5 minutes to see it. If you're in the north, it's 6 to 8 minutes.
Okay. Did you give it two locations? Are we talking about the same latitudes here? It should be.
Just ask it like, hey, how long is the ISS above your head? Like, how long would you be able to see it fly over your head? It varies on location.
Your latitude, but it should,
but
it should be equivalent. No, I understand, but I'm saying at 35 degrees north and 35 degrees south, it should be the same. But at 50 degrees north and 35 degrees south, the one in the south should be longer.
Well, it turns out that's not the case.
Once again, you're just pulling citations out of your ass. I would love to see a primary source.
Yeah, go do it. You be the primary source. Use your own worldview where you're able to use your own observer dependency and make it happen.
It does fly over Australia, by the way, and I know we have Australians here.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's that latitude south? We could stamp this out, right? What is that? Like 30 degrees south for Sydney? Right, we would just need somebody in Florida and somebody in Sydney-ish to run these calculations, and you could prove pretty quickly that it's moving the same speed.
I think the other problem with this is that I think that flat Earth people have basically rejected the whole North Pole at the center, ice wall at like the conventional, like what you would think of when you think of flat Earth. I think they've kind of abandoned that.
Like what?
24-hour sun
By the way,
disease.
What does that mean to
another thing is it does
No,
it does
hold on,
seem
let's
to
find
zip by when it's directly
wait,
overhead. By the way,
yeah, hold
so
on here.
when it's
What does that mean to abandon what? Abandon the like that was Cooper, right?
So like that, that was Cooper. The typical, like the typical like flat Earth. When people think of flat Earth, you got North Pole at the center, ice wall at the side, out at the edges. I from what I've been talking to you guys, it sounds like that is not in vogue.
What would that like? What I just posted just a little bit ago? It should be just.
I didn't see what you. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, is that the current thing? I thought that was abandoned.
Is this wrong? Are you saying that's wrong, or is that right?
I'm asking what you think.
Well, yeah. What do you think?
General flat Earth consensus. I think it's round.
Yeah. What do you? So this is you would say this is wrong. That'd be a wrong conception.
Yeah.
Like, okay, that is a globe using math to project it from the top down. So if you disagree with this, you're disagreeing with one of two things, either math or globe. Those are the two variables.
Okay. I'm not interested in the verbal trap. I'm just saying the conception of North Pole at center, ice wall around the edges, that's been abandoned, yes or no?
No, that was a globe projection.
Okay, so they never. So he's claiming that they've never held to that. Okay, see the problem you get into with this.
No, it's not a problem.
No,
it's a problem that,
I'm not talking to you. This is the problem with that argument that you're making is they won't hold to this model. They will just say, "Oh, we don't believe that."
No, will not hold to a model. Exact. A model is called a reification fallacy. That's fallacious thinking.
Model is how you
to take a model, to take a model and say this model isn't a model. What it actually is physical reality. That's called a reification. So you're right.
Anyway,
no flat earther.
I think you understand.
No flat earther is going to use a reification.
I understand.
They're not going to use a reification.
No, I understand. The models went out the window when 24-hour sun got proven. So
24-hour sun was documented in Zetetic Astronomy, written 200 years ago. It was documented.
Okay.
Yeah, it was documented 200 years ago.
But that was fought against for the past few years here, and
by who?
And a lot of folks were pro. What?
By who?
By a very large number of the vocal parts of this community. I'm not saying that everybody has to subscribe to their worldview.
No one here in Flat Earth made any claims about what the sun did, other than it moves overhead. What the globe people did, the globe people said on a flat Earth, the sun can't set. The sun would always be above your head on their flat Earth model. And then they say,
I can always count on you to make my point for me.
Yeah, so then this was a straw man. They said, here's a flat Earth model. Okay, well, that's not my model. That's your model of flat Earth. And then on this model, the sun can't set. No problem. So what did you do to test that? You went to Antarctica and demonstrated the sun not setting. It's a perfect showcase of shooting yourself in the foot. It's like, here's your model, then you proved your own flat Earth model. This had nothing to do with flat Earthers.
Yeah, that's true. But can I just add to that? Like previous to TFE, someone's doubt about a 24-hour sun in Antarctica could have been independent of any type of model or map, and it could have been based on something else, like obviously faked footage of it, right? So they had doubt in their mind. They're like, yeah, I'm not convinced, right? Simple.
Yeah, you make it seem somehow the final experiment had anything to do with flat Earth at all. It was globe Earth versus globe Earth, using the focal lens of a young Earth creationist, William Duffy. William Duffy was incensed that there were some flat earthers who also identified as Christian. That pissed him off. And it pissed him off that people mocked him. Like, you look up contemporary or modern day articles, like, why is this young Earth creationist absolutely obsessed with flat earthers? What's his problem? What's this guy's hang up? Why is he so concerned about what flat earthers are doing? At this point, people are going to start wondering, what's wrong with this guy? This has been like almost like a year now. He's been doing this bullshit. Like, let it go. Just go do your young earth creation and stuff over there and leave us flat earthers alone. How about that? Well, no, he can't do that either. Why? Because his God commanded him to like go after the heathen, the heretic. Like his God, his read of the God of the Bible created a massive heliocentric universe. And if you disagree with that, he's got to let you know.
Am I glitched out, or is it just quiet?
Yeah, did they run off? I'm sure Cooper did.
So.
His main shtick is to only squawk when other people are talking. Because
I mean, like, am I glitching out again?
Yeah, I think I laid there for a second. Yeah, Cooper's main thing now is just poisoning the well. That's all he does. He just waits for a conversation to happen, jumps in and poisons the well. Like, well, thanks for that.
Yeah. And I mean, like, if models are your thing, right, and that's what you're leaning on, I mean, there are people out there, flat earthers, that are making actual, like, physical little, like, dioramas, right, and messing around with light and domes and shit, and they're replicating things like what you could interpret as being a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, using a dome and the azimuthal or equidistant projection map and all that shit. Like, there is people out there they're doing that. Like, and what's his name? Brian F.E. He's been like listening to Globers for a few years now, and wait until they say this can't work using a flat Earth map or using this or that, and he'll just go and do it and then show them and say, "Yeah, okay."
Yeah, that's why they didn't want to bring him. Brian's Logic, whatever's got.
Not Brian's Logic.
Yeah,
not Brian's Logic. Yeah, the other guy.
Brian's, that's why he was Brian on the list. He asks, like, "Take me with you."
He did, yeah.
And, yeah, they're like, "No, not
they
you."
Chose that,
yeah,
they chose that Lisbeth or whatever her name is over here. Yeah. Yeah, but he doesn't necessarily like subscribe to what he shows them. He's just saying, don't say what you said isn't possible, because here you go. There you go. It is.
That guy Tolan did it too. Tolan made the different models, all kinds of shapes and sizes, triangles, rectangles, octagons. He said, if you should be able, if you know math well enough, you could map or model anything as anything.
Right, and that leaves, someone at the point of whether, a subjective position where you're like, well, I like this other thing better because it seems more plausible to me or whatever. You know what I mean? Like it's just where they're left at with that sort of shit.
Reify it. They have to reify their bullshit.
Yeah. And it's fun talking about like the sun doing right, like loops or whatever, or circles or whatever, right? Like, do you know that they actually say that the sun does a little orbit of its own around the center of the solar system, not around the galaxy. I'm not talking about that. It has its own little, tiny little orbit around the center of itself, like it's the center of the solar system, the barycenter.
Yo, good flat earthers. How's it going?
Hanging in there.
I have a friend who wants to debate, but she's gonna join in a bit.
What's the claim?
That the Earth is not flat, and she can prove it.
You can prove a not. You can prove a not that.
I mean, what is? Do you guys believe in theories?
Well, I mean, let's just start from the very beginning. In your worldview, can you prove a not that?
Do you believe in theories? There's a difference between proofs and scientific theories.
Yes, I believe in theories, right? Because people have theories. People come up with ideas. So okay. I believe in theories, but I don't necessarily believe those theories.
Oh, that's great. Do you know the difference between a theory and the hypothesis?
Well, how about can you prove a not that?
I'm talking about the theory here. And
so if I have let's say I got a pet right now, I'm holding a small animal, a pet. Would I be able to prove to you it's not a monkey?
Because it's I don't know. How can you prove?
How would I prove that? How would I prove to you? I got a little animal here. It's laying on my lap. And it's not
you see what makes a monkey a monkey. And
can I prove it to you?
Is defined. Listen, we see what makes a monkey and how a monkey is defined. And we see if that definition applies on that animal using certain experiments. And by that, we define if that animal is a monkey or not. And that is proof. Correct?
Okay, so how about this? Could you prove that a pancake is flat? Could you do that mathematically? A pancake,
We determine what a flat is.
Yeah, so you determine, like, say here a flat. We'll call flat is a perfect 1.0. Anything above 1.0 would be bending up. Anything negative than 1.0 would bend down.
Okay.
Sound good?
We would say that the pancake is not flat.
Yeah, it'd be close enough to flat that you could call it flat. Practical demonstration, like practical use.
Yep.
So what do you think is flatter than a pancake? The Earth or not the Earth?
The Earth, of course. Come on.
The Earth is mathematically damn flat.
What do you
so your job would then to try to prove that it's not that. It's like, well, how is the math wrong?
Oh yeah, the math wrong. Shit. I don't know, man. I haven't seen the math. But anyways, what do you guys think of black holes? Do you think they're real or they're bullshit?
Yeah, a black hole would be NASA. It's just a money pit that you just dump almost like $1 trillion in adjusted tax dollars since the 1950s. Like it's just a black pit, a black hole that funding, that government funding, taxes has just disappeared into. No one knows what the fuck happened to it. Just a hole, just a pit, just a pit of money that just vanished.
They probably use it to push their propagandas further, you know.
Or weapons. Maybe it was used as weapons testing.
No, I think the army takes like 800 billions per year. So
that'd be another pit. But the problem with that is that's enumerated in the Constitution. Article 1, Section 8 states that the federal government shall provide for national defense. So now you have to ask, if they're willing to lie that they are providing national defense, they just don't need that much money to do so, then the answer is why they would lie. And as soon as you answer that question, they will lie for money. Now you know why NASA lies too, for money. So you get to you can stay internally consistent with your worldview. Does the executive branch lie? Yes. Why do they lie? Money. Even if it's an enumerated power that they'll get paid for anyway. They'll get their
capitalism.
They'll get their defense spending even if they lie about it, and they still lie about it. So you're like, huh. So if they're willing to lie anyway, even if they're going to get paid anyway, why would they lie continuously? More money. Duh. So then you just get to compare who lies the best.
Wait. So NASA is also fooling like the president of the United States and the government
NASA
too.
is part of the president of the United States. NASA is a direct connection to the White House. It's part of the executive branch of the federal government. There is no difference between the office of the president and NASA. The same thing.
They are fooling the citizens, right?
No, they're fooling you because you think they wouldn't lie for money, as you also said they would lie for money. They got you to contradict. They got you to contradict yourself. And if you're willing to accept the contradiction, then they got you. Because at that point, here's another, what we talked about earlier, if Dandelion's still around, Voltaire. If you can get someone to believe in absurdity, they'll commit atrocity. So now that they got you to accept the contradiction, despite all your lived experiences, despite all your logic and reason, they're lying for money, and you still can't accept that they would do so.
Great, I have a question. So you only believe things when you see proof, right?
I would say seeing is believing. Yeah.
All right. What is your proof for whatever the fuck NASA you claim is doing?
The black hole that you talked about. The giant money pit that all this funding just disappeared in.
How is that proof that they're...
Yeah, because the big black pit, the big hole, the whole pit, this giant pit of money that just disappears. Like, it goes into the federal apparatus and then just disappears. If people were going to start auditing, this is the best part. You might not know this, that they were going to start auditing NASA. They're like, with this freedom of information, you could start asking NASA to show the goods. Where did this money go? Let's see receipts. Where's the receipts? Then they said, okay, we got just fire here, because with this new law, whistleblowers could come through, and if we produce documents that are fake, whistleblowers could call us out. So step number 1 is we'll provide 0 whistleblower protections for people who work at NASA, and just call it national defense. That's why Edward Snowden was in trouble, because the NSA has also the same protections against whistleblowers. That's why he couldn't be a whistleblower and work at the NSA. Same thing for NASA. If you work at NASA and blow the whistle, that would be a federal crime. It'd be like treason. So now they got that covered. The next thing they did was they started doing subcontractors. Virgin Galactic, SpaceX, Boeing. Because once the money has left the federal government, they get to claim absolute ignorance. Absolute ignorance. They have no idea, no oversight, no accountability. This money is now in the hands of private people.
I have a question. Do you believe that the CIA caused 9/11?
No, the CIA is just with NASA. That they share an office down on K Street.
They caused 9/11.
No, your question would be, did NASA cause 9/11 then? That would be your question.
Did it?
Well, do you think so? Do you think the federal government has something to do with 9/11?
I have a bit of an idea that.
Okay, well, you could take that. Yeah, take that. Listen, pay attention. Take that idea up to conspiracy chat. It's a few chats above this one. Whole chat where all they do is talk about government conspiracies.
So you don't claim whatever you're telling me is not conspiracy?
No, I'm telling you straight up that people lie for money, even if they don't need to. That's what I'm telling you. If you think that, if you want to take that and call that a conspiracy theory, you could do it. You could call it whatever you want to call it. It's a fact. I call it a fact. People lie for money.
I agree with that. I call that a fact. But what I wouldn't call a fact is that you have no proof of actually NASA doing
the black hole. The black hole that we talked about.
What? I don't really get what you mean by black hole. Do you actually mean like
a black hole? A hole that if you look down, you don't see the bottom. It's a black hole. It's like a hole where you look.
About the space black hole, the one in space.
Yeah, that's even better. That's just a hole in space. So you can talk about black holes, terrestrial, black holes, interterrestrial, black holes, metaphysical. Any way you slice it, NASA is a black hole.
Jesus Christ. Crit, how long have you been a flat earther?
Same answer.
NASA is a black hole?
No, it'd be the same answer as before.
What was the same answer as before?
Yeah, I'm talking about government spending and why people would lie.
Oh.
So if there's some other topic that you're talking about, then that would be something completely different. You have to connect the dots for me. Where does that work out?
I actually come here to talk about government.
Okay, so you want to know? So you're done with that topic? Are we over with that?
I didn't even start it.
Okay, what we do here is we follow one topic to a full logical conclusion. If you're satisfied and we got to the point that you know NASA's a black hole, we can move on to another topic.
I mean, I wouldn't say shit. I don't even know what you're talking about. I need to see sources in order to believe anything.
Okay, there you go. So seeing is believing. That's the other thing we talked about earlier too. What would be proof for you? Seeing is believing. You need to see sources.
Yeah, exactly. Sources.
Yeah. Sources, yeah. So you have to see it. You have to see it. Which is why NASA knew it. They saw you coming. Richard Nixon did too. So Richard Nixon said the American people are so stupid, so idiotic, that you can just show them something on TV and they'll believe it. That's you he was talking about. You.
I'm so
Yeah, you're so stupid that they can show it to you on TV and you'll call that a source and then you'll believe it. He was talking, they put on the CIA headquarters. You walk into the CIA, Langley, huge quote on the wall. Richard Nixon. The American people are dumb as fuck. They believe things they see on TV. And you're like, damn, cuz.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they got you. They got you, dude.
Damn. Are you American?
Look at this dude. This dude only sees things he can believe, and he'll call that a source and then believe it. Call it confirmation bias. And they're like, dude, Richard Nixon, you were ahead of your time. Had he trying to do back then is a fever dream to what Trump is pulling off right now. Like a fever dream. Like he's stuck. Like Trump, like Nixon's rolling in his grave. He's like, what the fuck? I tried to do even less than that, and I was ran out of Washington. This guy straight up militarized the National Guard and deployed it inside cities. Like, I could have done that? He's like, fuck.
Insane. Bro, I'm banned from the chat. Can you guys unban me from the chat?
Well, I would say, did you get banned for cause?
I was proving some flat earthers wrong, and he was like, "Oh, shut up, you globe-tard," and then he muted me forever.
Well, I mean, normally people get hushed if they're spamming or if they're posting links to Pornhub.
I wasn't doing any of that. You can check if you have.
Well, I mean, I could check, but I'm kind of busy. We keep a log, an admin log. How about this? Do you realize not to spam?
I don't spam.
Okay, do you realize not to post like Pornhub links?
I don't post any other than.
Oh, I'm not asking you if you do. What do you? What I'm trying to do here is give me your word as a man that you will follow some very basic posting guidelines.
Of course, man. I was
okay, because I would say like I could unmute you, and then and if you violate that, at that point you're basically just broke your word. So we'd have like bigger problems than just like that you're filling the text chat with shit.
Yeah, I get you.
All right, so here, give me a second. A tab back in. Or someone. Oh yeah, no, I'm back. It was laggy for a second. So who is it?
Tomato.
Who am I talking? Tomato. Okay.
Cat profiles, man. Cat profiles.
It doesn't seem to be working. Hold on, I might have to look up the command. Yeah, there is like I don't know. I might not be able to do it. I might not have the perms to unhush.
All right. I'll let the owner, I guess, when he gets on.
I think it might be the same command. It might be a toggle. Let me try it. I thought it might be.
Weak and pitiful crit. I thought you were mighty.
No, I hold on. Maybe I just was. I thought it was two separate commands, but it might be the same one. It's like a toggle. Of course, there's like a dozen tomatoes.
Wait, is that
on
a
the
flat
server.
Earth? Wait, is that a flat Earth?
It is just a toggle, so it's just hash or hash on and off. Yep. No unhash, just hash.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking because I was trying to go through the different commands and it wasn't coming up. I think I got the right one. Did it work? Okay, good. It worked.
It did. Great shit. So can I ask questions? It says ask me anything.
Yeah, ask me anything. Yeah, but the thing is, though, we follow topics to a full conclusion. It's not ask a question, get an answer, and just like brain fart it. We got to make sure that your question is fully answered from every possible angle, and you've got a complete understanding of it.
Great. So, Crit, how long have you been a flat earther?
Yeah, are you ready for that? Are you good? Are you good in the last question?
Like, yeah, I'm good.
Okay, so let's go do a check on learning. Can you prove a not that?
I don't care. I just want to ask you how long have you been?
Yeah, I know. Let's go through a check on learning though. Make sure your previous questions were answered. That you understood. Hold on. That you understood the answer doesn't mean you have to agree with it. I'm not asking you to say, do you agree or do you comply?
I know.
Do you understand the answer was given to you? Can you prove a not? Okay. Okay. Can you prove a not that?
Prove what?
Can you prove a not that?
No.
Okay. Is NASA a black hole?
Nah. According to you, yes. According to me,
okay, that's what I'm saying. Do you get the answer? That's all I'm looking for. It doesn't mean you have to agree or not.
Yeah.
Okay. Will people lie for money?
Yes. You're using a strategy called yes.
No, I'm not using a strategy. I'm doing a check on learning to make sure your past questions were answered before we move on to more questions. Because if you're not understanding answers, we have to go into a troubleshoot. I have to figure out what was wrong with you, like mentally, physically, or spiritually. What's causing you to not be able to understand information presented to you in a very easy, low level of education of platform or format? Just telling you, like just straight up telling you.
Okay. Anyways, okay, are we done?
Yeah, are you good? You got all of it done?
Yes, that's good.
Yeah, so my flat Earth date is December 7th, 2017.
That's your birth date?
That's my flat. That's a date I became a flat earther. Yeah, most flat earthers know the exact date. Yeah,
that's
most
insane. That is so old. That is so old. How did you not change your mind?
Because I was all 2017, kind of like not all of 2017. The majority of 2017, I was arguing with flat earthers, and I would say I wasn't very nice. I was kind of toxic. And they were kind of just like, okay, they kind of shrugged it off and like, yeah, whatever. And would stay back to the topic. Then at some point when I was talking to them, the eclipse, the solar eclipse was going to happen in late August of that year. And I'm like, how are you going to explain that? And they go, how about this? No problem. You come back with what you observed. I'll come back with what I observed. And we'll share observations, because I was going to be right under the eclipse. It was going to be like I was like right under totalitarian or whatever they call it. Totalitarian. Oh, whatever. I say that word. Totalitarian. Yeah. It's a tongue twister for me. I was right under it, and I came back. I said
totality.
Totality. There we go. Thank you. Totality.
Yeah.
And I was like, I came back. I said all I saw was the sun. Then the sun got dark. And then, like, birds stopped singing, insects started chirping, and then the sun got bright again. And I was like, I was stunned, because in my mind, I thought I was going to see the moon. I didn't see a moon. Didn't see shit. It was just the sun. The sun got dark, and then the sun got light again.
Wasn't the moon, like, going slowly in front of it?
No, you don't see the moon at all. None of it.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, the moon is not visible the whole 24 hours of the eclipse. You never see the moon that day. It's invisible.
It's probably because like there's a lot of light coming from the sun and the moon is right in front of it, so it doesn't like reflect on the moon.
Yeah, that would be another explanation, but you didn't see that. That's the point. The point of the exercise or the experiment was to see an observation and then build upon that with what you saw, not with what you didn't see, because that would be proving a not that. So then I kind of like, I was like, say I was a little prideful, and I still said, okay, well, sure, I was wrong about solar eclipses, but the Earth's still a globe. And then after talking to him for a while, like, oh yeah, it'll bounce around in your head. The seed, the bomb has been planted, the seed's planted. You had a direct contradiction with what you saw and what you thought you were going to see. It's only going to take a matter of time now. So I was kind of like, yeah, whatever. Okay, I kind of said like, hey, I apologize for coming in here a little hot. I kind of get where you guys are coming from. It's like this observational science, the zeteticizm or whatever, but it's not for me. And then, but the bomb was planted. And so then I decided, what I'm going to do? I'm going to go into some of these like flat Earth groups and globe groups. And it was a Facebook page that said,
globe groups. Like, are there actual groups that people like are like, yo, let's prove the globe Earth? Are there actual groups like that?
Yeah, there is. And what's interesting though is they seem to be hyper focused on flat earthers. So I had said to them in this globe group, it's called End the Flat Earth. And I looked at the description. It says, we have all the experts, multiple interdisciplinary fields of study, who can answer your questions about the globe. Perfect, down to the last detail. By the end of these conversations, there'll be no doubt in your mind the Earth's a globe. And I'm like, okay, sure, that's a group I want to join. I'm going to ask some like flat Earth questions, and they'll be able to answer them, and that'll be the end of that. I'll just be able to move on with my life. But it turned out that none of them were experts. They were you wouldn't be able to classify as laymen. They were internet trolls. It was a trap and troll group. The whole shtick was to get people who were kind of undecided, mock them and ridicule them into going back to the globe. And then at the end, they kick you out of the group if you mock or ridicule them back, because they live in a glass house. They can throw stones, but they can't take it. So then at the end, the owner of the page messaged me and said, hey, I think we handled you wrong. You seem to have some genuine questions, and this is really a trap and troll group. We're not prepared for people that we thought were in good faith. So you're a good sport. You took it well, but this group is not, and no one here is a scientist. No one here knows jack shit about anything. They just find it offensive to whatever reason. He told me just in plain English that they are bullies. They're cyber bullies, and they found a group of people that they think they can bully and get away with it without getting in trouble from Facebook terms of service. Then I was like, okay, well, sure. Let me go to a flat Earth group and let me ask the inverse questions and say if globe and see how they handle it. And they handled it amazing. And they answered every single question. Full, complete. No one trolled. No one was trying to insult
You guys don't even answer any questions in here, though. You just continuously ask people questions. Look at what you're doing right now. You're doing exactly what you said they did to you.
Okay, hold on. Tomato.
You're doing exactly what you said they did to you in this room.
Tomato.
What?
Have I answered all your questions?
You don't answer anyone's questions. I've been in and out of here for 2 years, dude. You don't answer questions.
Let's check. Tomato, have I answered all your questions?
Yes. Dude, no one in here answers any questions.
Okay, hold on. No. Zach, listen. Tomato.
Zach, I think today, wait. Zach, I think today they're doing an Ask Me Anything. That's why they answer now. Before they didn't do the Ask Me Anything.
No, it's always been this. I put AMA in there anytime I'm here. I always put that there. Or make a claim to the debate.
I'm going to ask you later about scientific shit, but now.
Yeah, so this is really good because now this could be Zach's moment. This is his eclipse moment. So today would be the day where he got flat smacked. Because he came in here.
Smacked?
I have to go.
Okay. You came in here. Flat earthers don't answer anything. This is why
flat earthers don't answer anything. I said you.
This is why we live stream it, because this will challenge your cog dis. This will defeat. This is a defeater of your cognitive dissonance.
Dude,
you can go back right now.
I understand. I heard your story, bro. I understand.
You can go back right now and listen to the live stream. And I was under interrogation from Tomato the whole time. The whole time. Take was that no one answered any questions. Did it run off? Yeah, it looks like it ran off. Okay, anyway, this type of dude just wanted to disrupt. Oh, Tomato left too. Oh well. Okay, so here's a problem when you get a squawker. It's very hard, when you're having a normal conversation with someone wants to disrupt that. And how long do you entertain the disruption versus also trying to remain on track?
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah, sometimes immediately is more apt. Immediately. Cease and desist.
Yeah, they got to stop it. They got to stop the conversation and then blame you for doing what they're doing. It's like, hey, Tomato, tell Zach, have I answered his questions? And Tomato's like, yeah. Yeah, Crit's answered every question I had. You're like, wow. Oh, it's hilarious. The dude's got me blocked.
I know, right? You're damned if you do, damned if you don't, because like people like that come in, you mute them, and then they come back and say, every time I've been here, I've been muted straight away as soon as they said something. You know, it's like, oh, what do you expect us to do when you say stupid shit? You know, or you're just disrupting, obviously trolling, you know, like they troll and then they get muted and then cry, harsh treatment, unfair.
Yeah, you're trying to tell them life's unfair. If you think that's unfair, what should happen to flat earthers? Well, yeah, you guys should get muted and banned off the internet. Okay, well, sure, we'll just make that reality for you. You can't join this channel. For you, this channel doesn't exist. We'll take it off your list. We'll ban you from it. Therefore, you can maintain your personal bias against flat earth and maintain your own logical consistency. You think this topic shouldn't exist? No problem. I can help you with that.
Yeah, I like that. I like your style. I like that. Like I've said it before too. Like I compare it to what I used to do with the kids when they were little. Like, driving them home from school, maybe, Dad, can we get an ice cream? Be like, sorry, not today. You know, and they'd be like, you never say yes. And I'd say, that's right, I never have, and that means I never have before, and I never will. And they're like, I'm sorry, no, you do. You do sometimes say yes. It's a similar psychology, right?
Yeah, it is. Never, ever, ever, never, ever. You'd never take me out for ice cream. Okay, no problem. I'll never take you out for ice cream. Wait, what? No. You do take me. You do take me out for ice cream. Okay, but just not today, right? Okay, yeah, like tomorrow maybe. Okay, tomorrow then. Like dealing with a toddler, it's like holy shit. It's like the tactics to get a toddler to comply with their house chores shouldn't be how you interact with a globalist. Like they should be like, oh, yeah, since you worded it that way, I kind of want to be in this chat. I want to engage with flat earthers. So me saying you guys should be banned off the internet is kind of ridiculous. Yeah, okay, you got a little worked up. You got triggered. Okay, and now we've diffused that. So now you're ready to have a conversation? No, fuck you, burn in hell. Okay, you're like, I spit on you. Remember that higher chord French guy? It's like, you flat earthers, I spit on you. Like, okay.
That's right.
It's like, damn, it sounded like for a second you were almost there. And then all of a sudden he just freaked out even harder. Like, once he realized, like, oh shit, I can actually talk to flat earthers. Wait, what? Well, it's kind of interesting. The woman in Florida gave birth to a world record baby, 13 pounds 15 ounces. So 1 pound short of 14 pounds. It's like 2 babies.
Ouch.
Yeah, the picture shows the baby and barely fits in that sort of newborn crib thing. The baby's taking up the whole thing, the whole crib.
Only in Florida, right?
Yeah, there's something in the water. They said too, both her and her husband are over 6 feet tall.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, so they're both big, I mean,
Giants are coming back.
Oh, it's a girl too. So it's she's already sort of an internet celebrity.
Might become a meme.
Yeah, it's we're gonna look back at this time and be what happened to Super Baby? Where's Super Baby now? Everyone's gonna be following her whole life.
Right. Yeah, I've seen that with that. The what the heck kid with the back teeth looking sideways. Yeah, and she's pulled that face as an adult. It's hilarious. It's the same.
All right, back on the 24. Hey, what's
there
up,
we go. Robert, was it Brenda that got you to disconnect earlier? When you left?
What happened to Brenda? What was that?
Well, me and you were talking, and then Brenda just started squawking her ass off, and then you disconnected. Was it? I mean, I was wondering if it was because you didn't want to hear Brenda just being absolutely insufferable.
No, it was some other guy that came on and said I was talking forever, and he wanted me to shut up. So I left. It wasn't Brenda. I don't know who it was. I didn't even look. So, I don't like to when people start yelling bad words and all this. I leave.
Oh, okay.
I don't know who it was, but Brenda was muted, and then you were saying something about the comparison of the MAGA people and flat earthers and stuff like that. And then he came off mic. I was responding to you, and then he came off the mic and said, "Oh, shut up! You've been talking forever." And then I said, "Oh, sorry," bye. And so I left. Right. Yeah. So that was the situation there. But yeah, but Brenda came in. She.
Yeah, what do you? I think it had to do with. I just I just went back and listened to the live stream. That was Peter. Peter told you to shut up. Do you know? Are you there still? Or my that leg out? Can you guys hear me? Am I back? You guys hear me? No. Okay. cooking.